Enter a sun-scorched desert where secrets thrive in the dust. A quest for truth unearths a chilling enigma that defies nature itself, blending beauty with terror under an endless sky. This Western mystery pulses with danger and the echoes of the unknown. Listen and let the wild draw you in. Chapter 1, Dust Settles on a Dead Man's Land. The buckboard lurched, throwing Cora against the hard wooden seat for what felt like the 100th time. Each jolt seemed to shake loose another memory of Thomas, another shard of the life that had fractured and scattered like brittle glass just 6 months prior. Outside, the Arizona landscape stretched into an infinity of baked earth and shimmering heat haze, mocking the green, ordered world she had left behind in Boston. Dust, fine as sifted flour and the color of rust, coated everything. The weary horses, the taciturn driver, her own dark traveling skirt, her gloved hands clenched tight in her lap. It settled in her throat, a constant gritty reminder of the desolation she was choosing, or perhaps the desolation that had chosen her. This was it. The place Thomas had called Promise Creek Ranch. A cruel jest of a name, she thought, surveying the parched terrain fringed with skeletal mesquite and prickly pear that looked more like weapons than plants. There was no creek in sight, only the dry, cracked bed of an arroyo snaking through the dust like a forgotten scar. Promise. What promise could bloom in such unforgiving soil? Thomas's letters had painted a different picture, full of enthusiastic descriptions of unique flora, of groundbreaking research, of a future carved out under the vast western sky. Letters that had abruptly stopped, followed by the terse, sterile words of a telegram informing her of his sudden death. An accident, they called it. A fall during one of his botanical expeditions in the treacherous canyons nearby. Plausible, yet a cold knot of disbelief had remained lodged beneath her ribs ever since. The driver, a man named Jedediah, whose vocabulary seemed limited to grunts and the occasional haw or gee, finally pulled the horses to a halt before a dilapidated structure that slumped against the skyline like an old man bowing to defeat. The ranch house. It was smaller than she'd imagined, its wooden walls bleached gray by the relentless sun, the paint peeling away in long, curling strips. A section of the porch roof sagged precariously, held up more by habit than by structural integrity. Shutters hung crookedly, one torn entirely from its hinges, banging softly in the dry wind that whispered incessantly across the plains. It wasn't just neglected, it felt forsaken, as if the life had bled out of it along with its owner. "This is it, ma'am," Jedediah muttered, his voice raspy from the dust and disuse. He climbed down stiffly, his movements economical, clearly eager to unload his passenger and her trunk and be on his way back to the relative civilization of Tucson. Cora remained seated for a moment, gathering the frayed edges of her composure. She was Cora Ashton now, widow, not the budding botanist who had eagerly discussed Linnaean classification and floral morphology with her brilliant, restless husband. Not the woman who had dreamed of joining him here, documenting the unique desert ecosystem side by side. She was a survivor adrift, clutching the deed to this barren patch of earth as if it were a life raft. It was all she had left of him, this land and the questions surrounding his end. Taking a deep breath that tasted only of dust and distance, she accepted Jedediah's offered hand, calloused, ingrained with dirt, and stepped down onto the ground. The heat rose from the earth in palpable waves, instantly suffocating. She felt small beneath the immense pale blue sky, a solitary figure in a landscape built on a scale that diminished human endeavor. The silence pressed in, broken only by the wind's sigh and the creak of the wagon springs. Jedediah wrestled her trunk from the back of the buckboard, the heavy brass fittings glinting dully in the sunlight. It landed on the ground with a solid thud that seemed to echo in the stillness. Inside were her clothes, a few cherished books, her botany tools, scalpels, presses, collecting jars, and the carefully wrapped packets of seeds she'd brought from home, symbols of a hope she barely dared to acknowledge. Could anything familiar, anything tame, possibly grow here? "Well, reckon you got what you need," Jedediah said, already turning back to his horses. He avoided looking directly at her, a habit she'd noticed among the townsfolk during her brief stopover. They knew who she was, the Eastern widow come to claim the dead man's ranch. Pity and a certain wary curiosity had followed her like a shadow. "Thank you, Jedediah," Cora managed, her voice thin. She pressed a few coins into his hand. He pocketed them without comment, swung himself back onto the driver's seat, and with a click of the reins, urged the horses forward. The buckboard rattled away, leaving a plume of ochre dust in its wake, shrinking rapidly against the vast backdrop until it was just a dark speck, dissolving into the heat haze. Then the silence returned, deeper, more profound. She was utterly alone. Forcing her feet to move, Cora walked towards the house, her boots sinking slightly into the loose dirt. The porch steps groaned under her weight, protesting the intrusion. She pushed open the front door, which wasn't locked. Why bother out here? It swung inward with a mournful creak, revealing an interior thick with dust motes dancing in the slanted beams of light filtering through grimy window panes. The air inside was stale, heavy with the scent of abandonment. Dry wood, lingering traces of cold wood smoke, something else faint and vaguely chemical that pricked at her nostrils. It was Thomas's scent, or what remained of it, mingled with decay. A wave of grief washed over her, sharp and unexpected, making her knees weak. She leaned against the doorframe, closing her eyes, picturing him moving through these rooms, his tall frame, the unruly shock of dark hair falling over his forehead, the intense focus in his eyes when he spoke of his work. He had been so alive, so driven by a restless curiosity that had ultimately led him here. And then, away from her. Forever. The main room served as a living area and likely a study. A rough-hewn table stood near one window, littered with yellowed papers, overturned inkwells, and geological samples. Chunks of quartz, reddish sandstone, a piece of obsidian gleaming darkly. A bookshelf against one wall held a collection of scientific texts, their spines faded, interspersed with cheaper novels and what looked like field journals. Dust lay thick on everything, a shroud preserving the moment Thomas had last walked out that door. Cora ran a gloved fingertip over the surface of the table, leaving a clean streak in the grime. One of the papers beneath her hand was a botanical sketch, rendered with Thomas's characteristic precision, yet depicting a plant unlike anything she recognized. It had intricate, spiraling tendrils and a bloom shaped like a fanged maw. Strange. Thomas had specialized in cacti and succulents, the hardy survivors of the desert. This looked exotic, predatory almost. She tucked the unsettling thought away. Grief was playing tricks on her perception. She moved through the small house, her footsteps echoing hollowly on the wooden floors. A cramped kitchen with a cold iron stove and empty shelves. A small bedroom, the mattress on the simple bed frame bare, stained. A single, faded calico curtain hung limply over the window. Everywhere, the same oppressive silence, the same layer of dust, the same faint, lingering scent of her husband and his solitary obsessions. There was little comfort here, only stark evidence of a life lived on the edge, dedicated to work she was only beginning to suspect she hadn't fully understood. Feeling the need for air, even the hot, dry air outside, she retreated back to the porch. The sun was beginning its slow descent towards the jagged peaks of the distant mountains, painting the western sky in bruised shades of orange and purple. The heat still radiated from the ground, but the wind carried a cooler edge now, rustling the dry grasses and carrying the lonely cry of a hawk circling overhead. Her gaze swept across the property. Neglected fences leaned at weary angles. A collapsed corral spoke of animals long gone. Tumbleweeds had gathered against the foundations of the house like skeletal vagrants. It was a picture of utter dereliction, a testament to the losing battle against the relentless forces of nature and time. Thomas had been here less than 2 years. How had it fallen into such disrepair so quickly? Or had it always been this way, his letters glossing over the harsh reality? Then, her eyes caught something out of place. Beyond the immediate clutter of the yard, past a rusted water pump and a patch of struggling, thorny bushes, was an area that seemed different, an enclosure, fenced off not with wire or rough timber, but with strangely interwoven branches that looked almost deliberate, like a macabre parody of a garden fence. Inside this boundary, the earth wasn't the same uniform, lifeless beige as the surrounding land. It was darker, richer, and something was growing there. Curiosity, the botanist's instinct, stirred within her, momentarily pushing back the weight of her sorrow. What could possibly thrive in such an isolated, seemingly tended patch amidst the general decay? She started walking towards it, her boots crunching on the gravelly soil. The closer she got, the stranger it appeared. The enclosure wasn't large, perhaps 30 feet square, but it commanded attention. The fence she saw now was made of dead, bleached branches, twisted and locked together in a way that seemed both protective and menacing. It looked less like a fence to keep things out and more like one designed to keep something in. And the plants, they were unlike anything she had ever encountered, even in the most extensive botanical encyclopedias or the exotic collections of university greenhouses. They weren't the familiar, hardy flora of the Sonoran Desert, no saguaros, no ocotillos, no palo verde trees. Instead, the dark soil supported clusters of bizarre, vibrant vegetation. There were plants with thick, fleshy leaves the color of bruised plums, glistening as if coated in dew, though the air was bone dry. Others possessed long, coiling tendrils tipped with what looked like sharp black thorns or hooks, reaching upward like grasping fingers. Strange, bell-shaped flowers hung heavily on sturdy stalks, their petals a startling shade of crimson veined with gold, emitting a faint, cloyingly sweet scent that barely cut through the dust. It was a garden, of sorts, but one drawn from a fever dream, lush, alien, and unsettlingly beautiful. Some plants pulsed with an unnatural vibrancy, their colors almost lurid against the muted desert palette. They seemed to absorb the fading sunlight, hoarding it within their strange structures. Where had Thomas found these specimens? They bore no resemblance to native Arizona species. Had he cultivated them? Imported them? The papers on his desk, the chemical smell in the house. Had his research taken a turn she couldn't fathom? She reached the edge of the bizarre fence, her hand hovering just above the brittle, interlaced wood. The air near the enclosure felt different, heavier, carrying that faint, sweet odor more strongly now, mingled with an underlying metallic tang, like old blood left too long in the sun. A shiver traced its way down her spine, despite the residual heat of the day. It wasn't just the strangeness of the plants, it was a feeling, a sense of watchfulness emanating from within the enclosure, as if the garden itself were aware of her presence. The scientific part of her mind, the part trained to observe, classify, and understand, warred with a primal instinct that screamed caution. This place felt wrong, not just neglected, not just sad, but imbued with a quiet, waiting menace. The beauty of the blooms was deceptive, a vibrant mask over something hidden and potentially dangerous. The fanged flower from Thomas's sketch flashed in her mind. She noticed something else then, scattered amongst the dark soil at the base of the plants. Small, pale fragments catching the last rays of the sun. Bones, tiny bleached bones, bird perhaps or small mammals. Caught in the tendrils of one plant was the delicate, hollowed-out skull of a desert mouse, its empty eye sockets staring accusingly. A garden of bones. The sweetness in the air suddenly seemed nauseating. The beauty turned grotesque. What had Thomas been doing here? What kind of research involved plants that seemed to feed on death, thriving in soil littered with remains? The official story, an accidental fall, felt thinner than ever, almost transparent against the backdrop of this disturbing discovery. The sun dipped below the horizon, plunging the landscape into the swift twilight of the desert. Long shadows stretched like grasping fingers from the strange plants, making the enclosure seem even more sinister. The wind picked up, whistling through the gaps in the bone-dry fence, carrying whispers she couldn't quite decipher. She took an involuntary step back, her heart thudding against her ribs. Grief, exhaustion, and a creeping fear twisted together inside her. This wasn't just a place to start over, it was a place steeped in secrets, secrets guarded by a garden that seemed unnervingly alive. Thomas hadn't just died here, he had lived alongside this anomaly, and the questions surrounding his death now seemed inextricably linked to the bizarre, beautiful, and terrifying patch of earth before her. What had he discovered? Or more chillingly, what had discovered him? The isolation of the ranch suddenly felt less like solitude and more like vulnerability. She was miles from anywhere, the sole keeper of a dead man's land and his deadly, inexplicable garden. A tremor ran through her, a premonition that the dust settling around her was only the beginning, and that the real dangers of Promise Creek Ranch were rooted far deeper than the parched Arizona soil. Chapter 2. Whispers from the Barren Soil. The darkness swallowed the grotesque garden whole, leaving only the memory of its lurid colors and the faint, cloying sweetness that seemed to cling to the back of Cora's throat. She backed away from the menacing fence of bleached branches, her steps uncertain on the uneven ground. The wind, no longer a gentle sigh, gusted stronger now, carrying dust and the mournful howl of a distant coyote. It whipped strands of hair loose from the tight bun she maintained more out of habit than vanity, stinging her cheeks. Each gust felt like a cold breath on her neck, whispering warnings she couldn't ignore but couldn't decipher. The silence of moments ago had been replaced by the rustling, scraping, sighing chorus of the desert night, a soundscape that magnified her solitude into something vast and terrifying. Turning her back on the enclosure felt like turning her back on a predator she knew was still watching. She hurried towards the dubious sanctuary of the ranch house, the square of faint light from the dusty window a feeble beacon in the overwhelming dark. Inside, she fumbled with the stiff latch. Isa. Her fingers clumsy with a sudden chill that had little to do with the dropping temperature. The door groaned shut behind her, the sound unnervingly loud, sealing her inside the dusty tomb of her husband's last days. The oppressive stillness returned, thick and expectant. She needed light, warmth, something to push back the encroaching shadows and the chill that had settled deep in her bones. Rummaging through her trunk, she found the small box of lucifer matches she'd packed. Striking one against the rough wood of the doorframe, the flare of light seemed impossibly bright, chasing the darkest corners into momentary retreat. She located a kerosene lamp on the cluttered table, its glass chimney filmed with grime. Her hands trembled slightly as she lifted the chimney, trimmed the old wick with a pair of small scissors from her sewing kit, and touched the match to it. A warm yellow glow bloomed, casting flickering shadows that danced like specters on the walls. It wasn't much, but it was something. A small circle of defiance against the gloom, next the stove. It stood cold and imposing in the small kitchen alcove. Opening the firebox revealed ashes long gone cold. Thankfully, a small stack of dry mesquite wood and kindling lay beside it, seemingly left by Jedediah, or perhaps even Thomas himself, a final, practical gesture frozen in time. Laying the fire required focus, a task that momentarily grounded her. The familiar ritual of arranging kindling, adding larger pieces, the strike of another match, the tentative catch of flame, the slow gathering of heat. It was a small domestic act that felt profoundly necessary in this alien place. Soon, a low crackle filled the silence, and a welcome warmth began to seep into the room, carrying the comforting scent of wood smoke. But comfort was fleeting. As she straightened up, wiping soot from her hands onto her already dusty skirt, her gaze fell again on the papers scattered across Thomas's table. That sketch, the plant with the fanged maw. She picked it up, holding it closer to the lamplight. The detail was extraordinary, meticulous. Thomas had always possessed an artist's eye alongside his scientific mind, but the subject, it radiated a kind of aggressive vitality even on paper. It wasn't just a flower, it was a trap, beautifully rendered. Had he found this thing out in the canyons, or had he created it? The faint chemical smell she'd noticed earlier seemed stronger near the table, mingling with the wood smoke and dust. She sifted through the other papers, notes on soil composition, lists of Latin names she didn't recognize, complex chemical formulas that were beyond her botanical expertise. Thomas had dabbled in chemistry, she knew, but this seemed more intense, more focused than anything he'd mentioned in his letters. His handwriting, usually neat and precise, grew increasingly erratic in the later entries, interspersed with sketches of molecular structures and more drawings of those bizarre predatory plants. One page contained only a few hastily scrawled words. The hunger. It demands more. Must find a sustainable source. Control is slipping. Control of what? A sustainable source for what? The bones in the garden flashed in her mind, the metallic tang in the air, the hunger. A cold dread seeped into her, far colder than the desert night outside. Thomas hadn't just been studying plants, he'd been feeding them. She sank onto a sturdy, three-legged stool that was the only other furniture in the main room besides the table, the lamplight carving deep shadows beneath her eyes. Grief warred with a rising tide of unease, bordering on fear. The man she had married, the brilliant, passionate scientist, seemed like a stranger in the context of these notes, this house, that disturbing garden. His letters home had spoken of challenges, yes, the harsh climate, the isolation, the difficulty of sourcing materials, but they'd been infused with excitement, the thrill of discovery. There had been no hint of this darkness, no mention of carnivorous plants or uncontrollable hunger or slipping control. Had he been hiding it from her, protecting her? Or had something out here changed him, warped his ambition into obsession? The official story of his death, the fall, seemed increasingly flimsy, almost insulting in its simplicity. Had he stumbled upon something dangerous in the wild? Or had the danger been cultivated right here, in his own backyard, within that fence of dead branches? Had his creations turned on him? The thought was monstrous, chilling, yet it resonated with the palpable wrongness of the garden. Sleep seemed impossible, every creak of the old house settling, every gust of wind rattling the loose shutter, every skittering sound from within the walls, likely just mice or insects, made her jump. She pulled her shawl tighter around her shoulders, the fine wool offering little protection against the pervasive sense of being watched, of being surrounded by secrets that breathed in the very air. She forced herself to explore the bedroom again, hoping for some personal item, some trace of the Thomas she knew. She opened the small wooden wardrobe in the corner. It was empty except for a pair of worn leather riding gloves and, tucked away on the top shelf, a small leather-bound field journal. Not one of the scientific logs from the table, but something smaller, more personal. Her heart leaped. Perhaps this held answers, explanations. She carried it back to the table, settling near the lamp, her fingers tracing the worn cover before opening it. The first few entries were filled with observations of the legitimate desert flora, sketches of cacti, notes on adapting to the climate, his familiar handwriting full of energy. But as the entries progressed, the tone shifted. Fewer descriptions of the landscape, more intense focus on the project, as he called it. Mentions of failures, setbacks, breakthroughs described in cryptic terms. Procured the initial seed stock, one entry read. Origin uncertain. Potency undeniable. Requires specific enrichment. Further on, remarkable growth rate. Adaptation to the alkaline soil is exceeding expectations. The nutrient solution seems key. Nutrient solution. Was that the chemical smell? What was in it? Then a chilling entry from just weeks before his death. Noah warns me. Says the earth here remembers blood. Calls the enclosure Kus Boak, the bone garden. Superstitious fool. He doesn't understand the potential, or perhaps he understands too well. Noah. The name struck her. She hadn't considered neighbors. Thomas had mentioned a few scattered ranches, miles apart, but hadn't named anyone specifically in his letters. This Noah, who lived close enough to warn Thomas, who knew about the garden, who called it by a name that sent shivers down her spine. The Bone Garden. Was he still nearby? What did he know? The name itself, Kus Boak, sounded vaguely Native American. perhaps Piman or Apache. It spoke of older knowledge, deeper roots in this land than Thomas's ambition. The final entries in the journal were sparse, almost frantic. The large bloom, watches, I feel it, thirst is insatiable. And the last legible words, dated 2 days before the telegram announcing his death. It's beautiful, terrifyingly beautiful, but it needs more than I can give. It needs... The sentence trailed off, unfinished. Cora closed the journal slowly, her mind reeling. Thomas hadn't fallen, or if he had, it wasn't by accident. He'd been consumed, either literally or figuratively, by the beautiful, terrifying creation he'd nurtured in the dark soil outside. And this Noah, he knew. He had warned Thomas. He might hold the key to understanding what truly happened. Exhaustion finally began to outweigh fear. She couldn't face the stained mattress in the bedroom, not yet. Curling up on the hard wooden floor near the dying embers in the stove, wrapped in her shawl, she drifted into a troubled sleep filled with images of coiling tendrils, fanged blossoms, and the accusing stare of empty mouse skulls. The wind outside seemed to whisper Thomas's name, weaving it into the sighs of the barren land. She woke stiff and unrested to the first pale light of dawn creeping through the grimy windows. The fire was out, the ashes cold. The silence of the morning felt heavy, expectant. Stepping outside onto the porch, she breathed in the crisp, cool air. The rising sun cast long, sharp shadows across the landscape, illuminating the dust motes hanging in the air. The world looked stark, unforgiving, brutally honest in the morning light. And there it was, the garden, still fenced, still darkly verdant against the pale earth. The strange blooms were closed tight now, as if sleeping, but their presence felt no less potent. The bones scattered beneath them seemed whiter, starker in the clear light. The place pulsed with a latent energy, a contained hunger. Surveying the rest of the property filled her with a daunting sense of the task ahead. The sagging porch roof, the broken corral fence, the rusted pump that likely needed priming or repair if she hoped to have water near the house. The sheer amount of work required to make this place even remotely habitable, let alone productive, was overwhelming. Any sane person would sell the deed for whatever pittance it might fetch and return east immediately. But she couldn't. Not yet. Not until she understood. Thomas's memory, twisted and darkened as it now seemed, deserved that much. And the botanist in her, despite the fear, felt an undeniable pull towards the mystery of those plants. What were they? Where did they come from? What nutrient solution had Thomas used? The questions gnawed at her. She decided to walk the perimeter of the fenced area, keeping a careful distance. The interwoven branches were brittle. Some snapped, leaving small gaps. Peering through one, she could see the dark soil more clearly. It looked unnaturally rich, almost black, contrasting sharply with the sandy, pale dirt outside the fence. Small shoots, new growth of those same bizarre plants, were pushing up near the edges. It was thriving, disturbingly so. Near one corner of the enclosure, half hidden beneath a thorny bush that grew outside the fence, she spotted something else. Not a bone this time, but a small, tarnished brass button. Military style, with a faded eagle emblem. It wasn't Thomas's. His clothes had been practical, civilian. Where had it come from? Had someone else been here? Visiting Thomas? Or visiting the garden after his death? She picked it up, rubbing the grime away with her thumb. A uniform button. Whose? Could it belong to this Noah, the man mentioned in the journal? Thomas had written, "Noah warns me." Perhaps Noah had come here, tried to intervene, or perhaps he was involved in something else entirely. The presence of the button felt like another loose thread in a rapidly tangling mystery. As she stood there, turning the small piece of brass over in her palm, the silence of the morning was broken by a new sound. Faint at first, then growing steadily clearer, the rhythmic beat of horse hooves approaching on the hard-packed earth. Not the rattling clatter of Jedediah's buckboard, but the measured gait of a single rider. Cora's head snapped up, her gaze scanning the horizon beyond the dilapidated fences. A lone figure on horseback emerged from the heat haze shimmering over the low rise to the west. Even at a distance, the rider sat tall and straight in the saddle, moving with an economy of motion that spoke of experience. As the rider drew closer, details sharpened. A man dressed in durable, dusty range clothes. A wide-brimmed hat shadowed his face. He wasn't heading towards the main track that led back towards Tucson. He was riding directly towards the ranch house. Towards her. Her heart gave a sudden hard thump against her ribs. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. This had to be him. The neighbor. The man who knew about the bone garden. Noah. He was coming. And Cora had the chilling premonition that his arrival marked the moment the whispers from the barren soil would begin to speak louder, whether she was ready to listen or not. The isolation was broken, but the danger felt suddenly, terrifyingly closer. Chapter 3. The Botanist and the Forbidden Bloom. The rider approached steadily, kicking up small puffs of dust with each step of his mount. Cora stood her ground near the corner of the unsettling garden enclosure, the tarnished brass button still warm in her palm. Her apprehension warred with a defiant pulse of resolve. This was her land now, her mystery to unravel. She would not be intimidated, not even by the man Thomas's journal had painted as both knowledgeable and potentially hostile. As he drew near enough for her to make out his features beneath the wide hat brim, a knot tightened in her stomach. He was younger than she'd vaguely pictured, perhaps mid-30s, but carried himself with the weary gravity of someone much older. His face was lean, weathered by sun and wind, but it was the scarring that commanded attention. A jagged, silvered line ran from his left temple down across his cheekbone, disappearing into the rough stubble along his jaw. It wasn't the clean mark of a surgical scar, it was the brutal signature of violence, imperfectly healed, pulling the skin taut near his eye and giving his expression a permanent intensity, a hint of pain held tightly in check. His eyes, when they finally lifted to meet hers, were a startlingly clear pale blue, yet they held no softness. They were watchful, guarded, assessing her with an unnerving stillness. He reined in his horse, a sturdy-looking bay about 20 feet away, deliberately keeping a distance. The horse shifted, jingling its bridle, but the man sat perfectly still, one hand resting lightly on the saddle horn, the other loose near the worn holster strapped to his thigh. He didn't dismount. He didn't offer a greeting. He simply watched her, his gaze sweeping from her dusty traveling dress to the dilapidated ranch house, lingering for a fraction of a second on the fenced garden before returning to her face. The silence stretched, thick with unspoken questions and the dry whisper of the wind. "You're Ashton's widow," he stated finally. It wasn't a question. His voice was low, rough-edged, like stones grinding together, carrying clearly in the quiet air. Cora lifted her chin, forcing a steadiness she didn't entirely feel. "I am Cora Ashton, and you, I presume, are Noah?" The name felt strange on her tongue, weighted with the implications from Thomas's journal. A flicker of something. Surprise? Annoyance? Crossed his scarred face before settling back into impassivity. "Folks call me Noah. This is my place, borders yours to the west." He gestured vaguely with his chin towards the distant hazy mountains. "Saw the wagon tracks yesterday. Figured you'd arrived." "Yes, I arrived yesterday evening." She resisted the urge to fidget, to explain herself. She owed him nothing. He nodded slowly, his gaze still sharp, analytical. "Come to claim the place?" "It belongs to me now," she replied, her tone firmer than she felt. "My husband left it to me." "Not much left to claim," Noah observed, his eyes drifting again towards the sagging porch and broken corral. There was no judgment in his voice, just a flat statement of fact. "Land's gone thirsty, house needs more than patching." "I'm aware of the challenges," Cora said coolly. "I intend to make it habitable." He gave a short, humorless puff of air that might have been a laugh in another man. "Takes more than intention out here, Mrs. Ashton. Takes water, wood, grit, and maybe a blind eye to what's best left buried." His last words hung in the air, heavy with implication. What's best left buried. He knew. He had to know more than just the local superstitions Thomas had dismissed. The brass button felt suddenly heavier in her hand. "My husband was a botanist, Mr. Noah, she said, deciding to steer the conversation towards the subject that pulsed like a dark heart at the center of this place. He was conducting research here. Important research, I believe. Noah's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. The skin around the scar whitened slightly. He was growing things, all right. Things that don't belong. His gaze flickered pointedly towards the fenced enclosure. Things you warned him about? Cora pressed, holding his gaze. She saw the confirmation in the sudden stillness that fell over him, in the way his pale eyes narrowed. Told him it was fool work, Noah said, his voice dropping lower, raspier. Told him that patch of ground. He hesitated, seeming to choose his words carefully. It ain't right. Some things ain't meant to be tampered with, especially not here. He called it the Bone Garden in his journal, Cora said quietly, watching his reaction. Cuss Buak. Noah's head jerked slightly, his eyes widening for a split second before the mask of indifference slammed back down. He shifted his weight in the saddle. Old names mean nothing to folks like your husband, or you. Perhaps they should, Cora countered, emboldened by his reaction. He mentioned you, said you understood things he didn't. A muscle worked along Noah's jawline. I understand this land, Mrs. Ashton. I understand tracks and water and the way things die out here. Your husband, he understood books and theories, didn't understand consequences. And what were the consequences, Noah? She asked, her voice barely a whisper, yet sharp with intent. His research, the plants, did they have something to do with his death? Noah looked away then, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon, the scar on his face stark against his weathered skin in the morning light. He didn't answer immediately. The silence stretched again, filled only by the cry of a hawk high overhead and the soft snort of his horse. Man falls in a canyon, breaks his neck, he said finally, his voice flat, reciting the official story. Happens. This land swallows people whole. He turned his gaze back to her, hard and direct. Best you accept it. Sell this place. Go back where you came from before it swallows you too. It was a clear dismissal, a warning wrapped in pragmatic advice. But Cora couldn't turn back now, not with the journal entries burned into her memory, not with the sight of those predatory blooms just yards away, not with this scarred, secretive man confirming her deepest fears. I can't leave, she said, surprising herself with the strength in her voice. Not yet. I need to understand what he was doing here. I'm a botanist myself. These plants. She gestured towards the enclosure, stepping slightly closer to the brittle fence despite the tremor of fear that ran through her. They are unlike anything I've ever known. Scientifically, they are fascinating. Noah's expression hardened further, a mixture of frustration and something that looked almost like pity entering his eyes. Fascinating ain't the same as safe, Mrs. Ashton. That garden, it's poison. Stay away from it. Don't touch the plants. Don't breathe too deep near 'em when they bloom at night. And for God's sake, don't try and water 'em. Don't water them? What did they feed on then? The bones, the hunger Thomas wrote about. Bile rose in her throat. Why? She forced herself to ask. What are they? They're unnatural, he bit out, his patience clearly wearing thin. Things dug up that should have stayed buried. Things fed on, well, you don't want to know. He gathered his reins, preparing to leave. I came to see if you needed supplies brought from town, seeing as Jedediah likely dumped you and ran. But seems you got other priorities. His gaze was sharp, disapproving. Heed my warning, Mrs. Ashton. That's the best help I can offer you. Let the dead rest. Let the desert reclaim that patch. It's the only safe way. He didn't wait for a reply. With a slight pressure of his heels, he turned the bay horse and rode away, not back the way he came, but skirting the edge of the property before heading west towards the hazy mountains that marked his own land. He didn't look back. Cora watched him go until he was just a diminishing figure against the vast landscape, feeling a confusing mix of anger, fear, and frustrated curiosity. He knew more, so much more, about the plants, about Thomas, perhaps even about the brass button she still clutched. His warning felt genuine. born of grim experience, yet his refusal to elaborate only deepened her resolve. Let the dead rest, but Thomas wasn't resting. His secrets were alive, growing in that disturbing garden, and she couldn't turn away. The sun climbed higher, beating down with growing intensity. The heat made the air shimmer above the dark soil of the enclosure. The cloying sweetness Noah had warned her about seemed fainter now, in the daylight, but the metallic undertang persisted, unsettlingly familiar. Driven by an impulse stronger than fear, she approached the fence again. Noah was gone. She was alone with the silence and the secrets. Her botanist's training took over, a familiar habit offering a fragile shield against the unknown. She needed to document, to understand. Retrieving a sketchbook and pencil from her trunk inside the dusty house, she returned to the edge of the garden. She wouldn't go inside the fence, not yet, but she could observe. She chose a spot near the corner where she'd found the button, settling on the warm, dry earth, her back against a sturdy, albeit thorny, mesquite bush growing just outside the perimeter. From here, she had a clear view of several different plant types within the enclosure. She began to sketch, her pencil strokes swift and precise, capturing the alien forms. The plum-colored leaves of one plant felt strangely thick, almost leathery, even from a distance. They glistened with a sticky-looking residue that trapped dust particles blowing on the wind. Were they digestive enzymes? Like a sundew, but on a scale she'd never imagined? Another plant nearby unfurled long, whip-like tendrils tipped with hooked barbs, swaying gently despite the lack of strong wind, as if testing the air. They seemed sentient, questing. Her focus settled on one of the crimson, bell-shaped flowers Noah had warned her about. It hung heavily on its stalk, petals slightly parted even in the daylight. Its color was intense, hypnotic, the gold veins pulsing with an inner light. The scent emanated more strongly from this one, overwhelmingly sweet, almost narcotic, masking the faint smell of decay clinging to the soil beneath. She leaned closer, trying to capture the intricate structure of the bloom's interior without getting too near the fence. As she sketched, she noticed the complete absence of insect life around the flower. Bees, flies, even the ubiquitous desert ants seemed to actively avoid the enclosure. It was another layer of wrongness. Flowers evolved intricate relationships with pollinators. What purpose did these blooms serve if they repelled the very creatures that might normally be drawn to their vibrant color and sweet scent? Unless they attracted a different kind of visitor. Or perhaps they didn't need pollination in the conventional sense. Perhaps they propagated in some other, more sinister way. Her pencil moved rapidly, detailing the shape of the petals, the arrangement of the stamens, or what looked like stamens, though they seemed unusually thick and tipped with something dark and pointed. Then she saw it. Deep within the bell of the flower, partially obscured by the fleshy petals, was a structure she hadn't noticed before. A small, ridged pouch, almost like a miniature stomach, nestled at the base, and clinging to the sticky inner surface of the petals were fragments, tiny iridescent fragments. Not pollen, shards of insect wings, the desiccated husk of a small beetle. These flowers weren't just blooms, they were traps, baited with scent and color, designed to lure small creatures to their deaths. Carnivorous plants existed, of course, pitcher plants, Venus flytraps, but nothing like this. Nothing this large, this vibrant, this aggressively adapted. Thomas hadn't just discovered these. He must have cultivated them, perhaps even hybridized or genetically manipulated them using techniques far beyond standard botanical practice. The chemical formulas in his notes took on a terrifying new significance. A wave of nausea swept over her. The beauty of the flower suddenly seemed obscene, a gaudy disguise for a deadly function. She imagined Thomas tending this garden, feeding it, watching these monstrous blooms trap and digest their prey. What had driven him to such extremes? What knowledge had he been chasing? Lost in her disturbing thoughts and meticulous sketching, she didn't immediately notice the change in the soil near the base of the plant she was drawing. A slight disturbance. A patch of the dark earth seemed damper than the surrounding area, almost freshly turned. Curious, she leaned forward slightly, her gaze sharpening. Partially buried, looking as if it had been hastily kicked over with dirt, was the corner of something small and rectangular, not a bone, something man-made. Her heart pounded. Forgetting Noah's warning, forgetting the potential danger, she reached carefully through a gap in the brittle fence, her fingers stretching towards the object. The sweet, heavy scent of the crimson flower washed over her, thick and cloying. She ignored it, her focus entirely on the buried item. Her fingertips brushed against cool leather. Gently, she worked it free from the loose soil. It was a small, pocket-sized notebook. Not one of Thomas's scientific journals, but something plainer, bound in dark, water-stained leather. It looked like a ledger or an account book. Why would it be buried here, inside the garden enclosure, near the base of a carnivorous plant? She pulled it back through the fence, her hands trembling slightly. Dusting off the clinging soil, she saw faint, gold-embossed letters on the cover, almost entirely worn away. T. Ashton. Accounts. Thomas's accounts book. Buried in the bone garden. Why? Her mind raced. Ledgers held financial records, transactions, debts, payments. What secrets could this book hold that someone, Thomas, or someone else after his death, felt compelled to bury it in this unhallowed ground? This wasn't just about bizarre botany anymore. This was about money, secrets, and very likely foul play. The official story of Thomas's accidental fall didn't just seem flimsy. It felt like a deliberate lie, hastily constructed to cover something far more complex and sinister. Clutching the small, dirt-stained ledger, Cora looked from the disturbing beauty of the forbidden bloom she had been sketching to the vast, indifferent landscape stretching out around her. Noah's warning echoed in her mind. Let the dead rest. Let the desert reclaim that patch. But it was too late. She had disturbed the soil, unearthed a secret. The whispers from the barren ground were becoming coherent words, and they spoke not just of dangerous plants, but of human secrets, buried truths, and a past that refused to stay dead. The garden held more than bones. It held answers, and she was now inextricably bound to digging them up, no matter the cost. Chapter 4. Noah's Shadow. Noah's Warning. The small, leather-bound ledger felt unnaturally heavy in Cora's hand, heavier than its physical weight. It felt dense with secrets, stained not just with the dark, unnatural soil of the garden, but with the implications of deceit and hidden dealings. She clutched it tightly, her knuckles white, glancing nervously back towards the western horizon where Noah had disappeared. His warning reverberated in the stillness. Stay away from it. Let the dead rest. It's the only safe way. Burying evidence in the heart of the danger he warned against seemed a desperate act, a confirmation that Thomas's secrets were indeed perilous. Pushing herself to her feet, she brushed the loose dirt from her skirt, the rough wool grating against her skin. The sun was climbing higher, its heat pressing down like a physical weight. The alien blooms in the enclosure seemed to soak it up, their lurid colors intensifying, their faint, sweet scent thickening the air. She couldn't shake the feeling that the garden itself was aware, watchful, guarding the secrets held within the ledger she now possessed. Retreating from the brittle fence felt like escaping a tangible presence. Back inside the relative cool of the ranch house, she placed the ledger carefully on the dusty table, beside Thomas's sketches and chaotic notes. It looked incongruous there. A mundane object of finance amidst the evidence of obsessive, perhaps dangerous, scientific pursuit. But she knew, instinctively, that it was intrinsically linked. The how and why of Thomas's bizarre botanical project might very well be detailed in the cold, hard numbers of this account book. Before she could bring herself to open it, however, the practical realities of her situation intruded. Thirst clawed at her throat, a raw dryness amplified by the dust and the lingering sweetness from the garden. She needed water, proper, clean water, not the stale mouthful left in her travel canteen. The rusted pump outside was her only hope short of attempting to find a spring or trek miles to Noah's property, an option she wasn't ready to consider. Armed with a vague memory of priming pumps on her grandfather's farm years ago, she took a tin pitcher from the kitchen, miraculously intact, though coated in grime, and headed back out into the glare. The pump stood like a lonely sentinel near the collapsed corral, its iron body radiating heat. The handle felt stiff, resistant when she tried to move it. Gritting her teeth, she poured the last dregs from her canteen down the pump's throat, hoping to create the necessary suction. Then she began to work the handle, putting her whole weight into it. Up and down, the rhythmic squeak and groan of protesting metal echoing in the vast silence. Sweat beaded on her forehead, tracing paths through the dust on her skin. Her arms began to ache, the muscles burning with unaccustomed effort. For long minutes, nothing happened but the dry gasping of the pump mechanism. Doubt began to creep in. Was the well dry? Had the mechanism rusted solid? The thought of being stranded here without accessible water sent a fresh wave of panic through her. This land wasn't just desolate, it was actively hostile to survival. Noah's words echoed again. Takes more than intention out here. He was right. Intention wouldn't fill a water pitcher. Just as she was about to give up, ready to sink onto the parched earth in despair, she heard it. A low gurgle from deep within the pipe. Hope surged, lending new strength to her arms. She pumped faster, harder, the squealing protest of the handle growing louder. And then, miraculously, a hesitant trickle of water sputtered from the spout. It was brown at first, thick with rust and sediment, but gradually it cleared, running cool and blessedly clear into the pitcher she held beneath. She drank deeply directly from the pitcher, the cool water soothing her parched throat, tasting slightly metallic but undeniably real. It was a small victory, but a vital one. It anchored her, reminded her that survival here, while difficult, might not be entirely impossible. She filled the pitcher, then drank again before carrying her prize back to the house, the weight of the water a tangible comfort. Inside, the house felt dimmer after the brilliance outside. She washed the worst of the grime from her face and hands in a basin, the cool water a shocking relief. Feeling marginally more human, she lit the lamp again, even though daylight still filled the room. The lamplight felt like a necessary ward against the shadows gathering in the corners of the house and in her own mind. Finally, she sat down at the table, pulled the stool closer, and reached for the buried ledger. Her fingers trembled slightly as she opened the cover. The pages were brittle, stained with moisture and soil in places, but the ink, where legible, was Thomas's familiar hand, precise, meticulous, at least in the earlier entries. The first few pages detailed typical ranch expenses, feed for horses that were apparently long gone, repairs to fencing she now knew hadn't held, supplies purchased in Tucson, flour, salt, coffee, lamp oil, mundane details that painted a picture of Thomas trying, at least initially, to establish a working ranch. But then, the entries began to change. Mixed in with notes about purchasing tools or paying Jedediah for hauling goods were lines that stood out. Acquisition of primary specimens, $200. $200, a staggering sum for mere plant samples, especially for Thomas, who had always been careful with money. Where had he gotten such specimens, and where had he gotten the money? His university funding had been modest, barely enough to cover travel and basic equipment. Further on, more cryptic entries appeared. Compound N7 delivery, $50. Glassware and distillation equipment, $85. Purchase of soil enhancers, discrete source, $150. These were not the expenses of a simple botanist studying desert flora. This was chemistry, experimentation on a significant scale, sourced discreetly. Soil enhancers. Was that the nutrient solution he'd mentioned in his journal? The bones scattered in the garden suggested a horrifying possibility of what those enhancers might contain. Cora traced the faint script with her finger, her blood running cold. Interspersed with these unusual expenses were payments listed simply as consultation fee, J, $25. This entry appeared several times over a period of months. J, who was J? Not Noah, surely. Thomas had seemed wary of Noah, dismissing his warnings. This Jay was someone Thomas was paying, someone involved in his work, another thread in the tangle. She turned the pages slowly, carefully, noting the dates. The unusual expenses intensified in the months leading up to his death. The amounts grew larger. The handwriting, like in the personal journal, became less precise, more hurried. Emergency containment materials, $70. Increased nutrient solution volume, urgent, $100. What emergency? Containment of what? The plants? Had they already begun to escape the enclosure even then? The ledger painted a picture not of scientific discovery, but of escalating obsession, mounting costs, and barely contained chaos. Thomas hadn't just been researching, he'd been pouring money he likely didn't have, into a project that sounded increasingly dangerous and unstable. Had he taken loans? Gotten involved with unscrupulous people to fund his work? The discreet source for supplies suggested secrecy, perhaps illegality. A gust of wind rattled the loose shutter outside, making her jump. She glanced nervously towards the window, half expecting to see Noah's scarred face peering in. He wasn't there, of course. Only the vast, empty landscape baking under the afternoon sun. But his presence lingered, an invisible weight, a shadow cast over her understanding of this place. His warning wasn't just about the plants themselves, she realized. It was about the entire situation Thomas had created. The secrets, the debts, the dangerous knowledge. Noah hadn't just seen the strange plants. He'd likely seen the desperation growing in Thomas, the consequences closing in. She forced her attention back to the ledger. Near the back, several pages were stuck together, fused by moisture and time. Gently, painstakingly, she worked them apart with the tip of a small knife from her botany kit. The paper flaked, threatening to crumble, but she managed to separate them. Tucked between the last two pages was a single folded sheet of paper, not part of the ledger itself. It was dry, brittle, covered in Thomas's later, more frantic script. It wasn't an account entry. It looked like a draft of a letter, heavily crossed out and rewritten in places. "My dearest Cora," it began, the salutation making her heart ache with a fresh wave of grief. "Forgive me. Forgive the silence, the distance. I wanted to tell you. I thought I could control it, harness it, the potential, beyond anything we imagined, a revolution in biology and resilience, life where none should exist. But the cost, Cora, the cost is higher than I calculated. It demands, it takes." Here a line was violently scratched out. "It has taken root too deeply now, not just in the soil, but in everything. Jay demands payment I cannot make. Says the initial investment requires return, with interest far exceeding coin. He speaks of ownership, not just of the results, but of the source." Another section heavily obscured. "Noah suspects. He watches, knows the old ways, the price this land exacts for unnatural bargains. He is right to fear it. I fear it now, too. I tried to stop, to reverse the process, but the growth, it is aggressive, relentless. If anything happens, if I cannot contain this..." The ledger details the transactions with Jay. "Burn it. Burn the garden. Do not let them. Harvest what I have sown. It is not worth the price. Go home, Cora. Forget Promise Creek. Forget me." The letter wasn't signed. It wasn't sent. It lay hidden in the ledger, buried in the garden, a final, desperate confession and warning. Cora stared at the page, the words blurring through a sudden film of tears. Grief, anger, fear, and a profound sense of betrayal washed over her. Thomas hadn't just been obsessed. He'd been trapped by his own creation, trapped by this mysterious Jay who demanded payment, who spoke of ownership. Ownership of the plants, or something more? And Thomas knew Noah was right. He had come to fear his own work, recognize the unnatural bargain he had struck. Burn it. Burn the garden. His final instruction, a plea for destruction, for obliteration. And the cause of death, the fall, now seemed utterly implausible. Had Jay come to collect his due? Had Thomas tried to destroy his work and been stopped? Or had the garden itself, in its aggressive, relentless growth, been the instrument of his demise? The letter offered no clear answer, only deepening shadows. Who was Jay? What was the source Jay claimed ownership of? What terrible interest did he demand? And Noah, he hadn't just warned Thomas. Thomas had acknowledged the validity of those warnings, acknowledging Noah's understanding of the land's ancient, unforgiving justice. Noah knew more than he let on, not just about the plants, but about the human entanglements surrounding them. His warning to Korah wasn't just neighborly advice. It was weighted with the knowledge of Thomas's fear, Thomas's desperate, unsent letter. He was trying to protect her, perhaps in his own guarded way, from stepping into the same trap that had consumed her husband. She carefully refolded the brittle letter and tucked it back within the ledger. Her hands were steady now, the initial shock replaced by a cold, hard certainty. She couldn't burn the ledger, not yet. It was evidence. It was the key, however fragmented, to understanding the forces that had converged on this desolate ranch. And she couldn't burn the garden, not until she understood its nature, its origin, the full extent of its danger. To do so blindly felt like yielding to the fear, like letting Thomas's secrets, and perhaps his killer, remain buried. As dusk began to bleed into the sky, painting the windows with strokes of violet and blood orange, Korah stood up from the table. She walked to the front door and looked out across the darkening land. The garden enclosure was a patch of deeper shadow, silent, waiting. The wind whispered through the skeletal branches of its fence, carrying the faint, sweet scent of the night-blooming flowers Noah had warned her against. In the distance, towards the western ridge that marked the border of Noah's property, she thought she saw it, a flicker of movement, too deliberate for a deer, too solid for a trick of the fading light. A horse and rider silhouetted against the dying sky for just a moment before melting back into the landscape. Was it him? Noah? Watching? His shadow felt long indeed, stretching across the miles, a constant, unsettling presence. His warning resonated not as a threat, but as a grim prophecy she was now determined to defy, even as the full weight of its truth began to press down upon her. The ledger had cracked open the door to Thomas's secrets, revealing a darkness far deeper than she had imagined, and the path forward led directly towards the forbidden blooms and the man who knew their price. Chapter 5. Seeds of Doubt. Roots of Fear. Night pressed against the thin walls of the ranch house, a vast velvet cloak studded with indifferent stars. Inside, the meager lamplight fought a losing battle against the shadows that pooled in the corners and stretched long fingers across the dusty floor. Korah sat hunched on the stool, the chill of the desert night seeping into her bones, a chill far deeper than the dropping temperature could account for. The ledger lay closed on the table, but its contents, particularly Thomas's unsent, desperate letter, replayed relentlessly in her mind. "Forgive me. The cost is higher than I calculated. Demands payment. Burn it. Burn the garden. Forget me." Each phrase was a seed of doubt planted in the already fractured soil of her grief. Doubt about the man she thought she knew. Doubt about the nature of his death. Doubt about her own safety in this isolated, secret-shrouded place. Thomas hadn't just been ambitious. He'd been reckless, entangled, afraid. He hadn't simply died. He'd been consumed, whether by the monstrous flora he nurtured, the dangerous creditor he couldn't pay, or some fatal combination of the two. And Noah hadn't just offered neighborly advice. He carried the weight of Thomas's acknowledged fears, his warnings imbued with the grim authority of someone who had seen the abyss opening and understood the price this land exacted. Sleep was a distant country she couldn't seem to reach. Every creak of the old house settling sounded like a footstep. The wind moaning around the eaves whispered unintelligible threats. The distant howl of a coyote felt like a lament for the lost and the soon-to-be lost. She kept glancing towards the window, half expecting to see eyes watching her from the darkness, whether human or something else entirely. The image of Noah's scarred face, etched with hardship and guarded knowledge, surfaced again and again. Was his watchfulness protective or proprietary? Did he guard the land's secrets or his own? Restless, she rose and paced the small confines of the main room, her footsteps stirring up dust motes that danced like tiny ghosts in the lamplight. She ran her fingers along the spines of the books on Thomas's shelf, familiar scientific texts standing shoulder to shoulder with esoteric volumes on alchemy and obscure botanical folklore she hadn't known he possessed. Had his research always straddled the line between science and something older, stranger? Or had desperation pushed him across that threshold? She picked up the ledger again, opening it under the lamp's glow. She scanned the entries, searching for any clue about Jay. The initial appeared consistently, linked to payments for consultation and then, more ominously, tied to the discrete source for soil enhancers and the emergency containment materials. Who was this person Thomas paid, consulted, and ultimately seemed to fear? The ledger offered no surname, no location, only that damning initial and the escalating financial figures that spoke of a tightening noose. There were also several large, unexplained cash withdrawals listed simply as personal expenses in the months before his death. Where had that money gone? Had he been trying to pay Jay off? Or perhaps fund an escape that never materialized? Frustrated, she closed the book. The answers weren't laid out plainly. They were buried, like the ledger itself, beneath layers of obfuscation and fear. She needed more context, more pieces to the puzzle. With the first pale hint of dawn painting the eastern sky, Cora forced herself into action. Survival demanded routine, even a semblance of it. She rekindled the fire in the stove, the small ritual bringing a fragile sense of order. Then came the trek to the pump. Pitcher in hand, the handle groaned its familiar protest, but the water flowed more readily this morning, cool and vital. As she carried the heavy pitcher back, scanning the vast, silent landscape, she felt the oppressive weight of her isolation anew. There was no one to turn to, no one to trust implicitly. Noah's shadow lingered, a constant reminder of the dangers he perceived, but his taciturn warnings offered little comfort and no alliance. She was utterly reliant on her own wits, her own resilience. After a meager breakfast of dry biscuits and water, the botanist within her, restless and insistent despite the fear, began to stir. She couldn't ignore the garden. It pulsed at the edge of her awareness, a scientific anomaly wrapped in a shroud of dread. Thomas's plea to burn it warred with her innate curiosity and the growing conviction that understanding the plants was key to understanding his fate. Noah's warning, "Don't touch the plants, don't breathe too deep near 'em when they bloom at night," echoed ominously, but surely observation from a distance, careful documentation, posed little risk. Taking her sketchbook and a small trowel from her botany kit, she approached the enclosure once more. The morning sun cast the strange plants in sharp relief, their unnatural colors almost blinding against the muted tones of the desert. The crimson blooms were tightly shut, their nocturnal hunger seemingly sated, yet the air around the fence still held that faint, sickly sweet undertone, mixed with the scent of decay and something metallic. Keeping several feet back from the brittle fence, she began to sketch again, focusing on the overall structure, the way the different species grew in tight, almost competitive clusters, their tendrils and thorns overlapping. She noticed subtle changes since yesterday. One of the plum-leaved plants seemed larger, its glistening surface stickier, trapping more wind-blown debris. A new crimson bud was swelling on the stalk of the plant she'd sketched before, promising another deadly bloom. The growth was unnervingly rapid, unnatural. Thomas's words, aggressive, relentless, resonated with chilling accuracy. Remembering his notes on soil composition, she used her trowel to carefully scrape a small sample of the earth from outside the fence, near where she'd found the button yesterday. The soil here was pale, sandy, mixed with gravel, typical Arizona dirt. Then, cautiously, she reached the trowel under the bottom edge of the fence, careful not to touch the branches themselves, and scooped up a small amount of the dark soil from within the enclosure. Retreating quickly, she examined the two samples side by side on a clean page of her sketchbook. The difference was stark. The The garden soil was almost black, incredibly rich, moist despite the arid surroundings, and clumpy, as if bound together by unseen fungal networks. It felt alive in a way the pale desert soil did not, and mixed within it, visible even in the small sample, were minuscule fragments of bone, almost ground down to powder, and faint reddish-brown stains that made her stomach churn. Nutrient solution. Soil enhancers. The hunger, it demands more. Thomas hadn't just been watering these plants. He'd been feeding them something grotesque, something that accounted for the bones, the metallic tang, the unnatural vitality. The roots of her fear burrowed deeper, twisting around the horrifying realization of what might have constituted that sustainable source Thomas had sought. Shuddering, she carefully wrapped the soil samples in separate pieces of cloth, tucking them into her apron pocket. Analyzing them properly was beyond her means here, but the visual evidence was damning enough. Whatever Thomas had cultivated, it thrived on death, driven by a need to find more tangible clues, something connected to the human element of this tragedy, to Jay, to the money. She spent the afternoon searching the ranch house. She went through Thomas's desk drawer by drawer, finding more geological samples, dried plant pressings of ordinary desert flora, relics of his earlier, seemingly saner research, invoices for basic supplies, and frustratingly little else. No letters mentioning Jay, no hidden compartments, no large stashes of cash. His few remaining clothes in the wardrobe yielded nothing but dust and the faint scent of pipe tobacco. She examined the bookshelf more closely, running her hand along the tops of the volumes, checking for hidden papers. Tucked inside a thick treatise on Sonoran desert cacti, she found a folded piece of paper. Not a letter this time, but a roughly drawn map. It depicted the ranch property, the house marked with an X, the garden enclosure clearly delineated. But there was another X marked several miles to the northeast, deep in the rugged foothills leading towards the mountains, labeled simply Source, the Source. The word leaped out at her, echoing the phrase in Thomas's unsent letter. Jay speaks of ownership, not just of the results, but of the source. Was this where the original seeds came from? The place Thomas procured the primary specimens listed in the ledger at such exorbitant cost? Or was it the source of the nutrient solution, the soil enhancers? The location looked remote, difficult to access, marked near a symbol that seemed to indicate a cave or mine entrance. Another layer of mystery, another potential danger. Visiting such a place alone seemed foolhardy, yet the map felt like a direct invitation, a clue left behind, intentionally or not, by Thomas himself. As she stood contemplating the crude map, a movement outside the window caught her eye. It was subtle, distant, the flick of a horse's tail, the shift of a rider's weight, near the same western ridge where she'd seen Noah yesterday, and again last evening. He was there again. Or someone was. A silent sentinel, watching the dilapidated ranch, watching her. The feeling of being observed intensified, prickling the back of her neck. Was he ensuring she heeded his warning, or was he waiting for her to make a mistake, to uncover something he didn't want found? His presence was a constant pressure, a reminder that she was not truly alone, but perhaps dangerously exposed. The seeds of doubt sown by the ledger and the letter were sprouting, sending down tenacious roots of fear. Fear of the unnatural garden and its relentless hunger. Fear of the mysterious, demanding Jay. Fear of the vast, indifferent landscape and her own vulnerability within it. And fear of Noah, the scarred man whose warnings felt increasingly like veiled threats, whose watchful presence blurred the line between guardian and jailer. She folded the map carefully, tucking it into the pocket alongside the soil samples and the tarnished brass button. Each clue felt like a stone added to the weight in her gut, pulling her down deeper into Thomas's dangerous legacy. The initial shock was hardening into a grim resolve. She couldn't leave. She couldn't burn the evidence. She had to follow the path Thomas had laid, even if it led towards the ominous X marked on a map, even if it meant confronting the shadows, both botanical and human, that haunted Promise Creek Ranch. The sun was beginning its descent, casting long shadows that seemed to reach from the garden towards the house, and Cora knew with chilling certainty that the roots of fear gripping her heart were intertwined with secrets that were far from dead and buried. They were growing right alongside the forbidden blooms, waiting for their season. Chapter 6. Under a Crimson Arizona Sky. The sun bled across the western horizon, painting the vast, indifferent sky in strokes of violent crimson, deep bruised purple, and molten gold. It was a sunset of savage beauty, the kind that silenced thought and demanded witness. Cora stood on the sagging porch of the ranch house, arms wrapped around herself against the evening chill that crept in as swiftly as the shadows lengthened. The sheer, brutal magnificence of the sky felt like a reflection of the turmoil within her, the raw wound of grief interwoven with the terrifying beauty of Thomas's monstrous creations and the dark allure of the secrets surrounding them. Below the celestial drama, the land lay stark and quiet, the garden enclosure already a patch of impenetrable darkness, exhaling its faint, cloying perfume into the cooling air. Noah's presence, or the ghost of it, lingered. Had he truly been watching from the ridge, or was her fear projecting his scarred face onto the landscape, seeing judgment and warning in every distant shadow? Either way, the feeling of being observed, of being scrutinized in her isolation, was a constant, unnerving pressure. He was a part of this place now, tangled in its history as surely as the strange roots were tangled in the dark soil of the garden. His warnings, born of knowledge she desperately needed, felt less like guidance and more like boundary lines she was already trespassing. Turning back into the house felt like retreating into a dusty cage, but the vast emptiness outside, under that bleeding sky, offered no real comfort. The lamplight cast a small, wavering pool of yellow, pushing back the encroaching gloom, but doing little to dispel the chill that seemed to emanate from the very walls, saturated with loneliness and unspoken dread. She stoked the fire in the stove, adding precious pieces of mesquite, the crackle and pop a small, defiant sound against the immense silence. The ledger and the map lay on the table, twin catalysts for her churning thoughts. Thomas's frantic, unsent letter was a raw wound reopened. Jay demands payment, ownership being of the source. Who was Jay? Jedediah, the taciturn driver? It seemed unlikely. Jedediah struck her as a man concerned with horseflesh and wagon wheels, not clandestine botanical experiments and shadowy investments. Jay felt like someone smoother, more dangerous. Someone from the world of finance, or perhaps the shadier side of scientific enterprise Thomas might have encountered back east or in Tucson. Someone who dealt in secrets and collected debts with lethal interest. And the source. The crude map marked it miles away, in rugged terrain, near a cave or mine symbol. Was that where Thomas first found the seeds, the primary specimens that cost him so dearly? Or was it, perhaps, the origin of the nutrient solution, the grotesque soil enhancers that fueled the garden's unnatural growth? The map was both a temptation and a terrifying prospect. To venture out there alone, into unknown territory potentially claimed or guarded by this Jay, seemed suicidal. Yet how else could she understand the beginning of Thomas's fatal obsession? Sleep offered little respite again that night. Her dreams were fragmented mosaics of bleeding sunsets, grasping tendrils, fanged flowers whispering her name, and Noah's pale, judging eyes watching from the shadows. She woke before dawn, shivering, the fire long dead, the silence profound. Determined to impose some semblance of order on the chaos, both external and internal, Cora dedicated the morning to the house itself. If she was to stay here, to survive long enough to uncover the truth, she needed more than just water. She needed a functional shelter, a place that felt marginally less like a tomb. She started with the relentless dust, sweeping the gritty layers from the floorboards with a worn broom she found in a corner. The simple physical labor was grounding. Each stroke cleared away the immediate grime, even if it couldn't touch the deeper stain of the past. She tackled the grimy window panes, scrubbing with precious water and a rag until faint squares of clearer light could penetrate the interior. She secured the loose shutter that banged incessantly in the wind, using a piece of salvaged wire. She even attempted to straighten the sagging porch roof, wedging a sturdy piece of timber she found near the woodpile under the lowest point. It was a temporary fix, precarious at best, but the small act of shoring up the decay felt like a necessary defiance. While cleaning the small kitchen alcove, sorting through the few remaining tins and utensils left behind, her hand brushed against something tucked away on the highest shelf, hidden behind a rusty can of what might have once been peaches. It was another small notebook, thinner than the ledger, bound in simple cardboard. Not accounts this time. The first page read, Botanical Field Notes, T. Ashton, Year 1. Her breath caught. These were earlier notes from when Thomas first arrived, before the obsession fully took hold. She sat down on the dusty floor, leaning against the rough-hewn cabinets, and began to read. The entries were filled with the Thomas she remembered. Curious, observant, excited by the genuine flora of the Sonoran Desert, detailed sketches of Ocotillo, descriptions of saguaro blooms, observations on drought adaptation. It was the work of a dedicated scientist finding wonder in the natural world. Then, about halfway through, the tone began to shift subtly. A mention of exploring old mine workings in the foothills, a reference to encountering unusual geological strata and unexpectedly resilient fungal growth deep within an abandoned shaft. Found peculiar seed pods near the deep fissure, one entry read, structure unlike any recorded species, highly resilient, appear dormant but potent somehow. Must investigate further. There it was. The beginning. Not a deliberate purchase from a shadowy dealer, but a discovery made near a mine or cave, just as the map indicated. The source. He had found the seeds himself, deep in the earth, perhaps in a place saturated with strange minerals or geothermal activity, conditions that fostered such alien growth. But the journal entry following that discovery was telling. Met N today, local rancher. Knows the area like the back of his hand, warned me away from the old Badger Hole mine. Superstitious talk of unstable ground, bad air, and things best left undisturbed. Says the Apache avoided it for generations. Interesting folklore, but the scientific potential is too great to ignore. N. Noah. He knew about the mine, the source. He knew its reputation. The local legends, the warnings passed down through generations who understood the dangers of that specific place. Thomas, in his scientific arrogance, had dismissed it as folklore, blinded by the lure of discovery. The J figure must have come later, perhaps when Thomas sought funding or expertise to cultivate his find, unwittingly entering into a bargain that quickly spiraled out of control. This earlier journal painted a clearer, more tragic picture. Thomas hadn't set out to create monsters. He had stumbled upon something potent and dangerous, and his ambition had overridden his caution, leading him down a path where others, like Jay, could exploit his discovery and his desperation. And Noah had been there from the beginning, a Cassandra figure whose warnings were ignored until it was too late. Cora closed the field notebook, a profound sadness settling over her. This felt more like the man she had loved. Brilliant, driven, perhaps fatally flawed by his own intellectual pride. Understanding the origin didn't lessen the horror of the garden outside, but it shifted the focus of her anger, directing it more squarely at the faceless Jay, who had apparently profited from Thomas's downfall. Armed with this new fragment of understanding, she spent the afternoon studying the map again, trying to correlate its crude landmarks with the terrain visible from the ranch. The foothills to the northeast were a rugged jumble of rock and sparse vegetation. Identifying the specific location of the Badger Hole mine, the source, would require venturing out there, navigating by the map and her own instincts. The prospect was daunting. The terrain looked treacherous, and the knowledge that Noah considered the place taboo, avoided even by the Apache, added a layer of primal fear. What waited there? Unstable ground? Poisonous gases? or something connected to the very nature of the seeds themselves, something ancient and malevolent? As the afternoon waned, bringing another spectacular blood-red sunset, Cora made a decision. She couldn't stay huddled in the dusty ranch house, poring over cryptic notes and fearing shadows. She couldn't rely on Noah appearing with answers he was clearly reluctant to give. If she wanted the truth, she had to seek it out. She had to go to the source. She would prepare carefully. Gather supplies, water, the last of her biscuits, matches, the lamp, her trowel and collection jars, and tucked securely inside her bodice, the small, pearl-handled derringer her father had insisted she take for protection when she announced her move west. It felt pitifully inadequate against the potential dangers, but it was better than nothing. She would study the map again, memorize the route as best she could. She would leave at first light tomorrow. That night, the wind seemed to carry more than just dust. It carried whispers that curled around the house like seeking tendrils. Unable to sleep, Cora found herself drawn to the window overlooking the garden. The moon was rising, nearly full, casting an ethereal, silvery light over the landscape. And in that light, the garden was transformed. The crimson blooms, tightly shut during the day, were now open, wide and gaping, their petals seeming to shimmer with phosphorescence. They faced the moon like supplicants, their sweet, heavy fragrance drifting strongly on the night air, far more potent than in the daylight. Noah's warning echoed. Don't breathe too deep near 'em when they bloom at night. Even from the window, the scent was cloying, almost dizzying. And they weren't still. The long, hooked tendrils of the other plants swayed rhythmically, slowly, deliberately. Though the wind had momentarily died down, they seemed to be reaching, exploring the air around them. The entire enclosure pulsed with a low, silent energy, a predatory awareness magnified by the moonlight. It wasn't just a collection of plants, it was an ecosystem of hunger, awake and alert. A faint sound reached her ears, a rustling, a soft scraping, coming from within the garden. Her blood ran cold. Was it just the wind stirring the leaves, or something else? A small animal drawn by the scent, perhaps? She strained her eyes, peering into the moon-drenched shadows beneath the grotesque blooms. Then she saw it, a flicker of movement near the base of the largest crimson flower. Not an animal. Something skeletal thin, scrabbling weakly at the dark soil before being swiftly enveloped by a fleshy, plum-colored leaf that folded over it like a trap shutting. It happened in an instant, silent and chillingly efficient. Had she imagined it? A trick of the moonlight and her overstressed nerves? Or had she just witnessed the garden feeding? She backed away from the window, her heart hammering against her ribs. Noah was right. The night was when the garden truly came alive, when its hunger was most apparent. Thomas's creation was more monstrous than she could have conceived. The need to understand its origin, to find the source, became suddenly less about scientific curiosity or even justice for Thomas, and more about survival. Something this unnatural, this voracious, couldn't be allowed to simply be. Thomas's plea to burn it felt less like a desperate wish and more like a vital imperative. But she couldn't destroy it without understanding it, without knowing if destroying it here would even matter if the source remained untouched. Tomorrow she would ride towards the foothills, towards the Badger Hole mine, towards the source. Under the next crimson Arizona sky, she would either find answers or meet the same fate as her husband, swallowed by the secrets this unforgiving land held so tightly. The fear was a cold knot inside her, but the decision was made. There was no turning back now. Chapter 7, Scars Deeper Than Skin. Dawn broke clear and sharp. The sky, a pale, promising blue, washed clean of the previous night's bloody hues. The air held a distinct chill, carrying the scent of dust and dry creosote bush. Cora moved with deliberate purpose, the fear from the moonlit garden and the weight of Thomas's unsent letter coalescing into a brittle resolve. Waiting, hiding, fearing. None of it would change the reality she faced or bring the answers she needed. Action, however perilous, felt like the only antidote to the paralysis that threatened to take root alongside Thomas's monstrous blooms. Her first challenge was transport. Thomas's notes mentioned horses, but the collapsed corral suggested they were long gone, sold off likely to fund his escalating expenses, or perhaps simply wandered off after his death. A thorough search of the dilapidated barn, however, yielded a small miracle, or perhaps just another testament to neglect. Tucked away in a dusty stall, munching disconsolately on withered remnants of hay, stood a lone horse. It was an older gelding, swayed back and prominent-ribbed, its dun coat faded and coarse, bearing the marks of age and hardship. But its eyes, when it turned its head towards her intrusion, were surprisingly clear, holding a spark of weary intelligence. Hope flickered. It wasn't much, but it was 4 legs and potentially faster than her own. Finding tack took longer. Rummaging through piles of discarded equipment, fighting spiders and decay, she eventually unearthed a worn, cracked leather saddle and a bridle with stiffened reins. They smelled of mildew and disuse, but seemed fundamentally sound after she wiped away the worst of the grime. Talking softly to the old horse, whose name she didn't know but mentally christened Methuselah, for his apparent antiquity, she spent precious time grooming him as best she could with a rough brush, checking his hooves, offering him water from the pitcher. He accepted her attentions with a quiet patience, as if resigned to whatever new indignity this human planned. Saddling him was another struggle, cinching the stiff leather tight enough without causing the old fellow undue discomfort. He stood stoically through it all. Packing was simpler. She filled 2 canvas saddlebags with essentials, the full pitcher of water carefully stoppered, the last of the dry biscuits, her box of matches wrapped in oilcloth, the lamp refilled with kerosene, her sketchbook, the trowel and collection jars, the ledger and Thomas's journals tucked securely at the bottom. The folded map went into her apron pocket. Finally, the small pearl-handled Derringer. She checked its load. 2 shots, small caliber, more likely to anger than stop a determined man, but holding its cold weight in her hand provided a sliver of comfort. She tucked it deep into the other apron pocket, hidden beneath a fold of cloth. Leading Methuselah out into the morning light felt like crossing a threshold. The ranch house, with its sagging porch and dusty secrets, seemed to shrink behind her as she swung herself somewhat awkwardly into the saddle. The old horse shifted, testing her weight, then settled. Taking a deep breath, Cora nudged him forward with her heels, turning his head towards the rugged line of foothills shimmering in the distance to the northeast, guided by the memory of Thomas's crude map. The initial miles were slow, crossing the flat, sun-baked expanse surrounding the ranch. The ground was hard-packed earth and gravel, interspersed with tenacious clumps of dry grass and thorny shrubs. Methuselah moved with a steady, ground-eating walk that, while not fast, felt blessedly rhythmic after the jolting buckboard ride. The sun climbed steadily, the cool morning air already surrendering to the building heat. Dust rose in a fine haze around the horse's hooves, coating Cora's skirt and hands, settling in her throat despite the kerchief she'd tied over her nose and mouth. The silence was immense, broken only by the plodding hoofbeats, the creak of the old leather saddle, and the occasional cry of a hawk circling high above. It pressed in on her, amplifying her solitude. Out here, away from the immediate brooding presence of the garden and the house, the scale of the landscape felt even more overwhelming. Jagged peaks loomed on the horizon, indifferent witnesses to the small dramas unfolding beneath them. The sheer emptiness was both liberating and terrifying. There was nowhere to hide, no one to call for help. Every shadow, every distant rock formation seemed to hold the potential for threat. She scanned the terrain constantly, her eyes searching for landmarks that corresponded with Thomas's map. A distinctive rocky outcrop, a dried stream bed, a solitary lightning-scarred juniper tree. Navigation by such crude means was challenging, demanding constant attention, forcing her to push down the rising tide of anxiety. She focused on the details, the way lizards skittered across hot rocks, the intricate patterns of thorns on a prickly pear, the buzz of unseen insects sheltering from the sun. The botanist in her found moments of detached interest, cataloging the hardy survivors of this harsh environment, so different from the grotesque vitality of the garden. As the morning wore on, the terrain began to change. The flat plains gave way to rolling hills, then steeper slopes littered with loose rock and scree. The ground became uneven, treacherous. Methuselah, despite his age, navigated the slopes with a sure-footedness born of long experience in this land, picking his way carefully around obstacles. Cora leaned forward in the saddle, trusting his instincts, her own muscles beginning to ache from the unaccustomed riding and the constant tension. It was nearing midday, the sun beating down with merciless intensity when she saw him. He wasn't on the path ahead or behind her. He was simply there, high on a ridge to her left, perfectly still, mounted on his powerful bay horse, a silhouette against the blinding sky. Noah. Her heart leaped into her throat, pounding against her ribs. He wasn't close, perhaps a quarter mile away, but his stillness, his focused attention directed towards her, felt as tangible as a touch. He made no move to approach, no gesture of greeting or warning. He just watched. The silent sentinel. Was it coincidence? Had his path simply crossed hers? Or had he been tracking her since she left the ranch? The latter seemed chillingly plausible. He knew this land, its tracks, its shortcuts. Following her would have been easy for him. The question was why. She forced herself to keep riding, maintaining Methuselah's steady pace, pretending she hadn't seen him. To acknowledge his presence felt like conceding defeat, like admitting she was unnerved by his silent surveillance, yet her skin prickled. Every nerve felt heightened. She was intensely aware of his gaze, imagining those pale, assessing eyes narrowed beneath his hat brim, the scar stark against his sun-darkened skin. That scar. It drew her thoughts even as she tried to ignore the man himself. How had he gotten it? A battle wound, perhaps? Thomas's journal hadn't mentioned Noah being a soldier, but many men out west carried scars from the war between the states or conflicts on the frontier. Or maybe it was something more personal, more brutal, a bar fight, an argument over land or water or a woman. Or perhaps it was connected to this place, to the secrets it held. Had he tangled with Jay? Had he gotten too close to Thomas's dangerous work and paid a price written on his face? The physical scar was a visible mark, a roadmap of past trauma. But Cora suspected, looking at the rigid set of his shoulders, the guarded stillness of his expression even from afar, that it was merely the outward sign of deeper wounds. Scars deeper than skin. What had he seen? What burdens did he carry in silence? Witnessing Thomas's descent into obsession, perhaps his death, trying to warn him and being ignored. That would leave its own kind of scar on a man's conscience. Was his watchfulness over her born of guilt? A sense of responsibility for the woman Thomas had left behind in the wreckage of his ambition? Or was it something darker? Suspicion, perhaps, or a desire to control the narrative, to ensure certain secrets remained buried. She risked a glance towards the ridge again. He was gone, vanished as silently and suddenly as he had appeared. Had she imagined him after all? No. The prickling certainty of his presence lingered. He was still out there, somewhere, his shadow falling across her path even when unseen. The encounter, brief and silent as it was, left her deeply unsettled. His presence confirmed her fears. She was not unnoticed. Her quest into the foothills was not solely her own affair. It also complicated her feelings about him. The fear remained, mingled with frustration at his cryptic warnings and refusal to share what he knew. But seeing him there, solitary and scarred against the vast landscape, also stirred a flicker of something else, a grudging respect for his resilience, perhaps, a shared understanding of isolation, and a disturbing curiosity about the man behind the scars, the man Thomas had simultaneously dismissed and acknowledged as understanding the true nature of this land. Pressing onward, Cora urged Methuselah down into a shallow canyon marked on her map, the air growing slightly cooler between the rock walls. The path narrowed, choked with thorny brush that scraped at her skirt and the horse's legs. According to the map, the old Badger Hole mine should be somewhere near the head of this canyon. The sense of approaching her destination intensified her apprehension. What would she find? An empty shaft? Dangerous ruins? Or something actively guarding the source? She stopped Methuselah near a trickle of seepage staining the canyon wall, allowing him to drink from her cupped hands before taking a much-needed sip herself. The water was lukewarm, tasting of tin, but vital. As she rested for a moment in the sliver of shade offered by an overhang, she examined the canyon walls more closely. The rock strata were indeed unusual, striated with veins of quartz and darker, metallic-looking ores she couldn't identify. A faint mineral tang hung in the air, different from the soil near the ranch. Sharper, cleaner. It was then she saw the tracks. Not Noah's horse. The prints were too large, the pattern different. These were shod hoof prints, relatively fresh, leading deeper into the canyon. More than one horse, and alongside them, boot prints. Someone else had been here recently, or perhaps was still here. Her hand instinctively went to the derringer in her pocket, its small shape a fragile reassurance. Was it Jay or his men, checking on the source? Had they discovered Thomas's map too? Or was this evidence of who had really been responsible for Thomas's fall? The silence of the canyon suddenly felt menacing, charged with unseen watchers. Remounting Methuselah, Cora proceeded with extreme caution, her eyes scanning the rocks above, her ears straining for any sound beyond the horse's footsteps and her own ragged breathing. The canyon twisted, turned, and then opened slightly into a wider basin. And there it was, half hidden by a thicket of thorny mesquite and leaning timbers that might once have been supports, was the dark maw of a mine entrance. The Badger Hole. It looked less like a mine and more like a wound in the earth, exhaling a cool, damp air that smelled of minerals and decay. Discarded ore buckets, rusted and overturned, lay nearby. Piles of tailings, loose rock extracted long ago, formed gray, unnatural hills against the canyon walls. The place felt profoundly abandoned, yet the fresh tracks leading directly towards the entrance suggested otherwise. Cora hesitated at the edge of the basin, hidden partly by the last bend in the canyon. Should she approach? Announce her presence? Or retreat and hope she hadn't been seen? Thomas's letter, Noah's warnings, the fresh tracks. Everything screamed danger. But the source, the origin of the nightmare growing in her garden, was right there, just yards away. Before she could decide, a voice echoed from within the mine entrance, sharp and commanding, startlingly loud in the confined space. "Anything?" Another voice answered, deeper, rougher, from further within the darkness. "Nothing. Looks like Ashton cleared out most of the accessible vein before he tripped." A coarse laugh followed, devoid of humor. "Place is picked clean near the surface. Anything good's deeper in and likely buried under rockfall." "Damn him!" the first voice snapped. "And Jay wants us to what? Dig it out by hand? He knows the risk." "Jay wants what Jay wants," the second voice grumbled. "He figures the source is worth more than the ore ever was. Says Ashton hid the prime seed stock down here somewhere before the end. That's what we're looking for, not rocks." Seed stock. Hidden in the mine. Jay's men. They were here. Now. Panic seized Cora, cold and absolute. She backed Methuselah silently, carefully, step by agonizing step, praying the loose gravel wouldn't betray her. She had stumbled directly into the hornet's nest. These weren't just prospectors, they were Jay's men, searching for the very origin of the plants, confirming that Thomas had hidden something here, and their casual mention of his trip confirmed her darkest suspicions about his death. She had to get away, now. Turning Methuselah, she urged him back the way they came, her heart pounding so hard it felt like it might burst from her chest. She didn't dare risk speed on the treacherous canyon floor, but every slow step felt like an eternity. Behind her, the voices from the mine faded, but the knowledge of their presence, their purpose, and their connection to Jay and Thomas's demise pressed down on her like the weight of the entire mountain. The scars Noah carried suddenly seemed less mysterious, Perhaps he'd had his own run-in with Jay's associates. This wasn't just about dangerous plants anymore. It was about ruthless men guarding a secret they were willing to kill for, a secret whose roots ran deeper and darker than she could have ever imagined. The journey to the source had yielded answers, but they were far more terrifying than the question. Chapter 8. The Language of Thorns. Fear lent a frantic urgency to Cora's movements. Every scrape of Methuselah's hoof on loose rock, every rustle of brush against her skirt, sounded unnaturally loud, echoing in the narrow canyon like a gunshot that would surely alert the men back at the mine entrance. Her breath came in shallow gasps, tasting of dust and panic. The image of the dark mine entrance, exhaling secrets and menace, was burned into her mind, along with the chillingly casual conversation she'd overheard. Jay wants what Jay wants. Ashton hid the prime seed stock down here before he tripped. They knew Thomas hadn't fallen. They were likely involved, and they were searching for the very heart of the monstrous garden's origin. She pushed Methuselah as fast as she dared, navigating the twists and turns of the canyon path back towards the open slopes. The sun, beginning its westward descent, cast long, distorted shadows that writhed like snakes across the rock walls, playing tricks on her already frayed nerves. Every dark crevice seemed to hold a watching eye, every boulder a potential ambush point. Where was Noah now? Had he seen the other men? Was his silent watchfulness a warning she hadn't fully understood? Or was he simply observing the inevitable collision course she was on? Finally, the canyon walls receded, opening onto the broader, sun-drenched slope. The vastness felt marginally safer than the confined space behind her, offering more directions for escape, yet also making her feel terrifyingly exposed. She paused for a moment, straining her ears, listening for any sound of pursuit. Nothing but the wind sighing through the sparse vegetation and the thudding of her own heart. Had she gotten away cleanly? Or were Jay's men already fanning out, searching for the source of the noise they might have heard? The interloper who had stumbled upon their grim task. She couldn't risk heading directly back towards the ranch. That path might be watched, or too easily tracked. Consulting the crude map again, her fingers trembling slightly, she sought an alternative route. Thomas had sketched faint secondary trails, perhaps old game paths or prospector routes, winding through the foothills. One seemed to lead south, then curve back west towards Promise Creek, potentially offering a more circuitous, less obvious way home. It would add miles to the journey, likely forcing her to spend a night out in the open. But the thought of leading Jay's men back to the ranch, back to the ledger, and Thomas's notes was unthinkable. Choosing the southerly path, she urged the weary Methuselah forward. The terrain remained challenging, rocky and uneven, slowing their progress. The sun beat down, relentless, sucking the moisture from the air, from her skin, from her dwindling hope. Her initial surge of adrenaline faded, replaced by a bone-deep exhaustion and a gnawing anxiety. The water in the pitcher was nearly gone, the biscuits dry and tasteless in her mouth. As the afternoon wore on, the landscape grew increasingly alien and inhospitable. Strange rock formations, sculpted by wind and time into grotesque shapes, loomed over the trail. The vegetation grew sparser, thornier. Cacti predominated, skeletal ocotillo reaching like thorny fingers towards the sky, barrel cacti squat and menacing, and dense thickets of cola, their spines glittering wickedly in the sunlight, seeming to leap out at the slightest touch. It felt like nature itself was armed, hostile. It was while navigating a particularly dense patch of cola that disaster struck. Methuselah, tired and perhaps spooked by a snake rustling in the undergrowth, shied suddenly. Cora, caught off guard, lost her already precarious balance. She cried out as she tumbled from the saddle, landing hard on the rocky ground with a jolt that knocked the wind from her lungs. Pain shot up her arm as she instinctively tried to break her fall. For a moment, she lay there, stunned, gasping for breath, the world swimming in a haze of pain and dust. Methuselah, thankfully, had stopped just a few yards away, looking back at her with an air of weary indifference. Slowly, painfully, Cora pushed herself up, assessing the damage. Her left wrist throbbed violently, already beginning to swell. A sharp pain radiated from her ankle when she tried to put weight on it. Worst of all, her right forearm and hand, which had landed squarely in a clump of cola, were embedded with dozens, perhaps hundreds, of barbed spines. They clung tenaciously, each movement sending fresh waves of sharp, burning pain through her flesh. Tears of pain and frustration welled in her eyes, blurring the harsh landscape. Stranded, injured, miles from shelter, with night approaching and potentially ruthless men somewhere behind her, it was a moment of pure, terrifying vulnerability. Panic threatened to overwhelm her, a cold tide rising in her chest. Taking ragged breaths, she fought it back. Panic was a luxury she couldn't afford. She needed to think, to act. First, the horse. Limping heavily, she hobbled over to Methuselah, murmuring soothing words, relieved to find him unharmed and still carrying the precious saddlebags with her supplies. He stood patiently as she checked the cinch, thankful it hadn't loosened completely in the fall. Next, the immediate injuries. Her ankle was likely sprained, painful but probably not broken. The wrist was more concerning. Movement sent shards of agony through it, but the cholla spines were the most pressing issue. They needed to come out quickly before infection set in. Sitting on a flat rock, biting her lip against the pain, she retrieved a pair of tweezers from her small sewing kit within the saddlebag. Removing the cholla spines was an exercise in agony. The barbs were microscopic, hooking into the skin, making extraction difficult and excruciatingly painful. Each spine she managed to pull free left a bleeding, inflamed puncture wound. Her hand trembled, both from the injury and the strain, making the delicate work even harder. Tears streamed down her face, silent testament to the misery. But she worked methodically, knowing infection in this remote place could be a death sentence. The language of thorns was pain, sharp and insistent, demanding attention, punishing carelessness. It felt like a metaphor for her entire situation, entangled in a thorny mess of Thomas's making, each attempt to free herself causing fresh wounds. She managed to remove the worst of the spines from her forearm and the back of her hand, but many remained embedded in her palm, too deep or too numerous to extract with the tweezers alone. Her hand was a swollen, bleeding mess, throbbing relentlessly. She tore strips from her petticoat, the fabric surprisingly sturdy, and used some of the last precious water to clean the wounds as best she could before wrapping her hand and wrist tightly. The makeshift bandage quickly became stained with blood. Remounting Methuselah was another ordeal, requiring her to use her injured hand and put weight on her sprained ankle. She barely stifled a cry as she hauled herself into the saddle, slumping forward for a moment, dizzy with pain and exhaustion. The sun was touching the western peaks now, the sky beginning its transition towards another fiery sunset. She had, at most, an hour of usable daylight left. She couldn't stay here. She needed to find shelter, any shelter, before full darkness fell. Pushing Methuselah onward, she scanned the landscape with desperate eyes. The trail ahead seemed to lead towards a jumble of large boulders and rock formations at the base of a steep cliff face. Perhaps there was a cave, an overhang, somewhere she could spend the night protected from the elements and hidden from view. As she drew closer, the rock formations resolved into a maze of weathered sandstone, sculpted into arches and pillars, and nestled amongst them, almost hidden in the deepening shadows, was a dark opening. Not a mine this time, but a natural cave, its entrance partially obscured by a cluster of hardy, drought-resistant shrubs. Relief washed over her, so potent it almost eclipsed the pain. Shelter. She guided Methuselah towards the cave entrance, dismounting carefully, every movement an agony. The horse seemed reluctant to approach, tossing his head and snorting nervously, his ears twitching. Cora patted his neck reassuringly, though her own apprehension was growing. The air near the cave mouth felt heavy, still, carrying a faint, unusual scent. Not the mineral tang of the mine, nor the cloying sweetness of the garden, but something dry, musky, almost reptilian. Peering into the darkness, she could see little beyond the entrance. She needed light. Retrieving the lamp and matches from the saddlebag with her good hand was a clumsy process. Striking a match with trembling fingers, she lit the lamp, its warm glow pushing back the shadows, revealing a shallow cave, perhaps 20 feet deep. The floor was sandy, the walls smooth rock. It wasn't large, but it was dry and offered concealment, and it appeared blessedly empty. She unsaddled Methuselah, leaving him tethered loosely just outside the entrance, where a patch of sparse grass grew. He could graze, and his presence might deter predators. Inside the cave, she set the lamp on a flat rock, its light casting dancing shadows. The meager space felt like a palace. She sank onto the sandy floor, leaning her back against the cool rock wall, cradling her injured hand. The throbbing was intense, radiating up her arm. Her ankle pulsed with a dull ache. Exhaustion weighed on her like a physical burden. Outside, the last sliver of the sun disappeared below the horizon, and the swift desert twilight deepened into night. Stars began to prick the darkening sky. The silence returned, profound and absolute, broken only by Methuselah's soft cropping of grass and the faint hiss of the kerosene lamp. She forced herself to drink the last few sips of water and eat another dry biscuit. Though she had little appetite, her thoughts inevitably drifted back to the mine, to the men searching for the seed stock, to Jay, to Thomas's death. Had they given up the search for the day? Were they camped back at the mine? Or were they still out there, perhaps even now casting about for her tracks? The cave offered shelter, but it also felt like a trap. If they found her here... A faint scratching sound near the back of the cave made her freeze. Her good hand instinctively reaching for the derringer, she held her breath, listening intently. Silence. Probably just a rock lizard or a pack rat, common inhabitants of such places. Still, her nerves remained taut as bowstrings. She tried to focus on the practicalities. She needed to tend her wounds again, try to remove more spines. She needed to conserve the lamp fuel. Most importantly, she needed to rest. To gather strength for whatever tomorrow might bring. But rest felt impossible. The pain was a constant distraction, and the fear a cold companion in the darkness. She thought of Noah again, his scarred face appearing in the flickering lamplight. His silent presence on the ridge earlier seemed different now, less like surveillance and more perhaps like concern. Had he seen her fall? Did he know she was injured, alone, seeking shelter in this cave? He knew this land intimately. He likely knew this cave, knew its location, its reputation. Was it safe? Or did it hold its own dangers, unrelated to Jay's men? The horse's earlier reluctance felt ominous in retrospect. Leaning her head back against the rock, she closed her eyes, trying to block out the pain and fear. She pictured the garden again, not as it appeared under the predatory moonlight, but as she'd first seen it, unnaturally vibrant, strangely beautiful. The language of those plants wasn't just hunger and death. It was resilience, adaptation, a fierce tenacity to survive in impossible conditions. Perhaps there was a lesson there. Like the thorns embedded in her flesh, the challenges she faced were painful, dangerous, potentially scarring. But perhaps, like the desert plants, she could find a way to endure, to adapt, to draw strength from the very harshness of the environment. A sudden gust of wind swirled dust into the cave entrance, making the lamp flame flicker violently. Methuselah whinnied softly outside, a low sound of unease. Cora's eyes snapped open, her hand tightening on the derringer. Was it just the wind? Or had something, or someone, disturbed the night? The language of thorns spoke of pain, but the silence of the desert night spoke of dangers far more profound, dangers that left scars deeper than any spine could inflict. And she had a chilling feeling that the relative safety of the cave was about to be breached. Chapter 9. Echoes in the Abandoned Ranch House. The moon, nearly full, hung high in the ink-black sky, casting the forsaken landscape of Promise Creek Ranch in stark skeletal relief. Silver light spilled over the parched earth, bleaching the dilapidated ranch house to the color of old bone and deepening the shadows pooling beneath the sagging porch roof and within the empty, staring windows. Silence reigned, profound and watchful, broken only by the occasional gust of wind that moaned through the broken corral fence like a lost soul and stirred the dust in ghostly eddies. Inside the house, darkness held sway, disturbed only by the faint patterns of moonlight filtering through grimy panes onto the floorboards, illuminating floating dust motes in their slow, silent dance. A horse and rider materialized from the deeper shadows to the west, moving with a quiet deliberation that barely disturbed the stillness. The horse, a sturdy bay, picked its way carefully across the uneven ground, its breath pluming faintly in the cool night air. The rider sat tall but weary in the saddle, his features obscured by the brim of his hat and the play of moonlight and shadow. It was Noah. He drew rein some distance from the house, his pale eyes scanning the building, the yard, the ominous, dark rectangle of the fenced garden enclosure. He waited, listening. No lamplight glowed in the windows. No welcoming smoke curled from the chimney. The old dun horse, Methuselah, was gone. Cora Ashton hadn't returned. He'd seen her ride out that morning, heading northeast towards the foothills, towards the Badger Hole. He knew that mine, knew the stories, knew the bad luck that clung to it like the damp chill within its depths. He'd seen her hesitation before she spurred the old horse onward, her small figure looking determined yet terribly fragile against the immensity of the landscape. Then, later, much later, from a high vantage point, he'd seen the distant plume of dust kicked up by riders heading away from the mine, riders who were not the woman from Boston. He'd seen no sign of her returning on the main trails, and now her horse wasn't here. A muscle tightened along his scarred jaw. Ashton's widow, thrust into a mess she couldn't possibly comprehend, armed with nothing but book learning and misplaced resolve. He'd warned her, told her to leave, to let the desert reclaim this poisoned ground. But she had that same stubborn light in her eyes he'd seen in Thomas Ashton's, that same dangerous curiosity that refused to heed caution. Now she was out there somewhere, in the dark, maybe injured. He hadn't seen a fall, but the terrain near the mine was treacherous, maybe worse. And Jay's men were likely still prowling the hills. With a soft click of his tongue, he urged the bay forward, dismounting silently near the porch steps. The wood groaned under his weight, a familiar sound of decay. The front door, as he expected, was unlocked. He pushed it open slowly, the hinges emitting a low, mournful screech that echoed unnervingly in the silence. He stepped inside, pausing just over the threshold, letting his eyes adjust to the deeper gloom. The air was thick with the scent of stale dust, cold ashes, the lingering chemical tang he associated with Thomas's later experiments, and something else, a faint feminine scent, perhaps lavender water or soap, incongruous and fragile amidst the masculine dereliction. Cora Ashton's presence lingered, an echo softer than the creaking boards. He moved carefully through the main room, his spurs silent on the dusty floor, his gaze sweeping over the cluttered table. The lamplight wasn't burning, but he could see the scatter of papers, the geological samples, the open ledger. He frowned, running a gloved hand lightly over the ledger's cover. He'd seen Thomas with this book often towards the end, hunched over it, his face drawn and pale, tallying figures that seemed to bring him no comfort. What secrets had the widow unearthed from its pages? Enough to send her riding towards the source? His eyes fell on the sketches, meticulously drawn images of the grotesque plants thriving outside. He recognized Thomas's precise hand, but the subjects, they still sent a chill down his spine. He'd seen those plants grow, watched them change, watched them hunger. He'd warned Thomas, pleaded with him, invoked the old stories, the wisdom of the land his own grandmother, Apache-born, had taught him. Stories of places where the earth was soured, where life twisted into unnatural forms, fed by darkness best left undisturbed. Thomas, caught in the grip of scientific fervor and later desperation, had dismissed it all as superstition, until the end, until he'd finally understood the price. Noah picked up the thin cardboard field notebook Cora had apparently found. He recognized it as one of Thomas's earlier journals, from when he'd first arrived, full of genuine excitement about the desert's legitimate wonders. He flipped through the pages, his expression grim. He remembered that Thomas, full of energy and Eastern confidence, a stark contrast to the haunted man he became. They had talked sometimes in those early days, shared coffee by a campfire, Thomas eager for knowledge about the local flora, Noah wary but willing to share his understanding of the desert's rhythms, its dangers, its subtle language. He'd liked Ashton then, admired his intellect, pitied his ignorance of the land's deeper truths. Then came the discovery at the Badger Hole. The change had been swift, insidious. The excitement became obsession. The scientific curiosity curdled into something secretive, driven. The requests for information shifted from cacti identification to sourcing unusual minerals, finding discreet suppliers, keeping quiet about the strange deliveries arriving by wagon in the dead of night. Noah had pulled back then, disturbed by the shift in Thomas's eyes, by the unnatural vibrancy of the things beginning to sprout in the newly fenced enclosure. His warnings grew sharper, more urgent. Thomas's denials became defensive, then dismissive. Their tentative connection frayed, then broke, replaced by suspicion and the growing shadow of the bone garden. He put the notebook down, the echo of regret a bitter taste in his mouth. Had he done enough? Could he have stopped Thomas, pulled him back from the brink? Or was Ashton already caught in currents too strong to fight, swept away by his own ambition and the manipulations of the man known only as Jay? He moved towards the kitchen alcove, his gaze falling on the tin pitcher sitting near the cold stove, still holding a small amount of water. She'd gotten the pump working then. A small flicker of respect stirred within him. She had grit, this Eastern woman, more than he'd initially credited her for. Grit enough to get herself killed out here if she wasn't careful. His attention snagged on the bookshelf. He scanned the titles, the standard scientific works, the cheap novels, and the darker, more esoteric volumes Thomas had acquired later. Paracelsus, treatises on alchemical botany, compendium of desert folklore and poison. Thomas had been searching desperately, not just in chemistry, but in older, stranger paths of knowledge, trying to understand or control what he had unleashed. Running his hand along the top of the books, just as Cora had done, his fingers brushed against something tucked deep behind the larger volumes. Not a map this time, a small, flat tin box, the kind used for storing photographic plates or perhaps sensitive documents. It wasn't dusty. It felt like it had been handled recently. Had Cora found this too? Or had Thomas hidden it more carefully? He pulled it out. It was unmarked. Lifting the lid revealed not documents, but several small glass vials stoppered with cork, nestled in faded velvet lining. The vials contained viscous liquids of varying colors. One a deep, unsettling crimson, another a murky green, a third almost black, oily. Beside them lay a folded piece of paper. Noah unfolded it carefully. It wasn't a letter. It was a complex chemical formula rendered in Thomas's precise hand, but with notations Noah didn't recognize. Symbols that looked less like chemistry and more like the arcane symbols from the alchemy books. Below the formula were instructions, stark and chilling. Nutrient base N7, primary enhancer, derived from source material. Apply sparingly to root system during lunar apogee. Warning: highly aggressive growth catalyst. Potential for spontaneous hybridization. Handle with extreme caution. Do not ingest or allow skin contact. Source material. Lunar apogee. Spontaneous hybridization. This wasn't just science. It was a dangerous perversion of it. Flirting with forces Thomas couldn't possibly have controlled. Noah stared at the crimson vial, the color unnervingly similar to the gaping mouths of the night-blooming flowers. Was this the nutrient solution? Derived from what source material found deep in the Badger Hole? Something mineral? Or something else? The bones in the garden offered a grim possibility. He carefully closed the tin box, replacing it exactly where he found it, hidden behind the books. This confirmed the deliberate, unnatural cultivation, the dangerous knowledge Thomas wielded and ultimately succumbed to. Cora Ashton, with her conventional botany training, likely wouldn't grasp the full, terrifying implications of these vials or the quasi-alchemical formula. But Noah, raised on stories of the land's power and the dangers of tampering with its deepest secrets, felt a cold dread solidify within him. Thomas hadn't just been playing with chemistry. He'd been playing with the fundamental energies of life and death, drawing power from a source the old ones knew to fear. He needed to check the garden. Stepping back outside onto the porch, he moved silently towards the enclosure. The moon bathed the area in its cold light, making the strange plants look even more alien, more menacing. The sweet, heavy scent hung thick in the air, cloying and vaguely nauseating. He kept his distance from the fence, his eyes scanning the dark soil, the pulsing leaves, the obscene beauty of the open blooms facing the moon. He saw the disturbance near the base of the largest crimson flower, the freshly turned earth where Cora had dug up the ledger. He saw the tiny iridescent fragments of insect wings caught in the sticky residue on the plum-colored leaves. He saw the unnatural vitality, the contained hunger that seemed to radiate from the plot. But he also saw something else, something his experience allowed him to recognize. Faint tracks, nearly obscured, leading away from the garden towards the northeast, towards the foothills. Not just the tracks of the old dun horse, but overlaid fresher prints, the distinctive pattern of shod hooves belonging to at least 2 other horses. Jay's men. They hadn't just been at the mine. They'd been here. At the ranch. Likely after Cora had left that morning. Had they searched the house too? What had they been looking for? The ledger, the vials, or just confirmation that Ashton's work continued, unguarded? Their presence here, so close to the house, ratcheted up the danger exponentially. They weren't just distant threats at the mine. They were actively prowling, staking their claim, eliminating obstacles. Obstacles like a curious widow asking too many questions. And Cora was still out there, alone, possibly injured, with those men potentially tracking her. The time for passive observation, for cryptic warnings, was over. Standing there, bathed in the cold moonlight, the weight of the past, his fractured friendship with Thomas, his ignored warnings, his own scars that throbbed with the memory of violence faced and survived, settled heavily on his shoulders. He owed Thomas nothing, perhaps. The man had made his choices, ignored the wisdom offered, but the woman... Cora Ashton hadn't chosen this. She was caught in the wreckage, fighting for answers, for survival, with a courage that bordered on foolishness but demanded respect. He couldn't stand by and watch the desert or Jay's men swallow her whole. It wasn't just about responsibility. It was something more personal, a flicker of connection to the fierce vulnerability he saw in her, a reflection, perhaps, of his own battles fought in silence. His decision was made, swift and irrevocable. He turned back towards his horse, his movements economical, purposeful. He checked his rifle in its saddle scabbard, the familiar weight reassuring. He checked the canteen at his hip. Full. He mounted the bay, the horse shifting eagerly beneath him, sensing the change in its rider. He wouldn't ride blindly after her. He knew the terrain, knew the likely places someone injured and lost might seek shelter. He knew the watering holes, the caves, the old line shacks. He knew how to read the tracks, how to move unseen through the landscape. He would find her. He had to. He cast one last look back at the silent, moonlit ranch house, a repository of obsession and regret. The echoes of the past were loud tonight, mingling with the urgent whispers of present danger. Turning the bay's head away from the haunted homestead, Noah rode out, not west towards his own solitary ranch, but east, into the vast silvered darkness where the desert held its breath, guarding its secrets and its prey. He rode towards the treacherous foothills, towards the woman who carried Thomas Ashton's name, following the faint tracks and the dictates of a conscience scarred, but not broken. The hunt had begun. Chapter 10. Unearthing her husband's ghost. The darkness in the cave was absolute, a thick, palpable presence that pressed in from all sides, broken only by the small, flickering halo of the kerosene lamp. Cora sat huddled against the cool rock wall, every nerve stretched taut, listening. The scratching sound from the back of the cave had not repeated, but the silence that followed felt unnervingly fragile, as if holding its breath. Outside, Methuselah shifted restlessly, his occasional soft snort or stamp of a hoof amplifying the profound quiet of the desert night. The musky, reptilian scent she'd noticed earlier seemed stronger now, clinging to the still air within the cave. Pain was a constant, unwelcome companion. Her sprained ankle throbbed with a dull, persistent ache. Her left wrist felt tight and fiery beneath its makeshift bandage, sending jolts of agony up her arm with the slightest movement. But it was her right hand and forearm, peppered with cholla spines, that demanded the most immediate, agonizing attention. The embedded thorns burned like tiny coals beneath her skin. The rough bandage was already stiffening with dried blood, and the swelling made her fingers feel thick and clumsy. Infection was a terrifyingly real possibility, a silent enemy that could cripple or kill as surely as any bullet in this desolate wilderness. She gritted her teeth against a wave of nausea, fighting the urge to simply succumb to the pain and exhaustion, to curl up on the sandy floor and let the darkness take her. But the image of Jay's men, their casual discussion of Thomas's trip, their search for the hidden seed stalk spurred her onward. Giving up meant leaving Thomas's secrets buried, his potential murderers unpunished. Giving up meant letting them find her, defenseless. Giving up meant surrendering to the very forces that had consumed her husband. With her good hand, she carefully unwrapped the blood-stained bandage from her right arm and hand. The revealed flesh was angry red, swollen, marked by dozens of puncture wounds. Many spines remained, embedded deep. She took the tweezers again, the cool metal slippery in her trembling fingers. Working by the flickering lamplight, she began the excruciating process once more, biting down hard on her lower lip to stifle her cries as she probed and pulled at the tenacious barbs. Each extraction felt like tearing her own flesh, leaving behind a welling drop of blood and a raw nerve ending screaming in protest. As she worked, her mind inevitably turned to Thomas, not the confident, charming scientist she had married, full of infectious enthusiasm and shared dreams whispered under gas lamps back in Boston. Not even the driven, increasingly distant man revealed in his early letters from Arizona. No, the ghost that haunted her now, rising unbidden from the depths of her pain and fear, was the stranger revealed in the frantic script of the unsent letter, the erratic entries of the later journal, the cryptic figures in the buried ledger. A man consumed by obsession, entangled with dangerous creditors, dabbling in forces he couldn't control, ultimately fearing his own creation. "Forgive me. The cost is higher than I calculated." His words echoed in the cave's oppressive silence. Forgive him? How could she forgive the lies, the secrecy, the sheer reckless arrogance that had led him down this path? He hadn't just destroyed himself, he had poisoned his own memory, leaving her adrift in the wreckage of his ambition. Facing dangers she was ill-equipped to handle. He had cultivated a garden of horrors and left her to tend its deadly secrets. Tears mingled with the sweat beading on her brow. Tears of pain, yes, but also tears of anger, of betrayal. The image of him she had cherished, the intellectual partner, the loving husband. It felt like a phantom limb now, an ache for something that perhaps never truly existed or had been corrupted long before his physical death. He had spoken of potential, of revolution, of life where none should exist. But what life had he created? Predatory, voracious, thriving on death, demanding sacrifice. The bones in the garden were a testament to the true nature of his achievement. Jay demands payment, ownership of the source. Who was Jay? Had Thomas known from the start what kind of man he was dealing with? Or had he, blinded by the promise of his discovery, walked willingly into a devil's bargain? The men at the mine, they were Jay's tools, disposable thugs sent to retrieve what their master considered his property that included the seeds, the plants, perhaps even the knowledge itself. Thomas hadn't just lost control of his experiment, he'd lost control of his life. becoming a pawn in someone else's ruthless game. Her fingers fumbled, dropping the tweezers. She leaned her head back against the rock, closing her eyes, breathing raggedly. The pain in her hand was a burning fire, but the pain in her heart, the pain of disillusionment, felt colder, deeper. She had come west seeking answers about her husband's death, hoping to preserve his legacy, perhaps even continue his work. Instead, she was unearthing a ghost whose legacy was one of dangerous obsession and moral compromise. There was no heroic scientist to mourn, only a flawed, frightened man who had meddled with forbidden knowledge and paid the ultimate price, potentially dragging others down with him. Burn it. Burn the garden. His final, desperate plea. Why hadn't he done it himself? Had he lacked the courage? Or had he been stopped? Stopped by Jay's men? Or perhaps stopped by the garden itself? The memory of the pale, skeletal thing disappearing into the grasp of the plum-colored leaf in the moonlight sent a fresh wave of horror through her. Had Thomas become just another offering to the insatiable hunger he had cultivated? A low rumble echoed from outside the cave, distant but distinct. Thunder? No, the sky had been clear. Hoofbeats? More than one horse moving at a steady pace somewhere out on the slopes. Jay's men, or someone else? She strained to listen, her body rigid. The sound faded, direction uncertain. Were they passing by? Or circling, searching? The fragile security of the cave felt suddenly paper-thin. She forced herself back to the task at hand, retrieving the tweezers. There was one particularly large spine lodged deep in the fleshy part of her palm, near the base of her thumb. It throbbed with a venomous intensity. Gritting her teeth, she managed to get a precarious grip on its base with the tweezers and pulled. It came free with an agonizing wrench, bringing with it a gush of fresh blood and a small fragment of something that wasn't thorn. Wiping the blood away with a corner of the bandage, she peered closer in the lamplight. Embedded just beneath the skin, revealed by the removal of the cola spine, was a tiny dark object. Not dirt, not rock. It was smooth, teardrop-shaped, no larger than a grain of rice, with faint, almost invisible striations on its surface. It looked like a seed. Her breath hitched. A seed? How had it gotten embedded in her palm? It wasn't from the cholla. Had it been transferred from the trowel when she collected the soil samples? Or had it been there longer? She thought back, trying to recall any prior injury to that hand. Any moment she might have picked up such a thing unknowingly. Nothing came to mind, unless it wasn't hers. Unless the cola spine hadn't embedded the seed, but merely lodged beside something already there. Something that had been worked deep into the flesh long ago, perhaps by repeated friction or pressure, covered by callous skin until the fresh wound exposed it. Her mind flashed to Thomas, to his hands, capable, stained with chemicals and soil in his later days. Had he carried these seeds, handled them constantly? Could one have become embedded in his hand and then somehow transferred? No, that was impossible. Unless this cave, this shelter she had stumbled upon, had also been used by Thomas, perhaps frequently, perhaps as a place to rest, to hide, to examine his findings after visiting the source at the Badger Hole mine nearby. He might have sat right here, leaning against this same rock wall, handling the seeds he'd discovered, one becoming lost, embedded in the sandy floor, only to be transferred to her hand when she fell or braced herself. Driven by this sudden, electrifying thought, she held the lamp higher, scanning the sandy floor immediately around her. Mostly just loose sand and pebbles, but near the base of the wall, half hidden beneath a small drift of sand, was something else. A faint indentation in the rock surface itself. Not natural erosion, deliberate markings. Setting the lamp down carefully, she used her less injured fingers to brush away the sand. Revealed were crudely scratched symbols, not letters, not numbers. They resembled the strange notations from the formula Noah had found, arcane, alchemical symbols, intertwined with what looked like simplified drawings of the fanged blooms from the garden, and beside them, scratched with desperate force, the initial T. Thomas had been here. This cave wasn't just a random shelter. It had been his place, a secret workspace perhaps, or a repository for his darkest findings, away from the ranch, away from prying eyes. He had sat here, contemplating his monstrous discovery, perhaps even performing some initial experiments or modifications on the seeds, leaving these cryptic markings on the wall like a desperate prayer or a warning. Unearthing her husband's ghost had become literal. He had occupied this very space, breathed this same stale air, perhaps felt this same mixture of awe and terror. The knowledge sent a profound shiver down her spine, a connection across time and death that felt both intimate and deeply unsettling. This cave wasn't just shelter. It was a part of his secret history, steeped in the origins of the horror she now faced. What else might be hidden here? She swept the lamplight around the small space again, her gaze sharp, searching. In the deepest corner, partially obscured by fallen scree, was a small crevice in the rock wall. Had the scratching sound come from there? Hesitantly, using a loose piece of rock to probe, she pushed aside some of the fallen debris. Behind it, tucked deep into the crevice, was a small, rotting leather pouch, stiff with age and damp. Its drawstring had long since disintegrated. Heart pounding, she carefully worked it free with her good hand. It was heavier than it looked. Setting it on the sand beside the lamp, she tentatively loosened the brittle opening. Inside, nestled together, were not gold nuggets or coins, but dozens more of the tiny, teardrop-shaped seeds, identical to the one she'd found embedded in her palm. The prime seed stock, or at least a portion of it. Thomas hadn't hidden it all in the mine. He'd kept some here, in this secret cave, perhaps as insurance, perhaps as a desperate last resort. She stared at the seeds, gleaming darkly in the lamplight. The source, the origin, the very essence of the monstrous garden. Holding them felt like holding condensed darkness, a terrifying potential waiting to be unleashed. This was what Jay's men were searching for. This was the heart of Thomas's fatal bargain. A horse whinnied again outside, closer this time, followed by the unmistakable sound of shifting hooves on gravel, then voices, low, rough voices. Spread out. Tracks lead this way. Might have holed up in one of these caves. Check that one. Looks promising. They were here. Jay's men. They had found her shelter. Panic, cold and absolute clamped down on Cora. Trapped. Injured. The lamp making her a clear target, and holding the very thing the men outside were hunting for. Her husband's ghost, unearthed, had brought his executioners directly to her door. She frantically looked around the small cave. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The derringer felt pitifully small and useless in her trembling hand. The only way out was blocked by the men approaching, their heavy footsteps now crunching on the gravel just outside the cave mouth. Chapter 11. A ledger. Written in blood and petals. The rough voices outside the cave mouth were nails scraping across the slate of Cora's nerves. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced through the fog of pain and exhaustion. They were here, Jay's men. Not phantoms conjured by fear, but tangible threats, their heavy boots crunching on the gravel, sealing off her only escape route. Her first instinct was to extinguish the lamp, to plunge the cave into absolute darkness, but it was too late. The flickering light had already advertised her presence, a beacon drawing moths to a deadly flame. Dousing it now would only confirm she was hiding, likely provoking immediate violent entry. Her good hand tightened its grip on the small, cold derringer in her apron pocket. 2 shots. Against men who likely carried Colts or Winchesters, men who spoke casually of arranging fatal trips for those who crossed their employer. It was less a weapon, more a final, desperate gesture of defiance. Beside her on the sandy floor lay the cracked leather pouch, heavy with the seeds, Thomas's hidden legacy, the source of the garden's monstrous vitality, the prize these men sought. Instinct screamed at her to hide it, to shove it back into the crevice, bury it in the sand. But there was no time. They were already too close. "See anything, Ray?" the first voice called, closer now, right at the entrance. "Dark as pitch, mostly," the second voice, Ray, answered. A large, hulking shadow blocked the moonlight spilling into the cave entrance. "Wait, something moving? Or just the light?" Another shadow joined the first, slightly shorter but broader. "Light? Somebody's in there! Got a lamp!" The voice was harsher, carrying an edge of impatience. "Hole up! Whoever's in there, show yourself, nice and slow." Cora remained frozen against the rock wall, barely breathing, the lamp casting her trembling shadow, large and distorted behind her. Her mind raced, searching for an escape, an option. Anything beyond surrender or a futile, bloody end. The cave offered no other exit, no place to effectively conceal herself. She was cornered, exposed. The larger man, Ray, took a hesitant step inside, squinting against the lamplight, his features resolved into a fleshy face beneath a low-brimmed hat, eyes small and wary. He carried a rifle loosely in one hand. The second man followed, holding a holstered pistol at his side, his eyes colder, sharper, scanning the small space quickly. He noted Cora huddled against the wall, the makeshift bandages on her hand and wrist stark white against her dusty skirt, the lamp flickering beside her. His gaze sharpened further, taking in her obvious injuries, her pallor, her fear. "Well now, what have we here?" the second man said, a slow, unpleasant smile spreading across his face. He had a cruel mouth and eyes that seemed to miss nothing. "Looks like a little lost lamb, Ray. A wounded one at that." Ray grunted, still cautious, his rifle held ready. "Ashton's woman? What's she doing way out here?" "Good question," the sharp-eyed man drawled, taking another step closer. He stopped about 10 feet away, deliberately positioning himself between Cora and the entrance. "Lost your way, ma'am? Took a tumble? Looks like you met some chola." He nodded towards her bandaged hand. Cora couldn't find her voice. Her throat was constricted with terror. She pressed herself harder against the cold rock, the rough surface biting into her back. The derringer felt impossibly small and heavy in her pocket. "Cat got your tongue?" the sharp-eyed man persisted, his tone deceptively mild, yet laced with menace. "We ain't gonna hurt ya. Just looking for something belongs to our employer, something Mr. Ashton might have misplaced before his accident." His eyes flickered around the cave floor, then locked onto the leather pouch lying near Cora's feet. The unpleasant smile widened. Or maybe he had help misplacing it. Ray followed his partner's gaze, his small eyes lighting up with understanding and greed. "That it, Pike?" "Could be," Pike said, his focus entirely on the pouch now. He ignored Cora for the moment, his attention fixed on the prize. "Looks old, like something Ashton might have carried." He took another step, reaching down slowly. This was it. The moment stretched, thin and taut. If they took the seeds, they had what they came for. Would they leave her then, or would they silence the only witness who knew they were searching for them, the witness who had overheard their damning conversation back at the mine? The casual way they spoke of Thomas's death suggested the latter. She was a loose end. Desperation sparked within the terror. She couldn't let them take the seeds, couldn't let them walk away to report their success to Jay, couldn't let Thomas's dangerous legacy fall into their hands, and she couldn't simply wait to be disposed of. With a surge of adrenaline fueled by pain and fury, Cora moved. Ignoring the agony in her ankle and wrist, she lunged forward with her good hand, not towards the men, but towards the lamp. She snatched it up and flung it, not directly at them, but against the rock wall near the entrance. The lamp shattered with a crash, kerosene splashing, the flame erupting in a sudden whooshing ball of fire that momentarily lit the entire cave with terrifying brilliance before dying down to frantic, hungry flames licking at the dry bat guano and accumulated debris near the entrance. Both men yelled in surprise and alarm, stumbling back from the sudden heat and light. Ray instinctively brought his rifle up while Pike cursed, shielding his eyes. "Damn crazy woman," Pike snarled, momentarily blinded by the flash. In that instant of confusion and fiery chaos, Cora scrambled, ignoring the searing pain in her ankle, towards the pouch of seeds. Her good hand closed around it just as Pike recovered, his eyes adjusting, locking onto her movement. "Get the seeds, Ray," Pike shouted, drawing his pistol. Ray, hampered by his rifle and the spreading flames near the entrance, hesitated. Cora didn't. Clutching the pouch, she pushed herself upright, pain screaming through her body, and lurched towards the only possible escape, deeper into the cave. The scratching sound she'd heard earlier, the musky scent, the horse's reluctance. Had there been another way out? A fissure? A passage hidden at the back? It was a desperate gamble based on nothing but instinct and the lack of other options. "Stop her," Pike bellowed, raising his pistol. But before he could fire, another sound ripped through the night, shattering the tense standoff. The sharp, unmistakable crack of a high-powered rifle fired from outside the cave. The shot wasn't aimed at the cave, but near it, the bullet ricocheting off the rock face above the entrance with a terrifying whine. Pike and Ray froze, startled, spinning toward the entrance. "What the hell was that?" Ray stammered, peering into the darkness beyond the fire. "Sniper?" Pike hissed, crouching lower, pulling Ray back from the illuminated entrance. "Who else is out here?" Another rifle shot cracked, this one hitting the ground just outside the cave, kicking up dust and gravel. It was followed by a shout, rough and commanding, echoing strangely in the night, deliberately distorted. "Drop your weapons! You're surrounded!" Noah. It had to be Noah. He hadn't abandoned her. He was out there, creating a diversion, drawing their fire, giving her a chance. Gratitude warred with terror. Terror for him, alone against these two armed men. Pike cursed again, his face contorted with fury and indecision. "Damn it, Jay didn't say anything about guards." He glared back towards Cora, who had reached the rear of the cave, her back pressed against the cold rock, the pouch clutched tightly in her good hand. The fire near the entrance was already dying down, consuming the scant fuel, but the smoke was beginning to fill the small space, stinging her eyes, making her cough. "Forget the woman for now," Pike snapped at Ray. "He's trying to pin us in. Give me covering fire. We gotta get out, flank him." Ray, looking thoroughly spooked, nodded quickly. He dropped to one knee near the entrance, poking the barrel of his rifle out cautiously, and fired blindly into the darkness towards where the shots had originated. Pike darted out after him, firing his pistol, the sounds deafening in the confined space before echoing across the desert outside. More shots answered them from the darkness, Noah's rifle, precise and deliberate, forcing them to keep their heads down. The firefight erupted just outside the cave mouth, a terrifying exchange of gunfire, shouts, and ricocheting bullets. Cora pressed herself against the back wall, heart hammering, eyes streaming from the smoke. This was her chance. While they were occupied, she had to find another way out, if one existed. Frantically, her good hand swept across the rock face behind her, searching for the crevice, for any opening. Her fingers brushed against loose rock, then air. A narrow fissure barely wide enough for her to squeeze through, hidden behind a curtain of shadow deepened by the dwindling firelight and swirling smoke. The musky scent was stronger here. Hope surged. "I'll see..." Fierce and desperate, holding the precious pouch of seeds tightly against her chest, taking shallow breaths against the acrid smoke, she turned sideways and began to force her body into the narrow opening. Rock scraped against her clothes, her skin. The pain in her injured hand and wrist intensified as she used it to brace herself. Her sprained ankle screamed in protest as she put weight on it to push. It was agonizingly slow, claustrophobic. Outside, the gunfire continued sporadically, punctuated by angry shouts. Noah was keeping them busy, buying her precious seconds. The fissure twisted, turned downward slightly. It wasn't a man-made passage, but a natural crack in the rock, perhaps leading to another chamber or even an exit further down the cliff face. Darkness enveloped her completely now, the sounds of the firefight becoming muffled, distant. She moved by feel, her good hand tracing the cold, damp rock, her injured ankle protesting every shift of weight. The air grew cooler, damper, the musky scent replaced by the clean, earthy smell of deep stone. She thought of the ledger again, not the physical book buried in the garden, but the metaphorical one Thomas's life represented. A ledger written not in neat columns of profit and loss, but in smeared entries of obsession, compromise, and fear, the crimson ink of the garden's blooms, the black ink of the unnatural soil enhancers, the red ink of spilled blood, his own, and potentially now, Noah's or Jay's men. The true cost of his ambition was being tallied right now, in real time, measured in bullets fired, wounds inflicted, lives risked. Petals and blood, inextricably linked in the final accounting of Promise Creek Ranch. Suddenly, her forward foot met empty air. She gasped, flailing, catching herself just in time by bracing her good hand against the narrowing walls of the fissure. Below her, just a few feet down, the passage opened onto a small ledge. She could hear the faint trickle of water somewhere nearby. Lowering herself carefully, pain flaring through her wrist and ankle, she landed heavily on the ledge. It overlooked a larger cavern, vast and utterly black beyond the immediate reach of her senses. The sound of trickling water echoed, suggesting a hidden spring or seep. This was a different world, hidden beneath the desert floor. Behind her, faintly, she heard a final, furious shout from the cave entrance, followed by receding hoofbeats. Had Noah driven them off? Or had they given up the fight to pursue their attacker? Was Noah safe? She couldn't know. She was out of the immediate trap, but she was deep within the earth, injured, alone, clutching a pouch of seeds that felt like condensed poison, with no light and no clear way out. She had escaped the fire, only to find herself in a deeper, colder darkness. The echoes of Thomas's ghost seemed to linger here, too, in the hidden places where his secrets began. And the terrifying thought occurred. Perhaps Jay's men weren't the only danger lurking in the depths of the Badger Hole's territory. The land held older secrets, older hungers. Chapter 12. Between the Devil's Snare and a Wary Heart. Absolute darkness pressed upon Cora like a physical weight, thick and suffocating, stealing breath and sanity. The faint dying glow from the fire near the cave entrance, the last vestige of the visible world, was completely extinguished from this side of the fissure. Here, on the narrow ledge overlooking the unseen abyss, sight was useless. Sound and touch became her world, amplified and distorted by fear and the echoing confines of the subterranean space. She crouched on the cold stone, her body screaming protest. Each throb of her sprained ankle, each fiery pulse from her lacerated hand and swollen wrist was a sharp counterpoint to the dull ache of exhaustion settling deep in her bones. Her good hand instinctively clutched the rough leather pouch against her chest, the seeds within feeling strangely dense, almost alive, a concentrated knot of the dangerous potential she had only begun to comprehend. Listening intently, she strained to catch any sound from the upper cave, from the world outside the fissure. Silence. The gunfire had ceased. The angry shouts had faded. Had Noah driven them off? Or had Jay's men silenced him and simply moved on, perhaps deciding the seeds weren't worth facing a determined defender in the dark? Or were they even now regrouping, preparing to search the fissure, realizing she might have escaped this way? The uncertainty was a torment, tightening the knot of fear in her stomach. Guilt gnawed at her. Noah, his scarred face, his pale, watchful eyes. He had warned her, tried to keep her away from this inherited danger. Yet when she had stumbled headlong into it, he had intervened, risking his life against armed men, creating the diversion that allowed her escape. Was he lying wounded out there now? Or worse? She had dragged him into the vortex of Thomas's secrets, and the thought that he might pay the price for her relentless quest was almost unbearable. He was taciturn, guarded, perhaps even dangerous in his own right, but he hadn't deserved to be drawn into a firefight over seeds he clearly abhorred. Her heart, already wary from Thomas's betrayal, felt caught, distrustful of Noah's motives, yet simultaneously aching with gratitude and fear for his safety and Thomas. His ghost felt palpable here, in the deep hidden places he had clearly frequented. The crudely scratched symbols on the rock wall above, the pouch of seeds clutched in her hand. testaments to his secret life, his descent into obsession. Had he felt this same claustrophobic darkness, this same sense of being trapped between discovery and damnation? Had he felt the hunger of his creations resonating even here, miles away, deep within the earth that spawned them? Her anger at him warred with a chilling pity. He had unearthed something monstrous, yes, but perhaps it had unearthed something monstrous within him, too. She couldn't stay here. The ledge felt precarious, exposed to whatever lay below in the vast darkness, and potentially accessible from the fissure above if Jay's men returned. She needed to move, find a more defensible position, find water, find a way out. But how? In this utter blackness? Taking slow, careful breaths, trying to calm the frantic pounding of her heart, she began to explore her immediate surroundings by touch. Her good hand swept across the cold, damp rock of the ledge. It was narrow, perhaps only 3 feet wide, sloping slightly downwards. The wall behind her, where the fissure emerged, was rough, solid rock. The drop-off in front, she couldn't gauge its depth. Tossing a small pebble she dislodged from the ledge, she listened. It seemed to fall for a second or two before hitting something solid with a faint splash. Water. And not an immediate, deadly drop, perhaps. The sound of water, faint as it was a lifeline. Dehydration was as much an enemy as Jay's men. If she could reach the source, she could drink, perhaps rest more safely. But descending from the ledge blind seemed terrifyingly risky, especially with her injuries. She considered trying to climb back up the fissure, but forcing her battered body upwards through that narrow, twisting passage felt impossible. And what if Jay's men were waiting at the top? No, the path lay forward, downward, into the unknown darkness. Painfully, slowly, she began to move along the ledge, keeping her back pressed firmly against the rock wall, her good hand sliding along its surface, feeling for handholds, obstacles. Her injured hand she kept tucked against her body, cradling the pouch of seeds. Every step on her sprained ankle sent waves of nausea through her, threatening her balance. The darkness was disorienting, making her feel simultaneously trapped and adrift in an infinite void, sounds magnified. The scuff of her own boots, the trickle of water below, the frantic beat of her own blood in her ears. The ledge seemed to curve gently, following the contour of the unseen cavern wall. The rock under her questing fingers remained cold, damp, slick in places with mineral seepage. The air grew heavier, cooler, carrying the scent of wet stone and something else. A faint, loamy smell, like rich earth, strangely out of place deep underground. After what felt like an eternity of agonizingly slow progress, the ledge beneath her feet widened slightly. The sound of trickling water grew louder, closer. Feeling downward cautiously with her foot, she found the rock sloped more gently here, leading toward the sound. Taking a deep breath, bracing herself against the wall, she began to descend the slope, half sliding, half climbing, relying entirely on touch. Loose pebbles skittered away beneath her boots, echoing in the vast chamber. Finally, her feet touched level ground, sand and smooth, water-worn stones. She knelt, her good hand reaching out, finding the edge of a small pool. The water felt achingly cold. Cupping her hand, she brought the water to her lips, drinking deeply, ignoring the metallic, mineral taste. It was the most exquisite thing she had ever tasted, soothing her parched throat, easing the fire within. She splashed the cold water on her face, trying to clear her head, then carefully soaked a strip torn earlier from her petticoat and used it to gently clean her swollen, abused hand, wincing as the cold water hit the raw wounds. Rebandaging it clumsily in the dark was a frustrating, painful process. She sat there for a long time by the hidden pool, the profound darkness a strange mixture of refuge and prison. The silence pressed in, broken only by the soft gurgle of the spring feeding the pool. Was she safe here? Or had she merely traded one trap for another? The cavern felt immense, ancient. What secrets did it hold beyond Thomas's hidden seeds? What other life might exist in this perpetual darkness? The musky scent she'd noticed in the upper cave seemed absent here, replaced by the cleaner smell of rock and water, but the loamy undertone persisted, unsettlingly suggestive of growth. Her thoughts returned again, inevitably, to Noah. Where was he? What had happened after she escaped? Had he driven off Pike and Ray? Had he been hurt? The image of him lying wounded in the darkness outside the cave, perhaps calling for help she couldn't hear, twisted her heart. Why had he helped her? Was it guilt over Thomas? A sense of duty? Or something else? Something more personal she couldn't decipher behind his scarred mask and wary eyes. She remembered the way he looked at the garden, the quiet certainty in his voice when he spoke of the land's dangers. He understood this place in a way she, with all her book learning, did not. His warnings weren't just superstition, they were rooted in knowledge, perhaps even painful experience. The scar on his face seemed suddenly like a brand, marking him as someone who had survived the perils of this territory, perils that might extend far beyond ruthless men like Jay. Could she trust him if he found her? Or was he simply another variable in this dangerous equation, his motives as hidden as the cavern surrounding her? Between the devil's snare, the tangible threats of Jay's men, the insidious potential coiled within the seed she carried, and a wary heart, her own fear, her distrust born of betrayal, her uncertainty about the one man who might be able to help her. The title of her predicament felt chillingly apt. She shifted her position, leaning back against a large, smooth boulder near the pool's edge. As her hand rested on the rock's surface, she felt something unusual. Not the rough texture of natural stone, but a pattern. Intricate, raised lines, cool and slightly slick to the touch. Curious, she traced the pattern with her fingertips. It felt like carving. Deep, elaborate carvings worn smooth by time or water, depicting swirling shapes, interlocking spirals, forms that seemed vaguely botanical yet utterly alien. They reminded her disturbingly of the complex structures of the plants in Thomas's garden, yet these felt ancient, part of the rock itself. Had Thomas found these too? Had they inspired his work or guided it? Or were they remnants of something far older, a testament to the strange energies of this place, the source Jay coveted? A faint luminescence began to bloom in the absolute darkness, startling her. It wasn't light from above, but a soft, ghostly glow emanating from patches on the cavern walls further in, beyond the pool. It was pale green, flickering gently, like captured moonlight. Phosphorescent fungi? Or mineral deposits reacting to some unseen energy source. It cast just enough light to reveal the staggering scale of the cavern, vast, cathedral-like, stretching away into impenetrable shadows, dripping with stalactites that glittered faintly where the eerie light touched them. And growing in crevices near the glowing patches were pale, spectral forms of vegetation, leafless stalks, ghostly tendrils, utterly devoid of color, unlike their vibrant, sun-fed cousins in the garden above, yet disturbingly similar in structure. It was a subterranean echo of the bone garden, fed not by sun and blood, but by darkness and the earth's strange energies. The loamy smell originated here. This was the heart of the source, not just a place where seeds could be found, but an ecosystem. Ancient and alien, from which Thomas had plucked his discovery and dragged it dangerously into the light. The sight was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. It answered questions about the origin, but raised far more frightening ones about the nature of the life that thrived here, unseen, unknown. What power resided in this place? What had Thomas truly tapped into? As she stared, mesmerized and appalled, a sound reached her, sharp and distinct, cutting through the soft trickle of water, a scrape of boot leather on rock. Not from the fissure she'd descended, but from deeper within the cavern, echoing from the direction of the eerie, glowing fungi. Cora froze, every muscle tensed. Her hand flew to the derringer, the cold metal a scant comfort. Someone else was down here, or something. Had Pike and Ray found another way in? Were they searching this deep? Or was it something else entirely, drawn by her presence, disturbed from its ancient slumber? The silence stretched, taut and heavy. She held her breath, listening, her eyes straining towards the faint, ghostly light in the distance. Then a voice cut through the darkness, low and rough-edged, startlingly close. A voice she recognized. Ashton's widow? Cora? Noah. He was here, in the cavern. But how? Had he followed her through the fissure? Or did he know another way in? Relief warred instantly with suspicion. He had found her, but his sudden appearance, his knowledge of this hidden place, felt almost as unsettling as the presence of Jay's men. He was part of this land's secrets, perhaps more deeply than she knew. She opened her mouth to answer, to call out, but hesitated. Could she trust him? Here, in the heart of the mystery, surrounded by the spectral glow of the source, with the devil's snare of the seeds in her hand and a wary heart pounding in her chest, his voice echoed again, closer now, rough with concern or perhaps something else entirely. Cora? Are you all right? She remained silent, hidden in the deeper darkness near the pool, clutching the seeds, the useless derringer, and her overwhelming uncertainty. His footsteps grew nearer, slow, deliberate, moving towards the sound of the water, towards her hiding place in Chapter 13, when the desert wind carries secrets. The silence stretched, thick and heavy as the subterranean darkness, broken only by the soft, rhythmic trickle of water feeding the hidden pool. Cora remained frozen against the boulder, the pouch of seeds clutched tight, the useless derringer cold against her uninjured palm. Noah's voice, rough-edged and startlingly close, echoed in the vast chamber, bouncing off unseen walls. Cora, are you all right? Her name on his lips, spoken with that gruff concern, sent a confusing jolt through her. Relief surged, sharp and potent. She wasn't alone, but suspicion followed immediately, cold and wary. How had he found her down here? How had he entered this hidden cavern? Had he simply followed her through the fissure, risking encounter with Pike and Ray? Or did he possess a deeper knowledge of this place, another entrance, secrets intertwined with Thomas's own? His timely arrival felt both miraculous and deeply suspect. Her heart hammered against her ribs, caught between the desperate need for rescue and the ingrained fear of trusting anyone in this treacherous land, especially a man whose past and motives remained veiled behind scars and silence. Cora? His voice came again, closer now, moving with slow, deliberate steps, towards the sound of the water, towards her hiding place in the deeper shadows near the pool. She could hear the faint scuff of his boots on the sandy floor, the soft brush of clothing. He was navigating the darkness with an unnerving confidence. Taking a shaky breath, she made her decision. Remaining hidden felt futile. He would find her eventually in this enclosed space, and prolonging the silence might only increase his suspicion. Besides, a part of her, the part exhausted by pain and isolation, desperately craved the presence of another human being, even one she wasn't sure she could trust. Noah? Her voice was barely a whisper, hoarse and thin, easily swallowed by the cavern's immensity. His footsteps stopped instantly. A beat of silence, then, Cora, thank God, stay put. I'm coming to you. She heard him moving again, more quickly now, guided by her voice. A moment later, his tall shape materialized out of the absolute blackness, a darker silhouette against the faint, ghostly luminescence emanating from the distant cavern walls. He stopped a few feet away, letting his eyes adjust, his head tilted as if listening not just with his ears, but with his entire being. Even in the profound gloom, she could sense the tension radiating from him, the coiled readiness of a man accustomed to danger. He wasn't carrying a lamp. How could he see? Or was he relying on senses, honed by long familiarity with darkness, with this specific place? Are you hurt badly? He asked, his voice low, controlled. My ankle. I fell earlier. Sprained, I think. And my hand... She gestured vaguely with her bandaged right hand, the movement sending a fresh stab of pain through her wrist. Chola. He moved closer then, kneeling beside her near the pool's edge. She could feel the warmth radiating from him, smell the faint, familiar scents of horse, leather, dust, and wood smoke clinging to his clothes, sense of the world above, strangely comforting in this subterranean tomb. He reached out, his large, calloused hand hovering near her injured one. "Let me see." Hesitantly, she allowed it. His touch was surprisingly gentle as he carefully unwrapped the blood-stiffened makeshift bandage with his own gloved fingers. Even in the near darkness, she could feel his frown as the extent of the damage was revealed. The swelling, the angry redness, the embedded spines she hadn't been able to remove. "Damn fool cactus," he muttered, his voice tight with something that might have been anger or perhaps concern. "This needs proper cleaning. Poultice. Can't let infection set in down here." He paused, his fingers lightly probing the swollen flesh near her wrist. "And this feels like more than just the cola. Did you break it in the fall?" "I don't know," she whispered, wincing. "It hurts badly." "We need to get you out of here," he stated, his tone leaving no room for argument. He began rewrapping the bandage, his movements efficient, practiced. "Can you walk?" Slowly, the ankle. He nodded, his attention shifting as his eyes adjusted more fully, scanning their immediate surroundings, then looking towards the faint spectral glow deeper in the cavern. She saw his jaw tighten, the scar standing out pale against his skin even in the gloom. He recognized this place, knew its strangeness. "What is this place, Noah?" she asked, her voice regaining a little strength. "Thomas. He marked symbols on the wall back there, near the fissure. He knew this cave." Noah didn't answer immediately. He finished securing the bandage, his touch lingering for a fraction of a second on her arm before he drew back. "Some places are best left undisturbed, Cora. Your husband learned that too late." His voice was flat, devoid of judgment, yet heavy with unspoken history. "This is one of them. The old ones knew it, called it, well, the names don't matter. It's a place where the earth is thin, where things grow. That shouldn't." He gestured vaguely towards the glowing fungi and the pale, spectral vegetation visible in the distance. "The source." His use of the word confirmed her fear, confirmed the connection to Thomas's notes, to Jay's demands. "The seeds." The words slipped out before she could stop them. His head snapped towards her, his pale eyes suddenly sharp, intense, boring into hers even through the darkness. "Seeds? What seeds?" The pouch felt suddenly heavy as lead in her lap. Lying seemed pointless now. He knew too much. And perhaps she needed his knowledge, his help, more than she feared his judgment. Slowly, she held out the cracked leather pouch. "Thomas hid these. In the crevice near the fissure entrance. I found them just before those men arrived." Noah didn't take the pouch immediately. He stared at it as if it were a coiled rattlesnake, his expression unreadable in the deep shadows, but she could feel the sudden tension radiating from him, a mixture of revulsion and grim understanding. "Prime stock," he breathed, the words barely audible. "He split the cash, kept some back from the mine." "You knew he hid some?" "I suspected," Noah admitted, his voice rough. "Thomas wasn't a fool, not entirely. Knew Jay couldn't be trusted. Figured he'd keep an ace hidden somewhere." He finally reached out and took the pouch, handling it carefully, as if it might bite. He didn't open it, just weighed it in his hand. "This is what Jay wants. What his men were after, what got Thomas killed." "Those men. Pike and Ray?" Cora swallowed hard. "What happened? Are you hurt?" He shook his head, tucking the pouch securely inside his own saddlebag, which she now realized lay on the ground beside him. "Drove 'em off. Winged one of 'em, I think. They figured defending this hole wasn't worth getting killed over, especially when they didn't know how many guns were on 'em. They rode off east, hard. They won't be back tonight." He flexed his shoulder slightly. "Got lucky. Bullet tore my shirt, grazed the skin, nothing deep." Relief washed over her again, quickly followed by the recurring question. "How did you find me? How did you get down here?" Noah shifted, leaning back against the same boulder she rested against, the proximity both unsettling and oddly reassuring. "Saw you ride out this morning, headed for Badger Hole. Knew it was trouble. Then I saw Pike and his friend ride in later. Knew they weren't just admiring the scenery. He paused. I followed their tracks from the mine. Found the cave. Heard the commotion. As for getting in here, he gestured vaguely deeper into the cavern. There are other ways in and out of this system, if you know where to look. Ways that don't involve squeezing through cracks or advertising your arrival. His knowledge of the cavern system confirmed her suspicion. His connection to this place ran deep. Was it just familiarity born of living nearby, or something more? You know this place well, she stated quietly. Know it well enough, he conceded, his tone guarded. Know enough to stay out of it, mostly. It ain't healthy. The air, the things that grow, the things that used to be worshipped down here. He glanced towards the distant, eerie glow again, a flicker of something akin to superstitious fear in his eyes, quickly masked. Thomas saw potential. Didn't see the poison. The carvings on the ledge above, Cora prompted, were they part of that worship? He nodded slowly. Old magic. Symbols meant to appease or control the power down here. Power tied to life, death, growth. Dangerous power. Thomas tried to understand it through his books, his chemistry, thought he could harness it like steam from a kettle. He made a low sound, dismissive, bitter. He just got burned. A comfortable silence fell between them, comfortable only in the sense that the immediate threat seemed to have receded, replaced by the vast echoing quiet of the cavern and the weight of shared knowledge, shared danger. Cora felt utterly drained, the adrenaline fading, leaving behind only pain and a profound weariness. Noah seemed to sense it. You need rest, he said gruffly. Proper rest, and that hand needs tending. He rummaged in his saddlebag, producing not just the seed pouch, but a small tin of salve, a clean cloth, and a flask. Got some things here might help. Hesitantly, she allowed him to tend her hand again. He uncorked the flask, pouring a small amount of clear liquid, whiskey by the sharp scent, onto the cloth. This'll sting, he warned. It did. Cora gasped as the alcohol hit the raw wounds, biting deep, but it was a cleansing fire after the burning throb of the cola venom. Noah worked with surprising deftness, cleaning away the dried blood and dirt, his rough fingers probing gently, extracting a few more deeply embedded spine fragments she had missed. Then he took a dollop of dark, herbal-smelling salve from the tin and applied it carefully to the wounds, his touch methodical, impersonal, yet oddly soothing. The salve instantly cooled the burning, easing the worst of the inflammation. My grandmother's recipe, he muttered almost shyly as he wrapped her hand and wrist snugly with the clean cloth. Good for stings, bites, infections. Your grandmother? Cora asked, surprised by the personal revelation, however small. Was she Apache? Thomas's journal had mentioned Noah using an Apache name for the garden. He nodded curtly, focusing on tying off the bandage. Learned more from her about this land than any white man's map could teach me. His voice held a note of quiet pride, mixed with the familiar guardedness. Here was another layer to the man, a connection to the native peoples of this land, an inheritance of knowledge that likely informed his warnings, his understanding of places like this cavern. It explained his reverence, his fear, his quiet competence in this environment. It also deepened the mystery. What had his grandmother taught him about the power here? What stories lay behind the old names, the warnings Thomas had dismissed? Noah, she began, choosing her words carefully. Thomas wrote in his journal. He mentioned you, warned him about the garden, called it Kusbwak. Noah stiffened slightly, his hands pausing in their work. He didn't look at her. Bone Garden, apt name. Why? What did the stories say? He hesitated for a long moment, tying off the bandage with a final, firm knot. He leaned back against the rock again, staring into the darkness where the pale fungi glowed. Stories, he repeated, his voice low. They said this place, he gestured around the cavern, is where the earth's bones are close to the surface, where the cycle of life and death is amplified. Things grow fast here, but they grow hungry, twisted, fed by decay, by shadow. The plants above, they're just echoes of what slumbers down here, taking that power out, planting it under the sun, feeding it blood and God knows what else. He shook his head slowly. It's like taking a sickness out of the dark and letting it run wild in the light. It changes things, taints them, demands more and more. His words resonated chillingly with Thomas's frantic letter. The hunger, it demands more. Jay, the man Thomas owed, Cora began. Does he understand this? Or does he just see profit? Jay sees profit in anything he can control, Noah said grimly. Doubt he understands the real nature of what Ashton dug up. But he knows it's potent, knows it's valuable. Something that can grow where nothing else will? Something that might have other properties? He left the question hanging in the air, heavy with unspoken possibilities. Military applications? Alchemical uses? The potential reasons for Jay's ruthless pursuit seemed suddenly vast and terrifying. We have to destroy the seeds, Noah, Cora said, the conviction solidifying within her. Thomas's plea echoed Noah's grim assessment. We can't let Jay get them. We can't let this spread. Noah looked at her then, his pale eyes searching her face in the near darkness. Destruction ain't always simple, Cora, especially not with things tied to this place. Burning them might not be enough, and Jay won't stop looking. Pike and Ray will report back. He knows the source is near Badger Hole now, even if his men didn't find the main cache tonight. Then what do we do? She asked, the weight of their situation pressing down. Injured, trapped underground, holding the key to a dangerous power, hunted by ruthless men, guided only by a scarred, secretive man whose knowledge felt as perilous as it was necessary. Noah pushed himself to his feet, extending his good hand down to her. First, we get out of here. There's another way out, leads higher up the cliffs. It's rough, but safer than going back through the fissure. Then, we figure out how to fight a shadow, like Jay, and how to deal with a poison that's already taken root. She hesitated for only a second before placing her uninjured hand in his. His grip was strong, firm, pulling her carefully to her feet. She leaned on him heavily as she tested her sprained ankle, pain shooting up her leg. His arm came around her waist, steadying her, his closeness unexpected, unsettling, yet undeniably solid. "Lean on me," he said gruffly. "It's a ways yet, and watch your step. The dark down here, it hides more than just rocks." Together, they turned away from the hidden pool, away from the spectral glow, towards the deeper, unknown darkness of the cavern. Cora clutched the memory of Thomas's failure, the dangerous potential of the seeds now carried by Noah, and the wary hope that this scarred man beside her might be the key to survival, or perhaps just another secret carried on the harsh desert wind, leading her deeper into the heart of the peril. The path ahead was uncertain, the enemy relentless, and the cost of unraveling the secrets of Promise Creek Ranch felt higher and more terrifying than ever. Chapter 14, The Hunger of the Bloom. The journey through the deeper caverns was a disorienting ordeal of darkness, pain, and precarious reliance. Cora leaned heavily on Noah, his strong arm a solid brace around her waist, guiding her steps through the utter blackness. Each shift of weight sent jolts of agony through her sprained ankle, and her bandaged hand throbbed in rhythm with her own unsteady heartbeat. Yet Noah moved with a quiet, unnerving certainty, his boots finding purchase on the unseen path, his grip firm and steadying, navigating the subterranean maze as if he carried a map etched onto his senses. He didn't speak much, offering only occasional low warnings. "Mind your head here. Loose rock. Watch the drop to your left," his voice a rough anchor in the overwhelming void. Cora found herself acutely aware of his physical presence, the warmth radiating from his body, the steady rhythm of his breathing beside her ear, the controlled strength in the arms supporting her. It was an intimacy born of necessity, unsettling yet undeniable. She was completely dependent on this man she barely knew, this man whose past was a landscape of scars and silences, whose knowledge of this place felt both essential and potentially dangerous. Her wary heart beat a frantic rhythm against the cage of her ribs. They moved away from the vast chamber with its spectral glow and hidden pool, entering narrower passages where the air grew thick and damp, carrying the heavy, loamy scent she'd noticed earlier. The darkness remained absolute, unrelieved by even the faintest phosphorescence here. The only sounds were their own shuffling footsteps, their breathing, and the constant faint trickle of water echoing from unseen crevices. "How do you know the way?" Cora finally whispered, unable to bear the silent tension any longer. Her voice sounded small, absorbed by the damp rock walls. Noah didn't answer immediately. She felt him hesitate, the muscles in his arm tensing slightly. "Spent time down here when I was younger," he said finally, his voice carefully neutral. "Exploring. Running away, maybe." Another layer peeled back, hinting at a troubled youth intertwined with these hidden depths. "Learned the paths, learned what to avoid." "What is there to avoid?" she asked, glancing nervously into the impenetrable darkness surrounding them. "Old pitfalls, unstable ceilings." He paused. "And things that, like the dark. Best not to think on it, just keep moving." His evasiveness only fueled her anxiety. The things that, like the dark, sounded far more ominous than geological hazards. Were there creatures down here, adapted to the perpetual night, perhaps related to the strange ecosystem they had glimpsed? Or did he mean something less tangible? Echoes of the old magic he'd spoken of, remnants of the forces Thomas had disturbed. They walked, or rather stumbled and shuffled, for what felt like hours. Cora lost all sense of time and direction, surrendering herself entirely to Noah's guidance. Exhaustion gnawed at her, amplifying the pain, making her steps increasingly clumsy. Several times she nearly fell, only saved by Noah's quick reflexes and steadying grip. He bore her weight without complaint, his breathing remaining even, his strength seemingly inexhaustible, a product of the harsh land that had shaped him. Finally, she felt a subtle shift in the air. It grew lighter, drier, carrying the faint, clean scent of dust and desert vegetation. A subtle draft touched her face. "Almost there," Noah murmured, his voice holding a note of relief. "See that?" Cora strained her eyes. Ahead in the impenetrable blackness, a tiny, impossibly faint point of lighter gray appeared. Starlight, an opening. Hope surged, potent and revitalizing. The passage began to slope upwards more steeply. The climb was agonizing on Cora's ankle, but the promise of escape lent her strength. Noah practically hauled her up the last few yards, his arm tightening around her waist, his boots finding purchase where hers slipped. They emerged, not into bright daylight, but into the soft pre-dawn gloom of the desert night, stumbling out of a narrow cleft in the rock face, high on a cliff overlooking a vast moon-silvered valley. Cora gasped, leaning heavily against the rock wall, drinking in the cool, clean air, the immense vista of stars stretching overhead. They were out, free from the claustrophobic darkness, the echoing silence, the spectral glow. The relief was so profound it brought tears to her eyes. Noah released her carefully, stepping back, though he remained close, watchful. He scanned the surrounding cliffs, the valley below, his hand resting near the butt of his rifle, which he must have retrieved after the firefight or carried with him through the passages. The desert night felt vast and dangerous, but blessedly real after the subterranean unreality of the cavern. "We're miles from the mine," Noah said, his voice low, "and higher up, safer route back towards Promise Creek from here, though it's still rough going." He looked down at her, his expression unreadable in the dim light. "You need to rest properly. We'll find shelter. Wait for daylight." He led her a short distance along the cliff base to a shallow overhang, sheltered from the wind and reasonably concealed. He helped her settle onto the sandy ground, then, without a word, began gathering dry brush and twigs with practiced efficiency. Soon, a small, discreet fire flickered to life, casting a welcome warmth and pushing back the immediate darkness. The familiar crackle and scent of burning mesquite felt incredibly comforting. Noah offered her the last of the water from his canteen, then took out the small tin of salve again. "Let me see that hand." She submitted numbly as he carefully checked the bandage, then applied more of the soothing, herbal balm. His touch remained impersonal, efficient, yet there was an underlying gentleness that belied his rough exterior. "Who taught you about healing?" she asked quietly, watching his scarred hands work by the firelight. "My grandmother," he answered without looking up, "knew the desert plants, knew what healed and what harmed, learned more from her than any doctor." He finished tying the bandage. "Keep it clean. Should be all right if infection doesn't set in." He settled back on his haunches near the fire, staring into the flames, his face cast in flickering relief, the scar a stark line dividing light and shadow. The silence stretched between them again, but it felt different now, less fraught with immediate terror, more weighted with unspoken questions and the looming presence of the future. "Noah," Cora began hesitantly, "those seeds, you said destroying them isn't simple." He nodded slowly, still gazing into the fire. "Things from down there." He gestured back towards the hidden cavern entrance. "They don't follow normal rules. They're tied to the place, to the earth, maybe to the moon cycles, like Thomas noted." He picked up a stick, poking at the embers. "Burning might just scatter them, let the wind carry them, or maybe wake something else up. Thomas tried to control it with chemistry, with whatever those symbols meant. He failed. We try to destroy it with fire. We might fail too. Maybe worse. Then what can we do?" Cora felt a chill deeper than the night air. The seeds felt like a curse she carried, a burden impossible to shed safely. Noah looked up then, his pale eyes meeting hers across the small fire. The flames danced in their depths, reflecting a grim determination. "First, we get back to the ranch. See what Jay's men might have done. Secure Ashton's notes, the ledger, anything else they might come back for." He paused. "Then, we need to understand the enemy. Not just Jay, the plants themselves, their cycle, their hunger." The hunger of the bloom. The phrase echoed Thomas's desperate words, resonated with Noah's grim assessment, mirrored the predatory efficiency Cora had glimpsed in the moonlight. "How do we do that?" she asked. "Observing them feels dangerous. You warned me yourself." "It is dangerous," Noah conceded readily, "but ignorance is more dangerous now. Jay won't give up. He has resources, men. He'll be back, searching for the source, for Ashton's work, for these seeds." He tapped the saddlebag beside him where the pouch was hidden. "We need to know what we're dealing with, how they feed, how they propagate, what triggers the aggression." Cora thought of the glistening leaves trapping insects, the fanged blooms luring prey, the pale thing disappearing beneath the plum-colored leaves, the scattered bones. "Thomas wrote about needing a sustainable source," she murmured. "He wrote about the hunger demanding more." Noah's face hardened. "I saw him towards the end, bringing supplies out to the garden after dark. Not water, not fertilizer from a sack." His gaze flickered away, towards the darkness beyond the firelight, as if reluctant to voice the grim reality. "Livestock disappeared from nearby ranches around that time, mine included. Found tracks leading towards Promise Creek. Tracks and blood sign." Cora felt sick. The soil enhancers, the nutrient solution. It wasn't just minerals or chemicals. Thomas had been feeding his creations meat, blood, perhaps even whole carcasses. The bones weren't just accidental remnants of prey caught by the plants. They were leftovers from deliberate feedings. The garden wasn't just carnivorous. It was vampiric, thriving on stolen lifeblood. The depth of Thomas's obsession, his willingness to cross moral lines, struck her anew with sickening force. "He was desperate," Noah continued, his voice low, grim. Jay was pressing him. The plants were demanding. He was trapped, trying to satisfy the hunger, trying to control the growth, trying to hide it all. Until he couldn't anymore, Cora finished softly. Until the hunger became too great, or Jay's patience ran out, or both. "We need to watch the garden, Cora," Noah said, his gaze intense again. "Carefully, from a distance. Learn its rhythms. See what attracts it. See its weaknesses, if it has any." He hesitated. "There might be lore, old stories from my grandmother, things she warned against. Might hold clues, ways to weaken it, contain it, maybe even destroy it without scattering its poison on the wind." It felt like stepping deeper into a shadow world, relying on folklore and observation against monstrous botany and ruthless men. Yet, what other choice did they have? Direct confrontation seemed suicidal. Blind destruction felt perilous. Understanding the enemy, the hunger of the bloom, felt like the only viable path, however thorny. "All right," Cora agreed, her voice steadier than she felt. "We watch, we learn." The botanist in her, though horrified, felt a flicker of grim purpose. She had documented its form. Now she needed to document its function, its monstrous appetite. As the first hint of dawn began to pale the eastern sky, painting the high desert clouds in soft strokes of gray and rose, Noah extinguished the small fire, scattering the ashes. He helped Cora to her feet, his touch brief, impersonal, yet supportive. They found Methuselah grazing nearby, seemingly recovered from his ordeal. Noah checked Cora's saddle, then helped her mount, her injuries making the process slow and awkward. He swung himself onto his own bay with fluid grace. They started back towards Promise Creek Ranch, taking the high, circuitous route Noah had indicated. The rising sun cast long shadows across the rugged landscape, illuminating the stark beauty and inherent dangers of the terrain. They rode in silence for a long time, each lost in their own thoughts, the unspoken understanding between them hanging heavy as the morning heat began to build. Cora watched Noah's straight back as he rode ahead, navigating the rough trail with quiet confidence. Scars deeper than skin, knowledge rooted in the land's harsh truths, a past intertwined with the very secrets she sought to unravel. Could she trust him? Perhaps trust wasn't the right word. Rely on him? Yes. For survival, for his knowledge, she had to. But beneath the surface, questions lingered like hidden thorns. What scars did he carry from Thomas Ashton's downfall? What price had he paid? And what would he ultimately demand in return for his help? As they crested a ridge, the vast expanse surrounding Promise Creek Ranch came into view below them, miles distant but clear in the morning light. The dilapidated house looked small and insignificant, a tiny scar on the immense landscape, but Cora's eyes were drawn, inevitably, to the dark rectangle of the garden enclosure. Even from this distance, it seemed to possess a watchful stillness, a contained energy that pulsed faintly under the rising sun. The hunger of the bloom was waiting, and she, caught between the devil's snare and her own wary heart, was riding directly towards it, with only a scarred, silent man and the desperate hope of understanding as her shield. The true battle for Promise Creek, she suspected, was only just beginning. Chapter 15. A Fragile Trust in a Treacherous Land. The ride back to Promise Creek Ranch stretched into a long, arduous journey under the relentless Arizona sun. The high route Noah chose was indeed rougher, forcing Methuselah to pick his way carefully over rocky inclines and through dense patches of thorny scrub. But it offered commanding views and presumably less chance of encountering Pike and Ray, should they still be searching the lower trails. Cora slumped in the saddle, every jolt sending fresh waves of pain through her ankle and wrist. Exhaustion was a heavy cloak, making the familiar landscape seem blurred and distant. Yet despite the physical misery, her mind remained sharp, unnervingly alert, dissecting the events of the past 24 hours, wrestling with the implications of the hidden cavern, the spectral plants, the pouch of seeds now carried by Noah, and the complex, shifting dynamic with the man himself. Noah rode mostly ahead, his silence as vast and imposing as the landscape around them. He moved with an economy of motion, his senses constantly scanning their surroundings, missing nothing. the distant dust devils spiraling across the plain, the circling hawk overhead, the faint tracks of deer or coyote crossing their path. He was a part of this wilderness in a way she, an outsider, could never truly be. His competence was undeniable, reassuring even. She owed him her life, or at least her escape from the immediate clutches of Jay's men. Gratitude was a palpable thing, warm and insistent, yet distrust lingered, a cold counterpoint. His knowledge of the hidden cavern system, his admission of running away down there in his youth, his connection through his grandmother to the land's older, deeper secrets, it all painted a picture of a man far more complex and potentially entangled than he appeared. Was his help born purely of altruism, or a sense of duty towards the widow of a man he once knew? Or did he have his own reasons for wanting to understand, control, or perhaps even eradicate the power emanating from the source and its monstrous offspring in the garden? The seeds, the ultimate prize, were now in his possession. While he seemed to abhor them, the temptation they represented, power, control, perhaps immense wealth, if Jay's interest was any indication, couldn't be entirely dismissed. Her heart remained wary, shielded by the harsh lessons learned from Thomas's betrayal. Occasionally, Noah would drop back, offering her a brief swallow of water from his canteen or checking her position in the saddle, his pale eyes assessing her condition with a detached concern. During one such pause, while Methuselah rested in the scant shade of a rocky outcrop, he spoke, his voice low. "Those men, Pike and Ray, they work for a man named Thorn, Julian Thorn." Cora looked up sharply. J. Julian Thorn. Finally, a name for the shadowy creditor who had haunted Thomas's final days. "You know him?" Noah's expression tightened, the scar on his cheek seeming to pulse faintly. "Our paths crossed. Once." He didn't elaborate, but the grim set of his jaw suggested the encounter had not been pleasant. The scar, perhaps? Was Thorn responsible? "He deals in acquisitions, buys land cheap, squeezes ranchers out, takes control of resources, water rights, mineral claims." He paused, his gaze distant and hard. Heard whispers he branched out. Financed risky ventures, prospectors, inventors, men like Ashton desperate for backing, willing to sign away more than they realized. And Thorn believes he owns Thomas's discovery, the plants, the source. He believes he owns anything Ashton produced while under his patronage. Noah corrected grimly. The seeds, the formulas, the garden itself. He considers Promise Creek his property now, collateral on a debt Ashton couldn't repay. The cold reality of it settled over Cora. She wasn't just dealing with predatory plants and the ghosts of her husband's obsession. She was trespassing on land claimed by a ruthless, powerful man who used thugs like Pike and Ray to enforce his will, Julian Thorn. The name felt like another stone added to the crushing weight of her situation. "Can he legally claim the ranch?" Cora asked. The deed tucked away in her trunk, feeling suddenly flimsy. Noah shrugged, a gesture of grim pragmatism. "Out here, legality bends to power and influence. Thorn has money, connections in Tucson, maybe further. A lone widow with a contested deed." He let the sentence hang, the implication clear. Your best protection is keeping him from getting what he really wants, the seeds and control of the source. His words, meant perhaps as pragmatic advice, paradoxically fostered a sliver of trust. He wasn't minimizing the danger from Thorn, he was acknowledging it, aligning himself, at least implicitly, against this common enemy. And he still carried the seeds, hadn't attempted to hide them from her or make his own bargain. "We need to hide the notes, too," Cora said, thinking of Thomas's journals, the ledger, the formula Noah had found. "Everything. If Thorn's men come back—" "They will," Noah stated flatly, "or Thorn will send others, maybe more discreet. He won't let this go." He pushed away from the rock he leaned against. "We'll handle it when we get back. Need to keep moving now. Daylight's burning." They rode on, the fragile truce between them solidified by the shared threat of Julian Thorn. The conversation lapsed back into silence, but it felt less strained now, underscored by a mutual understanding of the stakes. It was late afternoon, the sun casting long shadows, when Promise Creek Ranch finally came into full view, nestled in its shallow basin. From a distance, it looked unchanged, dilapidated, lonely, baking under the Arizona sky. But as they drew closer, Cora's blood ran cold. The front door of the ranch house hung open, splintered near the latch, clearly forced. Fresh horse tracks, more than just Noah's or her own outward journey, churned the dust in the yard. They hadn't just been to the mine. Pike and Ray, or others sent by Thorne, had been back here. They had searched the house while she was gone. Noah saw it too, pulling his rifle from its scabbard, his body instantly alert. He motioned for Cora to stay back while he dismounted and approached the house cautiously, rifle held ready, moving with a predator's silent grace. Cora watched, her heart pounding, her hand automatically going to the derringer still tucked in her apron, though she knew it would be useless against whatever might wait inside. Noah disappeared through the broken doorway. An agonizing minute passed. Then he reappeared, shaking his head, gesturing for her to approach. "Clear," he called out, his voice tight. "But they tossed the place." Dismounting stiffly, pain shooting through her ankle, Cora hobbled towards the house, Noah moving quickly to her side to offer support. Inside, the scene was one of utter violation. Thomas's table had been overturned, papers scattered, geological samples swept to the floor. The meager contents of the kitchen shelves were strewn about. The drawers had been pulled out, their contents dumped. The mattress in the bedroom was slashed, feathers drifting in the air. Even the books had been pulled from the shelves, spines cracked, pages ripped. They had searched thoroughly, angrily, looking for anything of value, anything related to Thomas's work. The ledger, the journals, the seeds. Relief washed over Cora that she had taken the ledger and the field notes with her, that Noah had found the formula, that the prime seeds were safe in his saddlebag. But the violation felt personal, invasive. This dusty, derelict house held little sentimental value, yet seeing it ransacked felt like another layer of loss, another stripping away of dignity. "Damn them," she whispered, leaning against the doorframe, surveying the wreckage. Noah moved through the room, his eyes missing nothing. He righted the table, picked up a few of Thomas's scattered sketches. He checked the hidden tin box behind the books. It was still there, the vials undisturbed. Apparently, Thorne's men hadn't been looking for chemicals or hadn't known where to look. Their focus had been the seeds, the research notes, perhaps money. They didn't find what they were looking for, Noah concluded grimly, which means they'll be back, or Thorne will escalate things. He looked at Cora, his expression serious. "You're not safe here alone, Cora." The statement hung in the air, undeniable. The illusion of sanctuary, however fragile, was shattered. The ranch wasn't a refuge, it was a target. "Where can I go?" she asked, exhaustion and despair threatening to overwhelm her. Tucson was days away, and Thorne likely had eyes there too. Selling the ranch seemed impossible now, inextricably tangled with Thorne's claims and the dangerous secret it held. Noah hesitated, seeming to weigh his words. "My place," he said finally, the offer sounding reluctant, almost forced. "It ain't much, solitary, but it's defensible. Miles from here. Thorne's men won't find it easily." He avoided her gaze, looking out the broken doorway towards the western ridges. "You could stay there, till you figure things out. Till we figure things out." The offer stunned her. Noah, the solitary man who guarded his privacy as fiercely as he guarded his secrets, offering her shelter? It went against everything she thought she understood about him. Why? Was it pity? Responsibility? Or did he want to keep her close, keep an eye on her, control her access to the information she possessed? Her wary heart immediately questioned his motives. Sharing close quarters with this intense, enigmatic man felt almost as dangerous, in a different way, as facing Thorne's thugs alone. Yet what choice did she have? Staying here was clearly untenable. Returning east felt like abandoning Thomas's memory entirely, leaving the poison unchecked, surrendering to Thorne. Noah's offer, whatever his reasons, was a lifeline. "Thank you, Noah," she said, her voice quiet but firm. I accept." Just until I can—" She trailed off, unsure what realistic future awaited her. He gave a curt nod, still not meeting her eyes. "Gather what you need. Essentials. Anything Thorn might want. We'll take it with us. Can't leave it here." He turned towards the doorway. "I'll check the garden, see if they disturbed anything there." As Noah headed towards the ominous enclosure, Cora began the grim task of sorting through the wreckage. She salvaged Thomas's scattered notes and sketches, carefully collecting the pages of the earlier field journals she'd found. She retrieved the ledger and the other journals she had taken to the cave, packing them securely. She gathered her few personal belongings, her books, her botany tools, the remaining packets of familiar seeds brought from Boston, symbols of a life that felt a world away. She packed essentials, clothes, the remaining matches, the lamp, the small amount of food she possessed. Every movement was an effort, her body protesting, her mind reeling from the constant shifts between fear, relief, and uncertainty. Noah returned as she was finishing, his expression unreadable. "Fence is intact. Soil doesn't look disturbed near the plants," he reported. Either they didn't know what they were looking at, or they were under orders not to touch the blooms themselves. Maybe Thorn wants the garden intact, controllable. He paused. But they were careless near the edges, left tracks, confirmed they were here. He helped her carry her bundled belongings out to the horses. Methuselah looked even more ancient and weary after the long ride and the lack of proper rest. Noah transferred her saddlebags to his own sturdier bay, then helped her mount the old dun horse one last time. As they prepared to ride out, leaving the violated ranch house behind them, Cora looked back towards the garden enclosure. The sun was low in the west, casting long skeletal shadows from the strange plants. The crimson blooms were beginning to stir, sensing the approaching dusk, preparing to open their hungry mouths to the night sky. A profound sense of dread washed over her. They were leaving, but the danger remained, rooted firmly in that unnatural soil, watched over by a ruthless man who considered it his own. Noah followed her gaze, his own expression grim. "It'll wait for us," he said quietly, as if reading her thoughts. "It's hunger. And Thorn's greed. Neither one sleeps for long." He turned his horse west, towards the rugged hills that hid his own solitary homestead. Cora hesitated for a moment, then urged Methuselah forward, following him away from the wreckage of Promise Creek, away from the ghost of her husband towards an uncertain future under the protection of a scarred stranger. The trust between them felt as fragile as spun glass, easily shattered by the harsh realities of this treacherous land. Yet for now, it was all she had. As they rode into the deepening twilight, the desert wind whispered around them, carrying secrets, warnings, and the faint, cloying promise of the hunger yet to come. Chapter 16. Midnight Confessions by Firelight. Noah's ranch was nestled deep within the protective embrace of the western foothills, miles from the desolate basin of Promise Creek, accessible only by a winding, barely there trail that discouraged casual visitors and offered numerous vantage points for observing anyone who might attempt to approach. Unlike the dilapidated sprawl of Thomas's failed dream, Noah's homestead was compact, built for resilience rather than ambition. The cabin was small, constructed of sturdy axe-hewn logs chinked tightly against the wind, with a low roof and small shuttered windows that spoke more of defense than welcome. A well-maintained corral held Noah's bay horse, and now the weary Methuselah. A small barn, equally sturdy, stood nearby, along with neatly stacked cords of firewood. The place exuded solitude, self-sufficiency, and a profound sense of being guarded. They arrived well after dark, guided the last few miles by the stars and Noah's intimate knowledge of the terrain. Cora was practically numb with exhaustion, the constant pain in her hand and ankle having subsided into a dull, throbbing misery that permeated her entire being. Noah helped her dismount, his strong hands surprisingly gentle as he eased her to the ground, preventing her from putting too much weight on her injured ankle. "Wait here," he murmured, leaving her leaning against the corral fence while he entered the dark cabin. A moment later, lamplight flickered within, casting a warm yellow glow from one of the small windows. He reappeared in the doorway. "Come on in, mind the step." He supported her as she hobbled across the hard-packed earth and into the cabin. The interior was small, Spartan, yet meticulously clean and organized. A single room served as living space, kitchen, and likely sleeping area. A stone fireplace dominated one wall, its hearth swept clean, a kettle hanging from a hook. A rough-hewn table and 2 sturdy chairs stood near the center. Shelves lined another wall, holding not books, but neatly arranged tins of supplies, tools, spare ammunition, and rolled-up hides. A narrow bedstead covered with thick woolen blankets occupied a corner, suggesting Noah usually slept there, though a pile of bedrolls near the hearth indicated adaptable arrangements. There were no personal touches, no pictures, no decorations, only the stark necessities of a solitary existence. Yet, unlike Thomas's house, which felt haunted by neglect and obsession, Noah's cabin felt grounded, solid, imbued with the quiet strength of its owner. Noah settled Cora into one of the chairs near the hearth, where a low fire already crackled, quickly kindled from prepared embers. "Rest," he ordered gruffly, turning away to tend to the horses, unsaddling them, rubbing them down, providing water and feed with efficient, practiced movements. She watched through the open doorway. He moved with a quiet competence that encompassed every aspect of survival in this demanding land. When he returned, he brought her saddlebags inside, placing them near the hearth along with his own, which contained the fateful pouch of seeds. He didn't mention them, nor did Cora. Their presence was an unspoken weight between them. Instead, he moved to the fireplace, adding wood to the fire, then setting the kettle over the flames. "Hungry?" he asked, glancing back at her. Cora realized she hadn't eaten properly since the dry biscuit in the cave. She nodded mutely. Noah rummaged in his supplies, producing dried jerky, hardtack biscuits far superior to her own stale ones, and a small pouch of ground coffee. Soon, the comforting aroma of brewing coffee mingled with the scent of wood smoke, filling the small cabin, creating a pocket of warmth and fragile domesticity against the vast, dark wilderness outside. They ate in silence, sitting across from each other at the rough table, the firelight casting dancing shadows on Noah's scarred face. Cora ate slowly, gratefully, the simple, hearty food restoring some of her depleted strength. Noah ate with the same focused economy he applied to everything, his gaze mostly directed downwards, though she occasionally felt his pale eyes flicker towards her, assessing, unreadable. The silence wasn't entirely uncomfortable. After the terror and chaos, the shared meal, the warmth of the fire, the solid walls of the cabin offered a profound sense of relief, a temporary respite. Yet questions still simmered beneath the surface, unspoken tensions held captive by exhaustion and ingrained caution. After they finished eating, Noah cleared the table, rinsing their tin plates and cups in a basin with water heated by the fire. Cora watched him, noting the efficiency of his movements, the lack of wasted effort. He was a man accustomed to solitude, to relying solely on himself. Why burden himself with her presence now? As he returned to sit opposite her again, nursing a steaming cup of coffee, Cora decided she couldn't bear the silence, the uncertainty, any longer. She needed to understand, at least partially, the man who held her safety and potentially the fate of Thomas's dangerous legacy in his scarred hands. "Noah," she began, her voice low, hesitant. "Why are you doing this? Helping me? Offering me shelter?" He didn't answer immediately, swirling the dark liquid in his cup, his gaze fixed on its surface. The fire crackled, spitting an ember onto the hearthstone. "Saw what Ashton's obsession did to him," he said finally, his voice rough, quiet. "Saw how it twisted him, how it consumed him." He looked up then, his pale eyes meeting hers directly across the table, holding an unexpected depth of weary knowledge. Saw the trap he laid, maybe without meaning to. Didn't seem right, letting his widow walk straight into the same jaws. It wasn't pity, exactly. It sounded more like witness, a grim understanding born of proximity to the tragedy. "You tried to warn him," Cora murmured, remembering Thomas's journal entry. Noah nodded grimly. tried to tell him about the land, about the things best left buried, about men like Thorn. He took a slow sip of coffee. He didn't listen. Thought I was just a superstitious rancher spoutin' folklore. Thought his science made him smarter than the desert. A bitter edge crept into his voice. He learned different. Too late. What happened to him, Noah? Cora leaned forward, her voice barely a whisper, needing to know, needing to hear it from someone who was there, not the sanitized official report or the callous remarks of Pike and Ray. The fall, it wasn't an accident, was it? Noah stared into his coffee cup again, his knuckles white where he gripped the handle. The silence stretched, thick with unspoken horrors. No, he said finally, the word heavy as stone. It wasn't an accident. He looked up, his eyes haunted. Found him. Near the canyon rim where they said he fell. Not long after. Tracks told the story. More than one man, drag marks, signs of a struggle. He paused, swallowing hard. Thorne's men. Pike was likely one of them. They cornered him, maybe demanding payment, maybe demanding the seeds, the location of the source. Thomas? He fought back, I reckon. Stubborn man, even scared. He didn't finish the sentence. Didn't need to. Made it look like a fall. Cora closed her eyes, nausea churning within her. The brutal reality, stripped bare, was uglier than she had imagined. Thomas hadn't just died. He'd been murdered, executed by Thorne's thugs. "Did you report it?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. Noah gave a short, harsh laugh devoid of humor. Report it? To who? The sheriff in Tucson? Bought and paid for by men like Thorne, most likely. Who'd believe a half-breed rancher's word based on tracks in the dust, against the official story backed by Thorne's influence? He shook his head. Out here, sometimes justice ain't found in a courthouse. Sometimes you just gotta survive. And try to keep the poison from spreading further. His words hinted at a deeper cynicism, a harsher understanding of the world shaped by his own experiences. Perhaps by his mixed heritage, placing him outside the accepted structures of power and law. And the scar? The question slipped out before she could stop it, driven by the sudden intimacy of his confession, the raw honesty in his haunted eyes. His hand instinctively went to his face, fingers tracing the jagged line across his cheek. The guarded mask slammed back down, his eyes turning cold, distant. "Old business?" he said curtly, his tone flat, shutting down the inquiry. "Nothing to do with Ashton." But Cora wasn't so sure. The timing, the connection to Thorne, the violence inherent in such a wound, it felt connected somehow. Another secret held close, another scar deeper than skin. She didn't press him, letting the silence fall again, but the unanswered question lingered. Noah pushed his chair back abruptly, standing up. "You need sleep, real sleep." He gestured towards the narrow bedstead in the corner. "Take the bed. I'll use the rolls by the fire." "Noah, I couldn't," Cora began, flustered by the offer, unwilling to displace him. "Don't argue," he cut her off, his tone leaving no room for debate. "You're injured. Need to heal." He turned away, busying himself with banking the fire for the night, clearly considering the matter closed. Hesitantly, Cora rose, leaning heavily on the table, then hobbled towards the bed. It was narrow, the mattress firm, but the blankets smelled clean, of wood smoke and fresh air. Sinking onto it felt like collapsing into heaven. She eased herself down, trying to find a position that didn't aggravate her injuries, pulling the thick wool blankets up around her shoulders. The simple comfort was overwhelming after the hardship of the trail and the terror of the cave. From the bed, she watched Noah settle himself into his bedroll near the hearth, facing the door, his rifle propped nearby, easily within reach. Even in rest, he seemed vigilant, a guardian at the threshold. The firelight cast his profile in stark relief, highlighting the harsh angles of his face, the prominent line of the scar. Who was this man? A wary protector? A silent witness carrying his own burdens? A man capable of violence, yet showing unexpected gentleness? He was an enigma, wrapped in layers of solitude, resilience, and perhaps regret. He had confessed the truth about Thomas's death, a grim offering laid bare in the firelight. yet he held his own history, his own wounds, tightly guarded. "Noah?" she whispered into the quiet cabin. He turned his head slightly towards her, a silhouette against the dying embers. "Yeah?" "Thank you," she said softly. "For everything. For telling me." He didn't reply for a moment, just the crackle of the fire filling the space between them. "Get some sleep, Cora," he said finally, his voice low, rough. Tomorrow we figure out how to fight monsters, both the ones in the garden and the ones who walk on two legs." He turned away again, settling into his bedroll, leaving Cora alone with her thoughts, the lingering scent of wood smoke and the fragile, tentative trust beginning to take root in the treacherous soil of her heart. Outside, the midnight wind whispered through the pines, carrying secrets only the desert truly knew, while inside the small cabin, two strangers, bound by circumstance and shared danger, sought solace in the uneasy quiet before the dawn. The confession offered and received had shifted something between them, forging a connection as tentative and potentially dangerous as the path ahead. Mutters 17, the price of forgotten truths. Cora woke slowly, reluctantly, surfacing from a deep, dreamless sleep unlike any she'd experienced since arriving in Arizona. The exhaustion and pain had dragged her down into oblivion, a blessed respite from the relentless tension and fear. For a few disoriented moments, she didn't know where she was. The low, timbered ceiling, the unfamiliar weight of thick wool blankets, the lingering scent of wood smoke. It wasn't the dusty tomb of the Promise Creek ranch house, nor the cold, damp blackness of the cave. Then memory returned, sharp and sobering. Noah's cabin. The confession by firelight, the stark truth of Thomas's murder, the grim reality of Julian Thorne's claim, the weight of the seeds now somewhere in Noah's possession. She pushed herself up carefully, testing her injuries. The throbbing in her ankle had subsided to a dull ache, stiff but more manageable. Her hand, thanks to Noah's salve and ministrations, felt less inflamed, the burning replaced by a persistent soreness. Healing had begun. Fragile but definite. Sunlight streamed through the small eastern-facing window, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. The cabin was quiet, empty. Noah was gone. His bedroll near the hearth was neatly tied, his rifle leaning against the wall beside it. The fire had been banked, leaving only warm embers. A pot of coffee sat on the hearthstone, kept warm, and beside it, a plate covered with a cloth held fresh biscuits and jerky. Thoughtful gestures, practical and unobtrusive, typical of the man himself. She swung her legs carefully over the side of the narrow bed, testing her ankle. It protested but held her weight, albeit painfully. Using the wall and furniture for support, she hobbled towards the table, pouring herself a cup of the strong, hot coffee, its bitterness welcome. She ate the simple breakfast, her mind already grappling with the daunting task ahead. Tomorrow, we figure out how to fight monsters, Noah's words echoed. Today was that tomorrow. Where had he gone? Checking on the horses? Scouting the perimeter? His absence, while allowing her privacy, also felt unsettling. She was reliant on him now, not just for shelter, but for his knowledge, his strength, his understanding of the threats they faced. This dependence chafed against her innate self-reliance, yet she couldn't deny its necessity. After finishing her coffee, she felt a growing restlessness. She couldn't simply wait, passive and helpless. There had to be something she could contribute, some way to prepare for the fight Noah spoke of. Her eyes fell on the saddlebags near the hearth, her own and Noah's, which held the seeds. Beside them lay the collection of Thomas's journals, the ledger, the sketches she had salvaged from the ranch house. Knowledge. That was her strength, her domain. While Noah understood the land, the fighting, the survival, she understood botany, observation, analysis. Perhaps within Thomas's scattered, chaotic notes lay clues they had overlooked, keys to understanding the garden's vulnerabilities, weaknesses Noah's grandmother's lore might corroborate. Carefully, she lowered herself to the floor beside the hearth, leaning against the warm stones, and pulled the saddlebags closer. She started with the earliest field notes, the ones detailing Thomas's initial excitement, his discovery at the Badger Hole mine. She reread the entries slowly, searching for nuances she might have missed in her earlier, more frantic perusal. His descriptions of the peculiar seed pods, their resilience, their potency. His dismissal of Noah's warnings as superstitious folklore. The seeds of his downfall were planted long before the actual garden took root. Then she moved to the later journal, the one filled with increasingly erratic script, chemical formulas, and cryptic references to the project. Compound N7, soil enhancers, emergency containment materials. The hunger, it demands more. Control is slipping. The words were chillingly familiar, but she forced herself to look deeper, beyond the surface horror. Were there patterns, mentions of specific conditions that affected the plant's growth or behavior? References to failed experiments, perhaps revealing weaknesses? She cross-referenced the journal entries with the account's ledger, tracing the escalating costs, the payments to J, Julian Thorne, the large unexplained cash withdrawals. It painted a stark picture of Thomas sinking deeper into debt, deeper into desperation, likely compromising his scientific ethics, cutting corners, perhaps even stealing livestock as Noah suspected, all to feed the insatiable hunger of his creation and appease his ruthless creditor. He hadn't just lost control of the plants, he'd lost control of himself. Her attention snagged on a series of entries describing problems with propagation. Attempts at grafting fail consistently. Root cuttings wither unless supplied with N7. Seed germination erratic, requires specific scarification and prolonged exposure to source-irradiated soil. Source-irradiated soil? Another piece of the puzzle. The soil near the badger hole, perhaps enhanced by the strange minerals or energies Noah hinted at, was crucial for germination. This suggested the plants might not spread easily on their own, requiring specific, unnatural conditions found only near the source, or artificially replicated through Thomas's enhancers. A potential vulnerability. If they couldn't easily propagate naturally, perhaps containment was possible. Another entry detailed a near disaster. Unexpected hyperallergenic reaction during pruning of crimson bell. Rapid dermal necrosis, respiratory distress, neutralized with alkali solution formula B12. Extreme caution advised. Protective gear essential. Dermal necrosis, respiratory distress, vulnerability to alkali solutions. More clues. The plants weren't invulnerable. They had weaknesses, specific chemical sensitivities. If only she could find formula B12 among Thomas's notes. She sifted through the pile of loose sketches, detailed renderings of the plant structures, fanged blooms, barbed tendrils, glistening leaves. Among them, she found several pages filled with complex chemical diagrams. One page, tucked hastily between sketches of root systems, was labeled Neutralizing Agents and Inhibitors, Experimental. Below it were several formulas. One, marked B12, listed components including potash lye, a strong alkali, sulfur, and several other compounds she didn't immediately recognize. Beside it, Thomas had scrawled, effective against dermal contact, moderate success inhibiting localized growth, insufficient for large-scale control, further research needed. It wasn't a magic bullet, but it was something, a weapon, however limited. A way to fight back if contact occurred, a potential means of controlling small outbreaks. Carefully, she copied the formula into her own small notebook she carried for botanical observations. As she worked, absorbed in deciphering Thomas's tortured legacy, the cabin door creaked open. Noah stood silhouetted against the bright morning light, holding a brace of rabbits in one hand, his rifle resting comfortably in the crook of his other arm. He paused, taking in the scene. Cora surrounded by papers, engrossed in her task. "Find anything useful?" he asked, stepping inside, closing the door behind him. He deposited the rabbits near the hearth. "Maybe," Cora said, looking up, pushing a stray strand of hair from her forehead. Vulnerabilities, propagation difficulties, sensitivity to alkali solutions. She held up her notebook. Thomas developed a neutralizing formula, B12, said it worked for skin contact, inhibited local growth. Noah raised an eyebrow, intrigued. He came over, crouching beside her, examining the formula she had copied. He nodded slowly. Potash lye. Makes sense. Burns like hell, but it'd counteract whatever venom those things carry. He looked back at the scattered papers. Anything else? His notes mentioned needing source-irradiated soil for seed germination, Cora said. Does that mean anything to you? From the mine? Noah frowned, thinking. The tailings near Badger Hole, they always felt strange. Animals avoid the area. Plants that grow there are stunted, twisted. Maybe it's the minerals, or something deeper. He met her gaze, his own holding a new respect. Could be why the garden needs constant feeding, why it hasn't spread beyond the fence on its own. It needs that specific taint from the source. It was a crucial insight. The garden's power was tied directly to its origin, to the specific conditions found near the mine, or replicated by Thomas's grotesque enhancers. Sever that connection, deny it that specific nourishment, and perhaps it could be weakened, starved, contained. There's something else, Noah, Cora said hesitantly, picking up the thin, early field notebook. Thomas mentioned meeting you near the Badger Hole mine right after he found the first seeds. Said you warned him away. Mentioned Apache avoiding the place for generations. She paused, meeting his eyes. Why? What happened there? What are the old stories? Noah's face closed off, the familiar guarded mask descending. He stood up abruptly, turning away towards the fireplace. Old stories, forgotten truths, best left buried. But Noah, they might be important, Cora persisted, pushing herself awkwardly to her feet, using the table for support. If we're going to fight this thing, understand it, we need all the knowledge we can get. Your grandmother's lore, the reasons the Apache avoided that place. It could hold the key. He turned back towards her, his expression conflicted, shadowed. Pain flickered in his eyes, raw and deep, mingling with a long-held bitterness. You want to know the price of forgotten truths, Cora? His voice was low, grating. You think Ashton was the first fool to meddle with the power in that mine? He took a ragged breath, the scar on his cheek standing out starkly. My grandmother's people didn't just avoid the mine because of bad air or unstable ground. They avoided it because of what happened there generations ago, long before the white prospectors came sniffing around. He paced the small cabin, agitated, running a hand through his dark hair. Story goes. There was a shaman. Powerful, but ambitious. Like Ashton, maybe. He sought power deep in that mountain, near the place the earth's bones are close. Found something. Seeds, maybe. Or just the energy itself. Tried to harness it. Make his people stronger. Defeat their enemies. He stopped, facing her, his eyes burning with a dark intensity. He succeeded, for a time. His warriors became unnaturally strong, fierce. His crops grew strangely abundant, even in drought. But the power demanded a price. The warriors became hungry, cruel, turned on their own. The crops grew twisted, poisonous. The shaman, he lost control. The power he sought to harness, it consumed him, consumed his people. Left behind only sickness, madness, and bones. Cora stared at him, horrified. An ancient echo of Thomas's story, a cycle repeating itself. The survivors, they sealed the deepest parts of the mine, Noah continued, his voice barely a whisper now. Performed rituals, tried to contain the sickness, warned future generations to stay away, called the place cursed, said the hunger sleeping down there would taint anyone who disturbed it. He looked away, toward the shuttered window. My grandmother, her family, carried that warning, that memory. And Thomas? Cora breathed. Thomas broke the seals, Noah said flatly, ignored the warnings, took the sickness out into the light again. And history repeats itself. The weight of this forgotten truth settled heavily in the small cabin. It wasn't just about strange botany or a greedy creditor. It was about an ancient cycle, a dangerous power embedded in the land itself, a power that preyed on human ambition and left devastation in its wake. Thomas hadn't just made a scientific error. He had violated a taboo, unleashed a curse his modern sensibilities couldn't comprehend. "Why didn't you tell Thomas this story?" Cora asked, needing to understand his silence. Noah's face hardened, pain flashing in his eyes again. "I tried to tell him the place was bad medicine, that the old stories held truth." He laughed, called me ignorant, superstitious, said his science would tame it. His voice roughened with remembered frustration and hurt. "After a while, you stop trying to warn a man who's determined to stick his hand in the fire." He sank back down into the chair, burying his face in his hands for a moment, a gesture of profound weariness and long-held grief. Maybe I should have tried harder," he mumbled into his hands. "Maybe." Cora moved closer, resting her uninjured hand tentatively on his shoulder. The muscles beneath her touch were corded with tension. "You warned him, Noah. He didn't listen. It wasn't your fault." He looked up slowly, his eyes meeting hers. The raw vulnerability she saw there startled her. The guarded mask was gone, replaced by the deep, aching pain of remembered loss, of warnings unheeded, of witnessing a descent he couldn't prevent. In that moment, the wary distance between them dissolved, replaced by a shared understanding of the tragedy, the shared burden of its consequences. "The price, Cora," he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. "The price of forgetting, it's always paid in blood. Ashton's blood. Maybe mine, maybe yours, if we're not careful." The fragile trust between them deepened, cemented not by promises or confessions of personal history, but by the shared weight of this ancient, dangerous truth. They were no longer just a widow seeking answers and a reluctant protector. They were allies, bound together against a multifaceted threat: Thorne's greed, the garden's hunger, and the echoes of a forgotten history that demanded a reckoning. Understanding the past wouldn't guarantee their future, but it illuminated the treacherous path ahead, revealing the true depth of the monstrous power they had to confront. The fight wasn't just for survival. It was a fight against a cycle doomed to repeat itself, unless they could find a way to break it. Armed with Thomas's flawed science, Noah's inherited wisdom, and the fragile, hard-won trust blooming between them in the heart of the perilous land. Chapter 18. Tangled Vines, Tangled Fates. The days that followed settled into a tense, watchful rhythm at Noah's secluded ranch. A fragile truce held sway, built on shared danger, hard-won truths, and the unspoken acknowledgement of their mutual dependence. Cora's injuries slowly began to heal under Noah's pragmatic care and her own determined recuperation. The swelling in her ankle subsided enough for her to limp around the cabin and yard with the aid of a sturdy stick Noah fashioned for her. Her hand remained sore, scarred by the chola's brutal embrace, but the angry inflammation eased, thanks largely to Noah's grandmother's potent salve and his diligent rebandaging. The physical healing mirrored the tentative mending of trust between them, scarred, imperfect, yet functional. Their focus became singular, understanding the enemy. The garden, Cusboak, the monstrous offspring of Thomas's ambition and the ancient power lurking beneath the Badger Hole mine. They couldn't risk returning to Promise Creek yet, not knowing if Thorne's men were watching, waiting. Instead, they pored over Thomas's notes, sketches, and journals in the relative safety of Noah's cabin, seeking patterns, vulnerabilities, anything that might offer an advantage. Cora brought her scientific rigor to the task, meticulously organizing the chaotic papers, cross-referencing journal entries with ledger accounts, analyzing the chemical formulas for potential weaknesses beyond the B12 alkali solution. Noah brought his intuitive understanding of the land, his knowledge of local lore, and his grim first-hand observations of the garden's growth and Thomas's decline. They worked side by side at the rough-hewn table, lamplight supplementing the daylight filtering through the small window, the silence broken only by the rustle of paper, the scratch of Cora's pencil, muttered questions, and Noah's low, thoughtful responses. It was a strange partnership. Cora, The Eastern-educated botanist, accustomed to peer-reviewed journals and academic discourse, found herself relying on Noah's interpretations of cryptic symbols, his insights into lunar cycles mentioned in Thomas's notes, his understanding of the subtle language of the desert ecosystem. He, in turn, listened intently as she explained the principles of plant biology, pointing out potential weaknesses in cellular structure suggested by Thomas's sketches, or deciphering the Latin names of obscure compounds listed in the chemical formulas. He respected her knowledge, her methodical approach, a respect that felt hard-earned and genuine. This compound N7, Cora mused one afternoon, tapping a chemical diagram bristling with complex molecular rings. Thomas called it the primary enhancer, derived from source material. It appears in almost every formula related to feeding or propagation. Noah leaned closer, studying the diagram, his brow furrowed. Source material, he echoed grimly. From the mine. Not just the irradiated soil, then. Something else. Something potent. He pointed to a specific cluster of symbols within the diagram. These, they look like the carvings in the cavern, related to the growth symbols. It suggests N7 isn't just a chemical fertilizer, Cora reasoned. It's more like a catalyst, something that carries the specific energy, the taint you spoke of, from the source itself. It's what makes the garden different, what fuels its unnatural hunger and growth. And what Thorne likely wants almost as much as the seeds, Noah added darkly. Control the enhancer, control the growth. They began to piece together a clearer picture of the garden's life cycle, its dependencies. It needed the specific energy signature provided by compound N7, derived from the source. It needed supplemental feeding, particularly protein-rich, blood-based nourishment, to sustain its rapid growth and predatory functions. Hence, Thomas's desperate measures with livestock. Its propagation was difficult, requiring specific soil conditions and scarification, suggesting it wasn't likely to spread wildly without deliberate cultivation or contamination with N7. And it possessed vulnerabilities, sensitivity to strong alkali solutions, potential reactions during pruning or handling. But the biggest question remained, how to destroy it safely. Burning felt too risky, potentially scattering seeds or spores or triggering unforeseen reactions. Starving it by denying it the N7 enhancer or the blood feeding seemed logical. But how long would that take? And could it adapt, find other sources, become even more aggressive in its hunger? Noah believed the answer might lie in the old ways, in the lore passed down by his grandmother. She spoke of counteragents, he admitted reluctantly one evening, staring into the flickering flames of the hearth. Plants native to this land, tough, resilient. Plants the Apache used for cleansing, for protection against bad medicine. He named a few: creosote bush, known for its strong scent and resilience; desert sage, used in purification rituals; datura, the sacred thorn apple, powerful, dangerous, but believed to hold sway over spirits and poisons. Maybe introducing these, disrupting the garden's unnatural balance with the desert's own defenses, maybe that could weaken it from within, without scattering its essence. It was a concept far removed from Cora's scientific training, bordering on the folk magic Thomas had dismissed. Yet Noah spoke with such quiet conviction, rooted in generations of observation and belief, that she couldn't entirely discount it. Perhaps the answer lay not in pure chemistry or brute force, but in understanding the deeper ecological and spiritual balance Thomas had so violently disrupted. Their shared focus, the long hours spent in close proximity, began to subtly erode the barriers between them. Cora found herself noticing small things about Noah, the way his eyes crinkled slightly at the corners when something amused him, a rare occurrence; the unconscious habit he had of tracing the scar on his cheek when deep in thought; the surprising gentleness in his hands when tending her injuries or handling a frightened animal. She saw glimpses of the man beneath the guarded exterior, a man marked by hardship but not broken by it. possessing a quiet integrity and a fierce, protective loyalty to the land he belonged to. Noah, in turn, seemed to relax slightly in her presence. The silences between them grew more comfortable. He began to share small snippets of his past, stories of growing up between two worlds, learning Apache ways from his grandmother while navigating the often hostile prejudices of the nearby white settlements. He spoke of his time serving as an army scout, hinting at battles fought, traumas witnessed, skills honed, experiences that likely contributed to his vigilance, his competence, and perhaps some of his deeper scars. He never spoke directly of the prominent scar on his face, and Cora learned not to ask, respecting the boundary he clearly maintained around that particular pain. One evening, while cleaning his rifle by the firelight, the conversation took a more personal turn. "Why did you come back here, Cora?" Noah asked suddenly, his voice quiet, catching her off guard. "After Ashton died, after you knew, or suspected, it wasn't just a simple ranch he left you." Cora hesitated, tracing the rim of her coffee cup. "I suppose I needed answers," she admitted softly. "About Thomas, about his work, about his death. It felt unfinished, a mystery I couldn't leave unsolved." She looked up, meeting his gaze, and maybe a part of me hoped to find the man I thought I married still existed somewhere in his work before the obsession took over. "And did you?" Noah asked gently. Cora shook her head, a sad smile touching her lips. "No, I found a ghost. Someone driven, brilliant, yes, but also reckless, compromised, lost." She sighed. "Unearthing him hasn't brought peace, only more danger, more questions." "Sometimes answers don't bring peace," Noah observed, carefully oiling the rifle mechanism. "Sometimes they just show you the true depth of the trouble you're in." He paused, then added, almost hesitantly, Maybe you came back for yourself too. Not just for him. Maybe you needed to prove something, that you could survive this, that you're stronger than he thought, stronger than you thought." His words struck a chord deep within her. Had this relentless pursuit of truth also been a journey of self-discovery, a forging of resilience in the crucible of fear and loss? Looking back at the terrified, grieving widow who had arrived coated in dust just weeks ago, she barely recognized herself. She was still afraid, yes, but the fear no longer paralyzed her. It fueled a cold determination, a will to survive, to fight back, to see this through. Perhaps Noah was right. "Perhaps," she conceded quietly. A comfortable silence fell again, but it felt different, charged with a subtle shift in awareness. Noah's perception of her, her tentative glimpse into his own guarded thoughts. It felt like tangled vines slowly intertwining, creating something complex, potentially fragile, yet undeniably real. The wary heart began to lower its defenses, just a fraction. Their fragile peace, however, was not destined to last. A few days later, Noah returned from a long scouting ride towards the southern boundaries of his property, his face grim, his body taut with renewed tension. "Trouble," he announced, dismounting quickly, leaving his horse sweat-streaked and breathing hard. "Found tracks, shod horses, 3 or 4 riders, not pike and raise mounts. Different. They weren't heading this way, not directly. More like fanning out, searching, systematically." Cora's blood ran cold. "Thorn?" Noah nodded grimly. "Has to be. He's broadened the search, looking for the source maybe, or looking for us." He strode towards the cabin. "They're miles away yet, heading southeast. But they're methodical. If they keep covering ground like that, they'll stumble this way eventually. Maybe a day, maybe 2. The temporary sanctuary was breached. Thorn's net was tightening. They were running out of time. "We can't stay here," Cora said, her voice tight with urgency. "No," Noah agreed. "Can't run forever either, and we can't let them find this place." He paused, his gaze distant, calculating. "We have to go back." "Back?" Cora stared at him. "To Promise Creek?" "It's the one place Thorn knows," Noah reasoned, thinking aloud. "It's the nexus. The garden is there. Ashton's main research notes are likely still hidden somewhere in that house, things Thorne would want. It's where they'll concentrate their search eventually. He looked at her, his eyes intense, and it's where we might have the best chance to make a stand, on ground we understand, near the weapon we need to control or destroy. It sounded insane. Returning deliberately to the place Thorne's men had already ransacked, the place overshadowed by the hungry garden. Yet, Noah's logic held a grim kind of sense. They couldn't keep hiding. They had to confront the threat, both human and botanical. And Promise Creek, the heart of the problem, might also be the place where the solution, however dangerous, could be found. "We need a plan," Cora said, her mind already racing, cataloging the potential weapons, the alkali formula, Noah's knowledge of native plants, their combined understanding of the garden's vulnerabilities. "We need more than a plan," Noah countered gravely. "We need to understand the garden's current state. Has it been fed? Has it changed since Thorne's men were there? We need to observe it closely before they arrive." He looked towards the east, towards the hidden ranch. "We need to go back tonight, under cover of darkness. See what we're truly up against before Thorne's new dogs arrive on the scent." The prospect was terrifying. Returning to that haunted place, deliberately approaching the monstrous garden in the dead of night when its hunger was awake, it felt like walking willingly into the devil's snare. Yet sitting here, waiting for Thorne's men to inevitably find them, felt like passive surrender. "All right," Cora agreed, meeting Noah's steady gaze. The fragile trust forged in shared danger and tentative confessions held firm. "Tonight we go back. We face the hunger." Their fates, already tangled by Thomas's actions and Thorne's greed, felt inextricably bound now to the fate of the garden itself. The tangled vines of past secrets, present dangers, and uncertain alliances were drawing them back to the source of the poison, forcing a confrontation that felt both inevitable and potentially lethal. The price of forgotten truths had been paid in blood. The price of confronting them remained terrifyingly unknown. Chapter 19. The Poison Kiss of Revelation. The return to Promise Creek Ranch under the cloak of a moonless, star-dusted night felt like descending into a half-forgotten nightmare. Every shadow seemed deeper, every familiar landmark. The skeletal silhouette of the collapsed corral, the dark, gaping maw of the barn, the jagged line of the distant foothills, imbued with a heightened sense of menace. The silence was profound, broken only by the soft tread of their horses' hooves on the dusty ground and the dry whisper of the night wind carrying the faint, sickly sweet scent from the direction of the garden. That scent alone, heavier, more cloying than Cora remembered, was an ominous portent. They left the horses tethered a good distance from the house, hidden in a shallow arroyo, and approached the ranch on foot, moving like ghosts through the darkness. Noah led the way, his rifle held ready, his senses stretched taut, scanning the perimeter, listening for any sound out of place. Cora followed close behind, her walking stick providing unsteady support, her own nerves frayed raw, the derringer clutched tightly within her pocket. The ransacked house stood silent and dark, its broken door like a wound gaping open to the night. They didn't risk entering, not yet. Their objective lay elsewhere, the garden. Keeping low, using the dilapidated outbuildings and scattered debris for cover, they circled around towards the fenced enclosure. As they drew nearer, the sweet narcotic fragrance intensified, thick enough to taste, making Cora's head swim despite the kerchief she held pressed against her nose and mouth. Noah seemed less affected, though his expression was grim. His eyes narrowed as he surveyed the dark rectangle ahead. Even in the near-absolute darkness, the garden pulsed with a low, unnatural energy. It was larger. The realization hit Cora with sickening force. The enclosure seemed fuller, the bizarre plants taller, denser, their tendrils reaching higher, their fleshy leaves glistening with a disturbing phosphorescence that wasn't visible from a distance, but became apparent up close. A faint, internal, unhealthy glow, similar to the spectral fungi in the cavern, but tinged with the lurid hues of the blooms themselves. The growth rate was astonishing, terrifying. Had Thorne's men done something? Or was this a natural cycle, accelerated by whatever phase the moon was in, or by some other environmental trigger? Noah motioned for her to stay back, hidden behind the rusted carcass of an old water trough, while he crept closer to the brittle fence, moving with incredible stealth. He crouched low, observing, listening. Cora watched him, her heart pounding, straining her own eyes to make out details in the gloom. The crimson bell-shaped flowers, the ones Noah called crimson bells based on Thomas's notes, were wide open, gaping mouths turned towards the star-dusted sky. Their inner luminescence pulsed faintly, rhythmically. The hooked tendrils of the other plants swayed slowly, deliberately, questing in the darkness. But it was the plum-colored, glistening leaves of the plants Thomas had called Devil's Snare in one sketch that drew Cora's horrified attention. They seemed engorged, thicker, stickier, and clustered near the base of the fence on the side facing the house. And tangled amongst them, half obscured by the pulsating leaves, were dark shapes, ragged cloth, a glint of metal, a belt buckle, the unmistakable, horrifying outline of human remains. Not ancient bones like the small animal skulls scattered throughout. These were fresh, recent. Cora stifled a gasp, pressing her hand against her mouth, bile rising in her throat. Someone had fallen victim to the garden, recently. One of Thorne's men? Pike? Or Ray? Had they returned after the firefight at the cave, perhaps injured, seeking shelter or revenge, only to stumble too close to the fence, drawn in by the scent, ensnared by the grasping leaves? The image of the pale thing disappearing into the leaves in the moonlight flashed in her mind, magnified now into human-scale horror. The garden hadn't just been fed livestock, it had tasted human blood. Noah had clearly seen it too. He remained crouched for a long moment, utterly still, then slowly, carefully backed away, melting back into the shadows towards her hiding place. His face, when he reached her, was a mask of grim fury and cold determination. "One of 'em," he breathed, his voice barely a whisper, rough with suppressed emotion. Got too close, didn't heed the warnings. Or perhaps, Cora thought with a shudder, he had been pushed. The revelation was sickening, terrifying. The garden wasn't just passively dangerous, it was actively predatory on a scale they hadn't fully grasped. And its recent feeding seemed to have fueled this explosive growth, this heightened energy. It felt more awake, more aware, more hungry than ever before. "We need to know how," Cora whispered back, forcing down her revulsion, the scientist in her battling the horror. How did it get him? Did he climb the fence? Did the tendrils reach out? Understanding the method of attack was crucial. Noah shook his head. Fence looks mostly intact on that side, but the snares, they're growing through the lower gaps now, spreading out, low to the ground. He looked towards the house, then back at the garden. Maybe he was injured, crawling, or maybe the scent drew him right in. They watched the enclosure for several more minutes from their concealed position. The rhythmic pulsing of the blooms seemed hypnotic. The slow weaving of the tendrils felt deliberate, menacing. The air thrummed with a silent, expectant hunger. It felt like standing on the edge of a living trap, baited and ready. "The neutralizing formula," Cora murmured, thinking of the B12 alkali solution. "If we could get close enough to spray it—" "Too risky," Noah countered immediately. "Need daylight to see properly, and getting close enough to spray effectively means getting within reach of those tendrils, those leaves. One wrong move—" He didn't need to finish the sentence. The fate of Thorne's man was a stark warning. Besides, Ashton said it only inhibited local growth, wouldn't kill the whole thing, might just make it angrier. He scanned the area again, his gaze sharp, analytical despite the horror. "We need a different approach, something that attacks the root, the connection to the source." He looked back at Cora. "The lore. My grandmother spoke of disrupting the ground around cursed places, creating a barrier, using plants that repel the sickness. Creosote? Sage?" Cora recalled their earlier conversation. Could we plant them around the enclosure? Maybe, Noah conceded, but it would take time. Time we don't have before Thorn's other men arrive. We need something faster, something definitive. He fell silent, staring intently at the garden, his mind clearly working, sifting through knowledge both practical and esoteric. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, focusing on something near the center of the enclosure. In the faint, pulsating luminescence, Cora could just make out the tallest plant, the one Thomas had sketched with the fanged maw, the one whose bloom seemed larger, more dominant than the others. A king bloom, Thomas had tentatively labeled it in one margin note. The main bloom, Noah breathed. The first one Ashton cultivated, maybe? The one tied most directly to the source? He looked at Cora intently. In the old stories, sometimes the only way to kill a blight is to strike at its heart. Destroy the king bloom? Cora felt a chill despite the cloying air. It seemed impossibly dangerous. The plant was central, likely heavily defended by the surrounding growth. Not just destroy it, Noah said slowly, thinking aloud. Poison it. Feed it something that counteracts the N7, something that severs its connection to the source. He paused, his gaze distant. My grandmother used a specific preparation. From the Dadara root, sacred thorn apple. Handled wrong, it's deadly poison to man or beast. But used right, she claimed it could break curses, drive out unnatural influences. Datura, a powerful hallucinogen, a potent poison. Using it sounded incredibly dangerous, steeped in the very folk magic Thomas had scorned. Yet desperation gnawed. The image of the engorged leaves, the half-consumed body, they couldn't let this continue. How? Cora asked. How could we even get close enough to administer it? Noah's gaze shifted, moving from the garden to the dilapidated ranch house. Ashton's notes. The chemical sprayer he must have used for the N7 for his experiments. Is it still here? Intact? Hope, fragile and sharp, pierced through Cora's fear. Thomas's meticulous records, his chemical obsession, might provide the very tools they needed to undo his creation. I don't know. Thorne's men ransacked the place, but they seemed focused on papers, seeds, money. Maybe they overlooked equipment. We need to check, Noah decided swiftly. Now, before daylight. If the sprayer's there and if we can find the right components for the alkali neutralizer and something potent enough to poison the king bloom at its root, we might have a chance. He looked back at the garden, then at Cora. It's dangerous. We'll have to move fast. Thorne's men could arrive any time after dawn. Let's go, Cora agreed, pushing herself upright with her stick, ignoring the protest from her ankle. The risk felt enormous, but inaction felt like a death sentence. They moved quickly, silently, back towards the house, slipping through the broken doorway into the moonless, dark interior. Noah lit a small, shielded lantern he carried, keeping the light low, casting long, dancing shadows across the ransacked room. They began a methodical search amidst the chaos. Cora focused on the area where Thomas kept his chemical supplies, carefully righting overturned crates, sifting through broken glassware. Noah searched the attached shed where tools and larger equipment might have been stored. Minutes stretched into an agonizingly long time, the silence punctuated only by their quiet movements and the distant, unsettling hum that seemed to emanate from the garden outside. Finally, a low grunt of satisfaction from Noah in the shed. He emerged holding a canister-style metal sprayer with a long nozzle, dented but seemingly intact. Found it. Still has residue inside. Smells wrong, like N7. Meanwhile, Cora, rummaging carefully behind a pile of discarded sacks near the hearth, found a sturdy wooden box overlooked by the intruders. Inside, miraculously preserved, were several glass jars containing powdered chemicals, sulfur, potash lye, copper sulfate, and several smaller vials of liquids, labeled with Thomas's precise script. Cross-referencing with her copied notes, she identified the components for the B12 neutralizing solution. There was enough to make a small batch, perhaps enough for protection or localized control. But the datura, or something equally potent to strike at the King Bloom's heart? Thomas's supplies seemed geared towards growth and control, not outright destruction using traditional poisons. Nothing strong enough here to poison the main root system directly, Cora reported, disappointment heavy in her voice. Just the alkali neutralizer. Noah examined the sprayer, then looked towards the box of chemicals. He picked up the jar of potash lye, then the sulfur. His expression was thoughtful, intense. Maybe we don't need datura. He looked at Cora. What did Ashton's notes say happened when he over-applied certain compounds? Were there any adverse reactions mentioned besides the allergy? Cora quickly scanned the relevant pages again. He notes, instability when N7 concentration is too high, caused wilting in younger specimens, and, wait, she pointed to a margin note, accidental over-application of sulfur-copper compound, fungicide test G3, near Crimson Bell root system resulted in rapid desiccation and localized soil sterility. Potentially useful? Requires further study. Sulfur and copper, Noah murmured. Scorched earth. Poisons the ground itself, prevents uptake. He looked from the notes to the jars, then back to the sprayer. A grim, determined light entered his eyes. Maybe we don't need to poison the bloom directly. Maybe we poison the soil it feeds on. A strong enough dose right at the base of the king bloom. It might sever the root's connection, starve it from the ground up. It was a gamble, a desperate improvisation based on a fragmented observation in Thomas's notes, but it felt more tangible, more achievable than trying to procure and handle dangerous traditional poisons. We'll need water to mix it, Cora said, thinking practically. The pump. Too noisy, too slow, Noah countered. There's a rain barrel near the barn, might still have water in it. Working quickly by the dim lantern light, they gathered the necessary components, the sprayer, the jars of sulfur, copper sulfate, and potash lye, for the B12 neutralizer, just in case. Noah found water in the rain barrel, brackish but usable. They mixed a concentrated slurry of the sulfur and copper compounds directly in the sprayer canister, a caustic, acrid smell rising from the mixture. They prepared a smaller batch of the B12 alkali solution in a separate container Noah produced from his saddlebag. They were ready, armed with Thomas's own tools and chemicals, repurposed for destruction. As they stepped back out into the pre-dawn chill, the eastern sky was just beginning to show the faintest hint of gray. Time was running out. Noah hefted the sprayer. I'll administer the poison. Need to get close, right to the base of the king bloom. You stay back near the fence line, keep watch, and have the neutralizer ready. He handed her the container of B12 solution and a sturdy rag. If anything, tendrils, leaves, gets near me, or if I get splashed. I understand, Cora said, her throat tight. The thought of him approaching the heart of that monstrous, pulsating garden, armed only with a chemical sprayer and a desperate theory, was terrifying. Stay low, stay alert, Noah instructed, his pale eyes locking with hers for a brief, intense moment. An unspoken understanding passed between them, the shared risk, the fragile trust, the grim necessity. Then he turned and began to move towards the garden enclosure, a solitary figure melting into the deep shadows, carrying a weapon born of the very obsession he sought to destroy. Cora watched him go, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm against her ribs. She took her position near the fence, hidden behind the water trough again, the container of alkali solution, feeling woefully inadequate in her trembling hand. The garden waited, silent, pulsing, radiating its unnatural hunger. The air was thick with its poisonous perfume. The faint light of dawn crept closer, threatening to expose them. Somewhere, miles away, Thorne's men were riding closer. The final confrontation, the poison kiss of revelation, was upon them. And everything depended on Noah reaching the heart of the bloom before its hunger, or Thorne's greed consumed them all. Chapter 20. what grows in the Garden of Bones. The pre-dawn air hung thick and still, unnaturally warm near the garden enclosure, saturated with the cloying sweetness that now seemed less like perfume and more like a warning, a soporific lure into the heart of danger. Cora crouched behind the rusted water trough, her body trembling, not just from the chill of the approaching dawn, but from a profound, bone-deep fear. Every sense was stretched taut, straining against the oppressive gloom. She watched the indistinct shape of Noah moving with almost supernatural stealth towards the center of the horrifyingly vibrant garden. He moved low, using the denser clumps of alien vegetation for cover, skirting the patches where the glistening plum-colored leaves of the devil's snare spread like deadly traps across the dark soil. The faint, unhealthy phosphorescence emanating from the plants cast just enough light to make out his silhouette, a solitary figure penetrating the monstrous heart of Thomas's creation. He carried the dented metal sprayer, its nozzle pointed downwards, the caustic mixture of sulfur and copper sulfate, within feeling like their only desperate hope against the unnatural life pulsing around him. Cora clutched the container of B12 alkali solution, her knuckles white. Her role felt terrifyingly passive, yet critically important. Watch. Wait. Be ready to administer the neutralizer if Noah was ensnared, splashed, overcome. Be ready to witness, what? Success? Or a final, horrifying failure? The fate of the man by the fence, Pike or Ray, it didn't matter, was a grisly testament to the garden's lethal efficiency. Time seemed to warp, stretching and compressing. Each second Noah spent within that fence felt like an eternity. The garden itself seemed aware, alert. The rhythmic pulsing of the crimson bell blooms intensified slightly, their gaping mouths exhaling waves of narcotic perfume. The long, hooked tendrils of the taller plants swayed, not randomly in the faint breeze, but with a slow, deliberate rotation, as if scanning their domain, sensing the intrusion. Cora held her breath, praying they wouldn't detect Noah's careful passage. He was nearing the center now, approaching the dominant plant, the king bloom that seemed to anchor the entire grotesque ecosystem. It stood taller than the others, its main stalk thick as a man's arm, its primary bloom larger, somehow more menacing, its fanged maw seeming to glint even in the deep shadows. Subsidiary blooms and grasping tendrils surrounded it like loyal, deadly courtiers. This was the heart of the sickness, the direct conduit to the source's power. Noah paused, crouching low behind a cluster of pulsating, fleshy leaves, seemingly gathering himself. Assessing the final approach, Cora could imagine the concentration on his face, the rigid control he exerted over his own fear, the weight of the task ahead. He had to get close, right to the base, to douse the root system thoroughly with the sulfur-copper poison. Suddenly, one of the hooked tendrils near the king bloom whipped through the air, startlingly fast, striking the ground inches from where Noah knelt. Had it sensed him? Or was it just a random, searching movement? Noah froze, becoming utterly still, melting into the shadows of the surrounding plants. The tendril probed the air, swayed, then slowly retracted. Cora let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding, her heart hammering against her ribs. Noah waited another long moment, then began to move again, inching forward with painstaking slowness. He reached the base of the king bloom. Cora could see him maneuvering the sprayer, aiming the nozzle directly at the dark soil where the thick stalk emerged. This was it. He began to pump the sprayer handle, and a stream of dark liquid hissed onto the ground around the king bloom's base. The acrid smell of the sulfur compound cut faintly through the cloying sweetness, a harsh chemical scent of defiance. Noah moved deliberately, soaking the soil thoroughly, circling the base, ensuring complete coverage. For a moment, nothing happened. The garden remained still, pulsing, watching. Then the king bloom reacted. It wasn't a sudden wilting or collapse. It was something far more violent, more terrifying. The giant central bloom seemed to shudder, its petals clenching slightly. The ground around its base darkened rapidly, the sulfur-copper mix sinking in, poisoning the earth. A low, guttural sound, like air being forced through thick liquid, emanated from the plant's core, a sound that shouldn't be possible, a sound of agony or rage. Then, all hell broke loose. The king bloom thrashed, its thick stalk whipping back and forth with incredible force. Its hooked tendrils lashed out blindly, furiously, tearing through nearby plants, sending ripped leaves and severed stems flying. The surrounding vegetation seemed to recoil, then surge in response, a wave of defensive, aggressive energy rippling through the entire enclosure. Tendrils writhed like snakes, barbed tips seeking a target. The glistening leaves of the devil's snares seemed to swell, their sticky surfaces gleaming with anticipation. The air grew thick, charged with menace, the sweet scent becoming overpowering, nauseating. Noah scrambled back, barely avoiding a lashing tendril that could have torn flesh from bone. He tried to keep the sprayer aimed, but the plant's violent thrashing made it impossible. He stumbled, falling hard amongst the lower-growing, pulsating leaves. "Noah!" Cora cried out, forgetting caution, starting towards the fence. "Stay back!" he yelled, his voice strained, pushing himself upright, batting away a grasping tendril with the heavy sprayer canister. He was too close, surrounded by the garden's fury. As he struggled to regain his footing, one of the thick, plum-colored leaves of a devil's snare plant nearby seemed to lunge towards him, wrapping with surprising speed around his boot. Noah kicked out violently, tearing the leaf, but not before its sticky surface left a glistening residue on his leather boot. Almost immediately, the leather began to smoke faintly, dissolving as if touched by acid. He needed the neutralizer, now. Ignoring his warning, driven by pure instinctual terror for his safety, Cora scrambled towards the fence, towards the spot where the devil's snares grew thickest, reaching through the lower gaps. She uncorked the container of B12 solution, ready to splash it through the fence onto his boot, onto the grasping leaves. But as she reached the fence line, focusing solely on Noah's struggle, she failed to notice the subtle shift in the ground beneath her own feet, just outside the enclosure. The soil here, near the fence, wasn't the pale, sandy dirt of the surrounding desert. It was darker, damper, contaminated perhaps by runoff from the garden's unnatural soil or by tendrils burrowing beneath the fence line. And something was moving within it. A network of fine, dark roots, thick as ropes, suddenly erupted from the ground around her ankles, coiling with astonishing speed and strength. Cora cried out in shock and pain as the roots tightened, digging into her flesh through her sturdy boots, anchoring her to the spot. They felt unnaturally strong, imbued with the garden's aggressive vitality. She stumbled, falling to her knees, dropping the container of B12 solution, which spilled uselessly into the thirsty, contaminated soil. Trapped. She was trapped. Not by the plants within the fence, but by the garden reaching out, claiming the ground beyond its apparent boundary. The sickness was spreading. Inside the enclosure, Noah saw her fall, saw the roots ensnaring her, his face contorted with alarm. He abandoned his struggle with the tendrils, turning towards her, towards the fence. But his movement was hampered by the burning boot, by the thrashing chaos around him. The king bloom, seemingly recovering from the initial shock of the poison, focused its fury. Its massive central stalk bent, lowering the giant, fanged bloom towards Noah with terrifying speed. It wasn't just lashing out blindly now, it was attacking with clear, malevolent intent. Cora watched in horror, struggling frantically against the binding roots, her stick useless, her injured hand throbbing. Noah raised the sprayer instinctively, trying to fend off the descending maw, but it was too late. The fanged petals gaped wide, revealing a dark, viscous interior, and lunged. But it didn't strike Noah directly. Instead, it seemed to inhale sharply, drawing in a huge gasp of air, and with it, the concentrated fumes of the sulfur-copper compound still lingering around Noah, around the sprayer he held defensively before him. The effect was instantaneous and catastrophic. The bloom convulsed violently, the guttural sound rising to a horrific, tearing shriek. The fanged petals curled inwards, turning black at the edges as if burned from the inside out. The entire plant shuddered, a deep tremor running down its thick stalk to the poisoned roots. It began to wilt, collapsing in on itself with stunning rapidity, the vibrant colors fading to a sickly gray-brown, the proud stalk buckling. The death of the king bloom sent a shockwave through the entire garden. The thrashing tendrils went momentarily still. The pulsing luminescence dimmed. The narcotic scent abruptly lessened, replaced by the acrid stench of the sulfur compound and something else. The smell of decay, potent and immediate. The connection was broken. The heart had stopped. Noah stared, breathing heavily, momentarily stunned by the sudden, violent demise of his adversary. Then, remembering Cora, he scrambled towards the fence, ignoring the now weakening struggles of the surrounding plants. The devil's snare leaf still clinging to his boot had ceased its corrosive action, its fleshy surface turning flaccid and gray. He reached the fence near Cora, dropping the now empty sprayer. "The roots!" she gasped, still fighting against their tenacious grip. Noah didn't hesitate. Drawing a large hunting knife from his belt, he knelt and began hacking furiously at the thick, ropey roots binding her ankles. They were tough, fibrous, resisting the blade, but Noah attacked them with a desperate strength, severing them one by one. The cut ends oozed a dark, viscous sap that smoked faintly where it touched the contaminated soil. Finally, he cut through the last root, freeing her. He pulled her back, away from the fence, away from the dying garden, supporting her weight as she sagged against him, trembling uncontrollably. They clung to each other for a moment, breathing raggedly, surveying the scene. The garden was dying. The vibrant, aggressive growth was collapsing, wilting, turning gray and brown before their eyes. The hooked tendrils lay limp. The glistening leaves were losing their sheen, shriveling. The crimson bells hung like withered rags. The pervasive, cloying sweetness was gone, replaced by the stink of chemical poison and rapid decomposition. It was a scene of utter, unnatural decay, swift and absolute. The poison had worked, striking the heart, poisoning the soil, severing the connection to the source. It had killed the beast. But as Cora looked at the dying garden, at the half-consumed body still tangled in the now limp devil's snare leaves, at the dark contaminated soil spreading beyond the fence line, a chilling thought arose. They had killed the garden cultivated here, the monstrous offspring, but had they killed the source? The ancient power sleeping beneath the badger hole, the energy that fueled this unnatural life? Or had they merely pruned a particularly virulent branch, leaving the root intact, waiting for another ambitious fool like Thomas to come digging, to start the cycle anew? What truly grew in the Garden of Bones wasn't just the predatory plants. It was obsession. It was greed. It was the seductive lure of forbidden power, the hunger for knowledge and control that disregarded ancient warnings and natural limits. It was the poison in the human heart that allowed such monstrosities to take root and flourish. Thomas had cultivated the plants, but Thorne's greed provided the fertile ground, and the land itself held the deep, slumbering potential for corruption. Noah seemed to share her somber thoughts. He looked from the dying garden towards the distant foothills where the Badger Hole mine lay hidden. "We stopped this," he said, his voice low, weary. "But the sickness, the source, it's still out there." He helped Cora limp further away from the enclosure, towards the gray light of dawn now spreading across the sky. And Thorne, he won't care that the garden is dead. He'll still want the seeds. He'll still want control of the source. He'll still want revenge. The victory felt hollow, overshadowed by the larger, more insidious threats that remained. They had survived the garden's hunger, but the human monsters were still closing in. As the first rays of the sun touched the ravaged landscape of Promise Creek Ranch, Cora knew their fight was far from over. They had won a battle, but the war for survival against both the remnants of Thomas's legacy and the ruthlessness of Julian Thorne had just entered a new, perhaps even more dangerous phase. The poison kiss of revelation had shown them the enemy's face, but the path to truly neutralizing the poison remained shrouded in uncertainty and shadow. Chapter 21, A Choice Watered with Tears. Dawn broke fully over Promise Creek Ranch, painting the sky in hopeful streaks of pink and gold that felt cruelly discordant with the scene of grotesque decay within the garden enclosure. The rising sun illuminated the wilting, gray-brown remnants of Thomas's monstrous creation, the stench of chemical poison and rapid decomposition hanging heavy in the cool morning air. The immediate threat, the garden's active hunger, was extinguished, leaving behind a battlefield strewn with unnatural corpses and unanswered questions. Cora leaned heavily on Noah near the corner of the ransacked ranch house, watching the final, pathetic shriveling of the king bloom. The victory felt Pyrrhic, tainted by the horror of what the garden had become, the human cost tangled in its leaves, and the chilling knowledge that the source of the poison remained untouched, potent, deep within the earth, miles away. And somewhere, under the same brightening sky, Julian Thorne's men were riding closer, bringing a different, perhaps more relentless, kind of hunger. Noah retrieved the container of alkali solution she had dropped, his expression grim. He carefully applied some to his own boot where the devil's snare had touched it, the leather still pitted and weakened. Then, gently but firmly, he checked the angry red welts left by the roots on Cora's ankles, cleaning them and applying the soothing salve. His touch, as always, was efficient, impersonal, yet held an undercurrent of care that resonated deeper than words. "We need to move," he said, his voice low, weary but firm, straightening up and scanning the surrounding terrain. "Can't stay here. Too exposed. They could arrive any time." Cora nodded, her own exhaustion immense, but her mind sharp with the urgency of their situation. "Where do we go? Back to your cabin?" It felt like the only sanctuary they had, however temporary. Noah hesitated, his gaze sweeping from the dying garden to the distant foothills, then back towards the house. "My cabin. They might find it eventually if they're thorough. It's hidden but not invisible." He looked at her, his pale eyes serious. "There's another place, older, more remote. A place my grandmother used sometimes. High in the canyons. Difficult to reach, easy to defend, offers a better view of the approaches." He paused. "It's rough living, little more than a cave with a good spring, but it might be our best chance to lie low, figure out our next move." Trusting his judgment, his knowledge of the land felt like the only viable option. "All right," Cora agreed. "Lead the way." Before they left, however, there were grim necessities to attend to. Noah, his face set like stone, used his knife and shovel retrieved from the shed to deal with the horrifying remains tangled in the devil's snare leaves. He worked quickly, grimly, affording the unknown man, Pike or Ray, Thorne's tool regardless, a shallow, unmarked grave some distance from the enclosure, covering it with rocks. Cora turned away, unable to watch, the metallic scent of blood mingling sickeningly with the chemical stench of the dying garden. It was another death laid at the feet of Thomas's obsession, another casualty in Thorne's ruthless pursuit of power. Then there was the matter of the house, the scattered research. "We can't leave this for Thorne," Cora insisted, gesturing towards the ransacked cabin. The journals, the ledger, the formula for N7, the notes on the plant's vulnerabilities. It was dangerous knowledge. Better destroyed than allowed to fall into Thorne's hands. Noah nodded in agreement. They made a quick final sweep of the cabin and shed, gathering every scrap of paper related to Thomas's research, including the tin box with the chemical vials Noah had found. They piled it all in the center of the main room. Noah hesitated, looking at the pile, then at Cora. "Burning it feels right," he said quietly. "Like Ashton wanted, wiping the slate clean." "Yes," Cora agreed, though a part of her, the scientist, mourned the loss of knowledge, however tainted. But the risk was too great. This poison needed to be contained, its secrets buried. Noah methodically built a small pyre, adding dry kindling, then touched a match to it. Flames licked upwards, catching quickly on the dry paper, the brittle notebooks. They stood together in the doorway, watching the fire consume Thomas's legacy. The meticulous sketches, the frantic formulas, the ledger detailing his descent, the journals chronicling his fatal journey from discovery to damnation. Acrid smoke filled the small cabin, pouring out the broken door and empty windows. It felt like a funeral pyre, not just for Thomas Ashton, but for the dangerous dream he had pursued. Only one element remained unaccounted for: the seeds, the prime stock, the very heart of the source's potential, still safely tucked away in the leather pouch inside Noah's saddlebag. As the fire roared, casting flickering light on their grim faces, Cora looked at Noah. "The seeds, Noah. What do we do with them?" He met her gaze, his expression unreadable. He reached into his saddlebag, retrieving the small, heavy pouch. He held it for a long moment, seeming to weigh more than just its physical presence. Destroying them? How? Burning might not work. Scattering them feels wrong. Burying them? He shook his head. They came from the earth down there. Putting them back might just feed the source. "My grandmother," he continued slowly, his voice thoughtful, spoke of containing powerful, dangerous things, not always destroying them. Sometimes placing them where they can do no harm, in consecrated ground, maybe, or somewhere the specific energy they need is absent. He looked towards the high peaks shimmering in the distance. There are places high up, barren rock, extreme cold, where nothing like this could possibly take root or draw power, places the sickness from the source can't reach. It was a desperate idea, born of lore and uncertainty, hiding the seeds rather than destroying them, taking them far away to a place where their monstrous potential would remain dormant, locked away by nature itself. It felt incomplete, unsatisfactory, yet perhaps safer than any attempt at outright destruction that might fail or backfire. "Is that wise?" Cora questioned, hesitant. "Leaving them intact? What if someone else finds them?" "No one goes where I'm thinking," Noah said firmly. "Too high, too remote, and better hidden than destroyed uncertainly." He tucked the pouch back into his saddlebag, the decision apparently made, at least for now. Containment, not annihilation. It felt like a truce with the devil, not a victory. They retrieved the horses, Cora mounting Methuselah with difficulty, Noah swinging onto his bay. They cast one last look back at Promise Creek Ranch, the smoking ruin of the cabin, the gray, decaying wasteland of the garden, the shallow, unmarked grave, a place of broken promises, fatal obsessions, and lingering poison. Then, turning their backs on it, they rode out, heading not west towards Noah's hidden cabin, but south, towards the rugged, towering mountain ranges that formed the spine of this territory, towards the high, barren places Noah spoke of, towards containment. The journey took them 2 full days, pushing the horses and themselves to the limits of endurance. They traveled through winding canyons, across high mesas dotted with piñon and juniper, climbing steadily higher into the clearer, colder air of the mountains. Noah navigated with unerring instinct, choosing paths that offered concealment and avoiding areas where they might encounter other travelers, prospectors, hunters, or thorn-searching riders. Cora's injuries protested every mile, but the urgency of their mission, the need to secure the seeds, fueled her resolve. They spoke little during the ride, conservation of energy paramount. Yet a quiet understanding flowed between them, shared meals by small, smokeless fires at night, the vigilance with which Noah watched over her while she rested, the way she learned to read the subtle shifts in his expression, the way he seemed to anticipate her needs before she voiced them. It all wove the threads of their fragile trust into something stronger, more resilient. She found herself relying on his strength, his knowledge, his quiet presence, not just for survival, but for a sense of grounding in the midst of the chaos. And she sensed, in his watchful protection, in the rare moments his guard slipped revealing weariness or concern, that her presence had become something more than just a duty to him as well. Finally, late on the second day, they reached their destination, a high, desolate plateau, well above the timberline, swept by a relentless, chilling wind. Nothing grew here but lichen clinging to weathered granite boulders and patches of hardy alpine tundra. The air was thin, cold, crystalline. The views were immense, stretching for miles across jagged peaks and shadowed valleys. It felt like the top of the world, remote, sterile, untouched by the sickness festering in the foothills below. Noah dismounted, his breath pluming in the cold air. He scanned the barren landscape, then nodded towards a massive, sentinel-like rock formation dominating the plateau. "There, place my grandmother called Sky Needle. Said the wind here carries away bad spirits and bad seeds." He took the leather pouch from his saddlebag one last time. He looked at Cora, his pale eyes questioning, offering her a final chance to object, to suggest another course. Cora thought of Thomas, consumed by his desire to cultivate, to control. She thought of Thorn, driven by greed. She thought of the hungry garden, its unnatural vitality. Destruction felt right, emotionally satisfying. But Noah's caution, rooted in ancient wisdom and respect for forces poorly understood, felt wiser. Containing the potential, locking it away where it couldn't harm, felt like the responsible choice, however imperfect. She met his gaze and nodded slowly. Containment. It feels safer. Together, they approached the Sky Needle. Near its base, Noah found a deep, narrow crevice in the granite, sheltered from the worst of the wind and weather. Carefully, almost reverently, he placed the leather pouch deep within the crevice, wedging it securely beneath smaller rocks, ensuring it wouldn't be easily dislodged or discovered. As he straightened up, dusting off his hands, a profound sense of relief washed over Cora, mingled with a lingering unease. The seeds were hidden, secured, removed from the immediate conflict, but they still existed, a dormant threat, a forgotten truth waiting perhaps for some future time, some other unwitting hand to unearth them. They stood there for a moment in silence, the vast, indifferent panorama spread out before them, the cold wind whipping strands of hair across Cora's face. The immediate task was done. The seeds were contained. The garden was dead. Thomas's direct legacy was neutralized, or at least sequestered. But the future remained terrifyingly uncertain. Julian Thorne was still out there. His men were still searching. They knew Cora existed. They knew Noah had interfered. They wouldn't simply give up. And Noah and Cora, what now? Return to his cabin and wait for the inevitable confrontation? Try to disappear? Flee the territory altogether? Noah turned to her, his expression somber, the lines of weariness deep around his eyes. It's done, for now. He looked out towards the distant, hazy lowlands where Promise Creek lay. But Thorne won't rest. What do we do, Noah? Cora asked, the question raw, vulnerable. Her life, her future, felt inextricably tangled with his. He held her gaze for a long moment, the wind tugging at his dark hair, the vast landscape dwarfing their small figures. She saw a conflict in his eyes, a weighing of options, risks, perhaps even desires he rarely allowed himself to acknowledge. "We can run," he said finally, his voice low. "Head further south, maybe west towards California. Try to lose ourselves. Thorne's reach is long, but maybe not that long." He paused. "Or we can stay. Go back to my place. Fortify it. Prepare. Wait for him." Running felt like cowardice, like abandoning everything, leaving the source unchecked, the land vulnerable. But staying felt like choosing a siege, a potentially fatal confrontation against a man with resources and ruthlessness far exceeding their own. "Staying, Miss I, seems like suicide," Cora whispered, voicing her fear. "Maybe," Noah conceded, "but running feels like leaving unfinished business, leaving the root of the poison to fester." He looked at her intently. There might be another way, not running, not waiting to be attacked, taking the fight to him. Cora stared at him. Taking the fight to Julian Thorne? A wealthy, influential man, protected by hired guns? It sounded even more reckless than staying put. "How?" she breathed. "Thorne has enemies," Noah said slowly. "Other ranchers he's squeezed, men he's cheated, maybe even people within his own organization who fear or resent him." His eyes held a calculating glint. "And we have knowledge of what he's really after. knowledge of the danger Ashton unleashed, knowledge Thorn wouldn't want made public. He looked towards Tucson, far off in the hazy distance. Maybe the law can't touch him directly, but exposure, scandal, fear, sometimes those are sharper weapons than bullets. It was a daring, dangerous gamble, using information as a weapon, trying to turn Thorn's own ruthlessness, his secrecy, against him. It would require allies, careful planning, immense risk, but it offered something neither running nor passively waiting did, a chance to fight back on their own terms, a chance to perhaps neutralize Thorn himself, the human source of so much of the poison. The choice lay before her, stark and terrifying. Flee, abandoning the fight, seeking only personal survival, hunker down, facing a near-certain, violent confrontation, or gamble everything on a desperate, audacious plan to expose Thorn, using truth as their weapon? She looked at Noah, at the quiet strength in his face, the grim determination in his eyes, the shared history of loss and survival that now bound them together. She thought of Thomas's wasted life, the unmarked grave by the garden, the ancient warnings ignored, the poison still sleeping beneath the earth. Running felt like a betrayal. Waiting felt like surrender. Tears welled in her eyes, tears of fear, exhaustion, grief, but also tears of a fierce, newly forged resolve. She met Noah's gaze, the fragile trust between them solidifying into a shared purpose. "We fight back," she said, her voice trembling but clear, the choice watered with tears but rooted in courage. "We expose him. We finish this." A flicker of something, surprise, respect, perhaps even fierce pride, lit Noah's pale eyes. He gave a single, sharp nod. The decision was made. Together they would face the human monster, armed with forgotten truths and the dangerous knowledge gleaned from the Garden of Bones. The path ahead was perilous, the outcome uncertain, but for the first time since arriving in this treacherous land, Cora felt not just like a survivor, but a fighter, standing beside an ally she was finally, fully, beginning to trust. Chapter 22. Reckoning Under the Watchful Moon. The decision to fight back, to take the battle to Julian Thorn himself, hung heavy in the thin mountain air. It was a choice born of desperation and a grim sense of responsibility, a shared understanding that running or hiding would only delay the inevitable, leaving the root of the poison, both Thorn's greed and the slumbering power beneath the badger hole, unchecked. As they descended from the high, windswept plateau where the seeds lay hidden, leaving the sterile purity of the peaks behind and returning to the tangled dangers of the lower elevations, a new, purposeful tension settled between Cora and Noah. The fear hadn't lessened, but it was now tempered by resolve, channeled into the daunting task of formulating a plan audacious enough to challenge a man like Thorn. Their strategy, sketched out during hushed conversations by meager campfires during the careful journey back towards the relative shelter of Noah's cabin, was fraught with risk. It relied on disseminating dangerous knowledge, leveraging fear and potential betrayal within Thorn's own sphere of influence, and ultimately luring Thorn himself, or at least his primary enforcers, into a confrontation on ground of their choosing. Noah's cabin, remote and defensible, became the designated stage for this potential reckoning. Thorn values secrecy above all, Noah reasoned, his voice low as they rode side by side through a shadowy canyon. His legitimate businesses provide a veneer of respectability. Exposure of his involvement with Ashton, the nature of the garden, the murders, that could damage him more than losing a few hired guns. "So we leak the information?" Cora questioned. "But how? And to whom? We have no contacts in Tucson, no way to ensure it reaches the right ears, or that it isn't simply suppressed." "Not a wide leak," Noah countered, "a targeted one. There are certain individuals, rival ranchers Thorn has crossed, maybe even lawmen outside Thorn's pocket, if any exist, who might listen if the information is compelling enough, dangerous enough to Thorn." He paused, his expression grim. "And there's the Pima and Apache tribes. They know Thorn's reputation for stealing land and resources. They know the old stories about the badger hole, confirmation that Thorn is meddling with that cursed place, that his actions led to Ashton's death, that might stir up trouble Thorn can't easily control. And how do we deliver this information? Cora pressed. Noah's plan was audacious. He proposed using Jedediah, the taciturn freighter who had brought Cora to Promise Creek, as an unwitting messenger. Jedediah travels back and forth to Tucson regularly. He's close-mouthed, generally minds his own business, but he listens. A carefully worded message, seemingly overheard or discovered, hinting at Thorn's involvement, the danger of the Ashton project, the location of the source. Enough to pique interest, start whispers in the right circles. And Thomas's research? Cora added, thinking of the detailed notes, the formulas, the ledger. Physical evidence would be more compelling than whispers. Too dangerous to send originals, Noah stated firmly, but copies, transcribed summaries of the most damning parts. Enough to prove the nature of the work, the financial ties to Thorn, the warnings about the plant's dangers. He looked at her. Your hand, is it steady enough to write? Over the next few days, back in the relative security of Noah's cabin, which they meticulously fortified, reinforcing the door, shuttering the windows more securely, clearing lines of sight around the perimeter, Cora painstakingly transcribed key sections from Thomas's journals and ledger. Writing was slow, painful work with her still healing hand, but the importance of the task drove her on. She focused on the entries detailing the payments from J.E. Thorn, the escalating costs, the references to the source, the dangerous nature of the plants, Thomas's growing fear, and his explicit warnings. She copied the formula for N7 and the B12 neutralizer, adding Thomas's notes about toxicity and containment failures. It formed a damning narrative, painting Thorn not just as a ruthless creditor, but as the knowing sponsor of a dangerous, potentially catastrophic experiment. Noah, meanwhile, disappeared for a full day, riding out towards the settlements closer to Tucson. He returned near dusk, grim-faced but successful. He had intercepted Jedediah on his route, planting the seeds of rumor, handing off a carefully sealed anonymous packet containing Cora's transcribed summaries, addressed vaguely to a known rival of Thorn's, with instructions for Jedediah to deliver it discreetly. Dropped enough hints about trouble brewing over Ashton's legacy and Thorn biting off more than he can chew, Noah reported. Jedediah looks spooked but curious. He'll deliver the packet, whether he talks. We'll see. The fuse is lit. Now they could only wait. Wait for the whispers to reach Thorn. Wait for his reaction. They anticipated fury, paranoia, and an escalation of his efforts to silence them and secure the source. They prepared Noah's cabin for a siege, stockpiling water and food, checking weapons, planning defense strategies. The waiting was nerve-wracking, each distant sound, each shadow, potentially signaling the arrival of Thorn's reckoning. During this tense interlude, the enforced proximity continued to reshape the dynamic between Cora and Noah. Working together towards a common, dangerous goal forged a deeper bond than mere shared hardship. They learned each other's rhythms, anticipated each other's thoughts. Cora saw Noah's fierce intelligence beneath his quiet exterior, his strategic mind, his unwavering resolve. He, in turn, witnessed her resilience, her meticulousness, her quiet courage that refused to buckle under fear or pain. The wary respect blossomed into something warmer, more complex. Glances lingered, hands brushed during shared tasks. Conversations delved, tentatively, into more personal territory. Hopes abandoned, losses endured, the scars left by life in this unforgiving land. One evening, sitting by the fire after a long day of reinforcing the cabin walls, Cora found herself studying the intricate pattern of the scar on Noah's face, no longer seeing just the mark of violence, but the map of a history she longed to understand. "Noah," she began softly, hesitantly, "that day by the cave, when you told me about Thomas, you said your scar was old business, nothing to do with him." She paused, gathering her courage. "Was that true?" He stiffened, his gaze dropping to the fire, the familiar guardedness returning. but this time it seemed less absolute, more like a reflex battling a conflicting impulse. He didn't answer immediately. "It's all right if you don't want to talk about it," Cora added quickly, not wanting to breach the trust they had built. He drew a long, slow breath. "It wasn't directly because of Ashton," he said finally, his voice low, strained. "But it's tangled, part of the same web." He looked up, his eyes shadowed with old pain. "It happened years ago, before Ashton came here. I was younger, hot-headed maybe." He traced the scar unconsciously. There was a dispute over water rights, a spring on land bordering mine, land Thorn wanted. Cora's breath caught. Thorn. Again. Thorn's foreman at the time. Man named Caleb Pike, Noah continued, his voice flat, devoid of emotion now, as if reciting a history long buried. Cora realized with a jolt. Pike. The same name as one of the men at the cave. Perhaps the father or an older brother? Or maybe Thorn just favored men with that name and disposition. Pike tried to run my stock off, damn the spring. I confronted him. Alone. He gave a short, bitter laugh. Foolish. Pike wasn't alone. 3 of them, they made their point. He touched the scar again. Left me for dead. Took the spring. Thorn got the land eventually. The pieces clicked into place. Noah's deep-seated animosity towards Thorn wasn't just philosophical. It was personal, visceral, bought with blood and pain. His scar wasn't just a random mark of frontier violence. It was a direct result of Thorn's ruthless expansion, inflicted by the same kind of men Thorn still employed. His involvement now wasn't just about protecting Cora or containing the garden's poison. It was also about old scores, about a reckoning long overdue. "Noah, I'm so sorry," Cora whispered, the revelation adding another layer to her understanding of his burdens, his motivations. He shrugged, dismissing her sympathy, though his eyes remained shadowed. "Like I said, old business, but it taught me Thorn doesn't stop. He takes what he wants, destroys whatever's in his way. Ashton was just another obstacle, like that spring, like me. Back then." He met her gaze, his own suddenly fierce. "That's why we can't run, Cora. Men like Thorn, you don't escape them by running. You face them, or they hunt you down eventually anyway." His confession, raw and painful, solidified Cora's resolve. Their fight wasn't just about survival or containing a botanical horror. It was about justice. Justice for Thomas, however flawed he was. Justice for Noah, for the violence he had endured. Justice against the corrosive greed that men like Thorn represented. Their wait didn't last long. 3 nights later, under the cold, watchful light of a waning moon, Noah's vigilance paid off. Crouched near a high window, he signaled silently to Cora. Riders approaching. Not the scattered searching parties, but a determined group heading directly towards the cabin. At least 5, maybe 6, heavily armed. Thorn hadn't sent his usual thugs this time. This felt different, more purposeful. Had the rumors reached him? Was he moving to silence the source permanently? "They know we're here," Noah breathed, his voice tight. "Or they suspect strongly enough to commit." He checked his rifle, then glanced at Cora, his eyes grim but steady. "Stay down, away from the windows. Load the spare rifle if you can manage." Cora's heart hammered against her ribs, but her hands were surprisingly steady as she retrieved the spare rifle Noah kept loaded and ready. Her botany skills hadn't prepared her for a firefight, but the past weeks had forged a resilience she hadn't known she possessed. She crouched behind the overturned table they'd positioned as makeshift cover, the heavy rifle awkward but reassuring in her grasp, her bandaged hand protesting but functional. Outside, the riders drew closer, then spread out, circling the cabin, testing its defenses. A harsh voice called out, laced with authority and menace, a voice different from Pike's or Ray's. "Noah, we know you're in there, and the woman, Thorn wants a word. Come out peaceful, maybe things don't get ugly." Noah didn't answer. He remained positioned near a narrow firing slit he'd created beside the reinforced door, rifle ready, waiting. "Don't be stupid, Noah," The voice called again, closer now. "We know about the garden, about Ashton, about the seeds you took. Thorn knows everything. Just give us the seeds and the woman, and you might just walk away from this." So the rumors had reached Thorn, and he knew about the seeds, but his offer was clearly a lie, a tactic to lure them out. Still, Noah remained silent, forcing their hand. A moment of tense silence, then the sharp crack of a rifle shattered the night, the bullet thudding harmlessly into the thick log wall near the window. The siege had begun. Gunfire erupted from multiple points around the cabin as Thorn's men opened fire, probing for weaknesses. Bullets splintered the shutters, ricocheted off the stone hearth. Cora flinched, pressing herself lower behind the table, the noise deafening, terrifying. Noah returned fire sparingly, precisely, aiming not necessarily to kill but to discourage, to make them keep their distance. He moved between firing slits, presenting a shifting target, his shots carefully placed. Cora, despite her fear, found herself watching him, awed by his calm competence under fire, his movements fluid and economical even amidst the chaos. The firefight raged for what felt like an eternity. Bullets whining, wood splintering, the acrid smell of gunpowder filling the small cabin. Thorn's men seemed content to lay siege, trying to wear them down, perhaps waiting for dawn to provide a clearer advantage. Then there was a lull in the firing. A new voice called out, smoother, colder, dripping with arrogance. "Noah, enough of this foolishness. You cannot win. My patience wears thin." Cora felt Noah stiffen beside his firing slit. He recognized the voice. "Thorn," Noah breathed, his voice barely audible, tight with a mixture of hatred and grim recognition. Julian Thorn himself was here. He hadn't just sent his men. He had come personally to oversee the final reckoning, to secure his prize. "Come out, Noah," Thorn's voice continued, closer now, perhaps just beyond the reinforced door. "Let us conclude our old business, and this new business concerning Ashton's interesting horticulture. Bring me the seeds. Bring me the woman. Cooperate, and perhaps I'll be lenient regarding your past insolence." Noah remained silent, gripping his rifle, his knuckles white. "No?" Thorn's voice hardened. "Very well, then we shall expedite matters." There was a scraping sound outside, then the distinct smell of kerosene mingling with the gunpowder. They were going to burn them out. Panic seized Cora. Trapped. Fire. It was the end. But Noah moved swiftly. "The back," he hissed at Cora. "There's a loose log near the floor. Leads to a crawl space under the cabin. Used it as a boy. Get through. Stay hidden under there." "What about you?" Cora cried, horrified at the thought of leaving him. "Go, now!" he ordered fiercely, already moving towards the hearth, grabbing something she couldn't quite see. "I'll hold them off. Create a diversion. Go!" There was no time to argue. Flames began to lick at the base of the cabin door, smoke starting to seep through the cracks. Choking back a sob, trusting him, Cora scrambled towards the back wall, found the cleverly disguised loose log Noah indicated, and squeezed through the narrow opening into the dark, damp crawl space beneath the cabin floor. Above her, she heard Noah shouting, firing his rifle rapidly towards the front. Then a tremendous crash, followed by an eruption of flames from the hearth area. He must have thrown kerosene onto the already burning logs, creating a sudden inferno directed outwards. Shouts of surprise and pain came from outside near the front, Noah's diversion. But then, more gunfire, concentrated, furious, directed towards the back of the cabin where Noah must have retreated. A heavy thud, silence. "Noah?" Cora whispered frantically from beneath the floorboards, tears streaming down her face. "Noah!" No answer. Only the roar of the flames now consuming the front of the cabin, the triumphant shouts of Thorn's men outside, and the terrifying, crushing silence where Noah's defiance had been. Had he made it? Was he hit? Or had Thorn's reckoning finally claimed him, leaving Cora alone again, buried alive beneath the burning remnants of their last sanctuary, the price of forgotten truths becoming terrifyingly, devastatingly clear, under the cold, watchful eye of the moon? Epilogue. Where the wildflowers dare to grow, Months had passed since the fiery reckoning at Noah's cabin, months marked by slow healing, watchful vigilance, and the gradual, quiet settling of dust, both literal and metaphorical. Spring had breathed a fragile green life back into the high desert canyons, where Cora and Noah had taken refuge in the remote cave system Noah knew from his youth, the older place his grandmother had used. It wasn't a home, not truly, just a series of interconnected, dry caverns sheltered deep within the rock, warmed by a steady fire, provisioned by Noah's hunting skills and the meager supplies they salvaged. But it had been sanctuary, a place to mend broken bodies and frayed nerves while the consequences of their actions unfolded in the world below. Cora sat near the mouth of the main cave, bathed in the warm afternoon sunlight filtering down through a crack high above. Her ankle, though still prone to stiffness, bore her weight now with only a faint reminder of the sprain. Her right hand, though scarred, had regained most of its dexterity. The angry inflammation long subsided thanks to Noah's diligent care and his grandmother's potent salve. She flexed her fingers, tracing the faint, silvery lines left by the cola, permanent souvenirs of her ordeal, reminders of the pain, the fear, and the unexpected resilience she had discovered within herself. She held a small, smooth stone in her palm, warmed by the sun, turning it over and over. Below, the canyon floor was beginning to bloom with the fierce, ephemeral beauty of desert wildflowers, splashes of vibrant purple verbena, sunny yellow brittlebush, the delicate white trumpets of sacred datura clinging to rocky slopes. Life, tenacious and defiant, asserting itself even in the harshest soil. It felt like a mirror to her own battered spirit, slowly, cautiously unfurling after a long winter of fear. Noah had survived the firefight, though not unscathed. Cora had waited, hidden and terrified in the crawl space beneath the burning cabin, listening to the triumphant shouts of Thorne's men fade as they presumably searched the wreckage for Noah's body or any sign of the seeds. When silence finally fell, broken only by the roar and crackle of the consuming flames, she had cautiously emerged from her hiding place into the smoky dawn, expecting the worst. She found him near the back wall, unconscious, bleeding from a deep gash on his temple where a bullet had grazed him or debris had struck, and nursing a badly burned arm he'd used to shield himself while creating the diversion. His cabin was a smoldering ruin, but he was alive. Getting him away from the wreckage, onto his horse, and traveling the long, arduous miles to this hidden refuge had been an ordeal that tested Cora's newfound strength to its absolute limit. She had tended his wounds as best she could, drawing on his own instructions, her basic knowledge, and sheer desperate necessity. For days, he had drifted in and out of consciousness, feverish, vulnerable in a way she had never imagined seeing him. In those long hours, watching over him, bathing his face, forcing water between his cracked lips, the last vestiges of her wary distrust had burned away, replaced by a fierce, protective tenderness. She saw not the enigmatic protector or the scarred survivor, but simply Noah, the man who had risked everything for her, the man whose quiet strength had become her anchor. When his fever finally broke and his pale eyes opened, focusing on her face with weary recognition, the unspoken connection between them solidified into something profound, something that needed no words. He had accepted her care with a quiet gratitude, a vulnerability that felt like the greatest trust he could offer. Their shared ordeal, their mutual reliance, had forged a bond stronger than any promise, deeper than any confession. News from the world below filtered back slowly, carried by the wind, by cautious trips Noah made closer to the settlements, by chance encounters with trusted Pima contacts who moved quietly through the territory. The whispers they had started, amplified perhaps by Jedediah's cautious gossip or the delivery of Cora's transcribed notes, had indeed found fertile ground. Julian Thorne, already disliked and feared by many, found himself facing inconvenient questions. Rivals smelling weakness and opportunity began circling. Ranchers he had bullied found new courage to voice old grievances. The story of his connection to the strange, failed Ashton project, the rumors of murder and dangerous botanical experiments began to circulate, tainting his carefully constructed reputation. Thorne, enraged and paranoid, had apparently overplayed his hand. In his fury to silence the rumors and reclaim the missing seeds, which he likely assumed Noah still possessed, he made mistakes. Threats were issued too openly. Bribes were offered too clumsily. His usual network of influence began to fray under the weight of suspicion and his own increasingly erratic behavior. The final act, according to the fragmented reports Noah gathered, involved a violent confrontation, not with the law, but with a coalition of rival ranchers, and perhaps even some of his own disillusioned men down near the border. Thorne disappeared. Some said he was dead, ambushed and buried in an unmarked grave. Frontier justice served cold. Others whispered he had simply vanished, fleeing south into Mexico with whatever fortune he could salvage, his empire crumbling behind him. Either way, Julian Thorne, the human engine behind so much greed and violence, was neutralized. His reign of predatory acquisition was over. The news brought a grim sense of closure, but no triumph. Too much blood had been spilled, too much poison seeped into the land, both literally and figuratively. Thorne's downfall felt less like a victory and more like the inevitable implosion of a corrupt structure, a process they had merely catalyzed. With Thorne gone, the immediate threat receded. They could have left the mountains then, gone their separate ways. Cora could have returned east, back to the familiar world of academia, lectures, and neatly labeled specimens in herbarium cabinets. The thought held a certain appeal: safety, predictability, distance from the harsh beauty and brutal realities of Arizona. But when Noah, his arms still bandaged but his strength returning, had quietly asked her what she intended to do, Cora found the prospect of leaving felt wrong, hollow. This land, despite its dangers, despite the ghosts it held, had become part of her. The challenges she had faced, the resilience she had discovered, the connection she had forged with Noah, they had irrevocably changed her. Returning east would feel like abandoning a crucial part of herself, like leaving a story unfinished. I don't know, she had answered honestly, looking around the rough beauty of their canyon refuge. Promise Creek. It feels tainted, haunted. I don't think I could ever live there. Noah nodded slowly, understanding dawning in his eyes. No, that place needs time, needs cleansing. Maybe the desert will take it back eventually. Maybe that's for the best. He paused. My cabin can be rebuilt. The land, my land, it endures. He looked at her then, a question in his steady gaze, vulnerability warring with his habitual reserve. There's room if you wanted to stay in Arizona. He wasn't offering marriage, not declarations of love. He was offering space, partnership, a shared future built on the foundations of shared survival, mutual respect, and the quiet understanding that had grown between them. It was an offer made in his own language, practical, understated yet deeply significant. Cora looked at his scarred face, at the pale eyes that held both guardedness and unexpected depths of loyalty and care. She thought of the vast, indifferent beauty of the desert, the tenacity of the wildflowers blooming on the canyon floor. She thought of the woman she had become, stronger, warier, yet more alive than she had ever been back east. Yes, she said softly, a tentative smile touching her lips. Yes, Noah, I think I will stay. And so, they had stayed. As spring deepened into summer, they worked together, rebuilding Noah's cabin, log by sturdy log. They cleared the fire-damaged timber, salvaged what they could, felled new trees, shaped them with axe and adze. Cora, despite her healing injuries, worked alongside him, finding satisfaction in the physical labor, in the tangible act of creation after so much destruction. They worked in comfortable silence mostly, punctuated by practical instructions, shared observations about the weather or wildlife, and occasional brief exchanges that hinted at the deepening current beneath the surface. They visited Promise Creek Ranch only once, drawn by a grim necessity. The ransacked house stood derelict, the ashes within long cold, but it was the garden enclosure that demanded their attention. Nature was already beginning its reclamation. The gray, shriveled husks of the unnatural plants were decaying rapidly, collapsing into the poisoned soil. Yet even in death, the place felt wrong, tainted. Following the wisdom of Noah's grandmother, they gathered armfuls of creosote and desert sage. Noah built a small, intense fire within the enclosure, burning not the dead plants themselves, but bundles of the cleansing herbs, letting the pungent smoke drift over the contaminated ground, a ritual of purification, an acknowledgement of the lingering sickness. They didn't speak of the unmarked grave nearby. Some wounds, they understood, were best left undisturbed. They left the fence standing, a stark monument to broken promises and dangerous obsessions, a warning perhaps for any who might stumble upon it in the future. They didn't look back as they rode away. Life settled into a new rhythm at Noah's rebuilt homestead. It was a quiet life, dictated by the seasons, the needs of the land, the demands of survival. Cora found a new purpose, not in dissecting dead specimens, but in understanding the living desert. She began documenting the native flora on Noah's land, sketching the wildflowers, learning their names, both Latin and Apache, from Noah, understanding their uses, their resilience. She started a small garden near the cabin, planting the familiar seeds she had brought from Boston. Herbs, hardy vegetables, simple flowers. It felt like an act of faith, coaxing gentle life from the unforgiving soil, a counterpoint to the monstrous growth she had witnessed. Noah watched her efforts, initially with skepticism, then with quiet approval. He helped her rig a small irrigation ditch from the nearby spring, built a low fence to keep out rabbits and deer. He shared his knowledge of the soil, the water, the subtle signs of the changing seasons, and sometimes, in the evenings, sitting by the fire, he would tell her more stories his grandmother had taught him, not just of curses and dangers, but of healing, of balance, of living with the land, not just upon it. Their relationship remained largely unspoken, yet undeniable. They shared the small cabin, the daily tasks, the quiet evenings. They relied on each other, trusted each other, found comfort in each other's presence. There were moments, a shared glance across the fire, a lingering touch as he helped her over rough ground, a quiet word of encouragement that spoke volumes more than any grand declaration could. It was a love forged in fire, tempered by hardship, scarred but resilient, like the landscape itself. It wasn't the passionate intellectual connection she'd thought she had with Thomas, but something quieter, deeper, rooted in mutual respect, shared survival, and an understanding that transcended words. One clear, cool evening, as the first stars began to prick the twilight sky, Cora stood outside the cabin, looking towards the high, distant peaks where the sky needle stood sentinel, guarding its hidden, dangerous secret. The seeds, the potential for the cycle to begin anew. It was a sobering thought, a reminder that some poisons could only be contained, not eradicated. Noah came to stand beside her, following her gaze. He didn't need to ask what she was thinking. The knowledge lay between them, a silent pact. "They'll stay hidden," he said quietly, his voice firm. "The mountain keeps its secrets well." "But the knowledge," Cora murmured. "What Thomas learned, what Thorne sought. Others might stumble on it again." "Maybe," Noah conceded. "The world has its share of ambitious fools, but knowledge ain't the same as wisdom." He looked down at her, his expression softening in the dim light. "Wisdom is knowing what's best left undisturbed, knowing the price. We know the price, Cora. We paid it." He reached out, taking her hand, her scarred right hand, in his own calloused one. His touch was warm, steady, grounding. It wasn't a possessive gesture, but one of quiet solidarity, of partnership. "What grows here now," he said, his gaze sweeping over the quiet homestead, the darkening land settling finally back on her, "is up to us." Cora looked at their joined hands, then up at his face, seeing the strength, the resilience, the quiet loyalty etched there alongside the old scars. The desert wind whispered around them, carrying the clean scent of sage and pine, carrying the promise of the coming night, carrying perhaps the tentative hope of a future built not on forgotten truths, but on hard-won wisdom and the courage to choose life, even in the shadow of the past. The Garden of Bones was dead, reclaimed by the desert. But here, in this remote corner of a treacherous land, something new, something unexpected, something perhaps even beautiful, was daring to grow. And that, Cora knew, holding Noah's hand under the watchful desert moon, was a truth worth tending. The end.